Okay. So let's see if YouTube, looks like YouTube is live, looks like Twitch is live. Hello, VOD watchers, for any VOD watchers that just want to skip to the games. I will, after stream, go ahead as typical, or as I try to remember, go in the comments, the pinned comment below, and comment when exactly we started the games for this stream, chat. Yo, what's good? How are you? More for your buck. What's going on? JK. Hope you're all doing well. Oh, this went away. There we go. YouTube's live. What's going on, Rami? It's hard to tell sometimes. Like, I have indicators of like when the stream goes live on, because I multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So like Twitch is usually faster at going live than YouTube for some reason. I don't really know why. But I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm going to turn myself up just a smidge. Content's been hard this week, chat. I hope everybody's had a easier week than me. I wouldn't say that I've had a bad week. But I've been trying to record stuff, and it's been so difficult to record things, specifically games. So I've been trying to make a starter deck Kaido video for OP11 and OP12, which I know a lot of you are interested in. It was crazy because we recorded an incredible game. It was so good against Blue Purple Luffy. Like, it's honestly one of my favorite games that I've ever played all time because it showed everything about the Kaido list. The game went on for like 35 minutes. It was a back and forth battle. It was to the wire the whole time. It was so good. And then we come back after recording and we're like, dang, that was an awesome game. That was so good. This is going to be such a good YouTube video. Like, and we were talking the whole time. Like, we have these mini mics and we're talking the whole time about the plays, about the different strategies that we could do. And it turns out that the camera died. The overhead camera that was showing the game, it died in like the final like 3 turns or whatever when it really got juicy, because the person here at the shop that used it last for the Beyblade local the night before, they forgot to charge the camera after the tournament. And so I was so mad because like I can't show that game. And then after charging the camera, we tried to record more games, and just none of the games really were good. They weren't good. I mean, I wasn't trying to chase that exact game, but like they weren't. Like, in one of the games, Kaido absolutely bricked. Like, and so that's not a game worth showing. And then the other game, Blue Purple Luffy, bricked, which it is viable to show, but it like wasn't a fun game necessarily. So I've been trying to chase that high. So I've been like behind on content this week, chat. So my apologies. No, you can stay on YouTube. You can stay on YouTube, whichever platform that you prefer. It doesn't matter to me. I see both of you guys at the same time. Like, I see Brahm right here in the Twitch chat. I see all you guys in the YouTube chat. It's whatever you all prefer. But yo, Manuel, what's going on? Bennett, Waffles, Guillerme, Rami, Antonio, Brahm. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Brazil. We've got the Brazilian offline regionals today, chat, for anyone who does not know what this is. There was I'm going to pronounce this wrong, and my old Brazilian friends are going to punch me in the face if they ever find out how I pronounce this. São Paulo. Hopefully I pronounced that right. They had an offline regionals over the weekend, and Chad, they hosted a ton of really interesting and abstract decks in here. As you can see, green Uta is in round 1 of this tournament that we're going to watch. You're studying English, can't understand everything, but the videos have helped learn in the process. Antonio, appreciate you watching, and hopefully, how do I say this? I wish I could speak Portuguese. I hope that you have a good time in the chat. I do have a list for the Kaido deck. Yeah, and in the YouTube video that I want to make, I want to showcase the list. I want to showcase the games that we played, you know? It's like, I was so excited for that Kaido video, and then it just did not happen. Oh, I got to tell Discord and Twitter about a streaming chat. I got to hit enter on these. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. There we go. But chat, I mean, there's in this tournament, I skimmed through the Swiss rounds. I don't know like who wins any of the games or anything like that, but I skimmed through the Swiss rounds to see what kind of decks that were played. And on stream, they show Uta, which you can see on screen right now. They showcased Buggy, green, yellow Law, purple Katakuri, red Shanks, green, yellow Yamato. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple more that they showcased that were also really cool. So this is going to be a cool tournament. You could stage the hands. So we thought about that, Waffles. We thought about like staging the game in a sense, but that's like, I don't know. I don't want to do that. Like, it just feels disingenuous in a sense. I don't know. Like, I would rather like have a fully like random game in a sense, because that's like it's so tough. But then like I run the risk of having to like re-record it again and again and again and again and again and again, like I have been. Whereas in comparison to where like if I script the match in a sense, at least with like the starting hands and stuff, some of it is not like the same. So it's like a really weird balance, you know. Oh, Victor, your older brother was on stream. That's so sick. Congratulations on his placement. I know a couple people that were in this championship because there's some Pokemon people like Gustavo Wada who got top 8. I heard he got top 8 with Blue Purple, I think. Oh, thank you, Guillerme. But yeah, Chad, we're going to be watching this. We're going to watch every single round, and there's, I think, 12 rounds in total, including Top Cut of this tournament. And if you want to watch this for yourself, because I will say that I do not own the rights to the live stream, right? I am just kind of watching this because there was no English commentary to it. You know me, when there's no English commentary, I like to give you all some English commentary for especially my English folks and help give coverage to these excellent events. You can check the pin message on both YouTube and Twitch in the chat right now. There is the link to the official live stream if you want to see that. Oh, Gustavo got top 2? I was going to say, I remember seeing his tweet and being like, wow, Gustavo Wada is just really good at card games. Who knew? But I didn't see or I didn't remember top 2 at least. It's been a couple days since I've seen that. This did happen over the weekend. Oops. All right, chat. Let's go off into this match. If you do not know, this is a Blue Purple Luffy, the big bad boogeyman of the format, versus Green Uta. Green Uta, if you do not know, if you have a Dawn attached and you attack, you flip over the top card of your life, and if it's a film card, you add it to your hand. Very nice draw engine for the deck. Uta typically has a lot of cards in hand, so we're going to see if it can, with potentially swarming bodies on the field, can overwhelm Blue Purple Luffy. I'll be really curious about this game. Ooh, I'm going to mute it on my end just so that I don't hear, I get confused by all the conversations. And so Blue Purple Luffy is going to just pass off the turn. Uta passing as well. No new Genesis event right there. And it's just going to go ahead and swing 8. And so does grab that event right there. That was a backlight alternate art from the starter deck that was gotten off the top of the deck. So putting blue, purple Luffy at 2, a decent start right now, I feel like, for the Uta. Takes the 7K swing, does not want to get out of that, and a Zoro is, gear 2, coming down on the field to ramp. That's nice for Uta, right, because you're still only expecting 1 swing per turn, but now at this point on 5 Dawn, right, if you put down 2 bodies on the field like a Brook, I think you're supposed to reveal the when attacking and then counter out of it, but finds a Gordon. So now a Brook Gordon hits the field. This Gordon's interesting, right? Because you gain power for every event card that you trash, right? So can help Uta at least stay on pace with the blue purple Luffy. Ends up pitching a 2K off of that 6K swing, and a Zoro comes down onto the field and passes off the turn. Blue purple Luffy would have much preferred God Thread at this point, right, to get rid of the Brook, because now it has to think about 2 swings instead of 1 on this turn for the Uta, this 6 Dawn turn. So starts off a 7K swing, finds a Tashigi, so 3-cost Tashigi in this deck, not something we typically see in Uta, and it's just going to swing a ton of 7s, going down to 1 life is the blue purple Luffy, and an Uta, oh wait, did they tap 3 or tap 2 for it? They must have tapped 3. I thought they only had 2 active, but puts out an Uta, another blocker on the field. Did not trash the backlight from the hand to restand the Brook, but does counter out of the 6K swing since the Brook is a 5K. And now looks like, I think on 8 Dawn is going to go, 9 Dawn, I'm sorry, is going to go ahead play a Linlin. So Linlin going to be healing that life. We'll see if they end up removing the Brook anyways, right, as they swung at it, because now you're not really worried about that blocker Uta, I'm sure. And now sitting at 5 life as well, blue purple Luffy is going to try to look to stabilize. And so using that Zoro to be able to get that active Dawn back and use as a counter event in case they need to, does have 2 life right now. Uta should be at 9, I believe, I think, on this turn. So Uta, a lot of the big bodies that they play, including 9-cost Shanks, maybe looking at something like a 7-drop Luffy on this turn, right? 7-drop Luffy would be able to swarm the board of bodies, but just attaches 4 and swings 9 at the Luffy. So is going to go ahead and reveal a 2K Luffy on the top, and we'll see what they do with the rest of this 5 Dawn. Could be something like 3 for a I'm Invincible. So goes ahead, I'm Invincible, swings 9 yet again. 2 2Ks coming out of the hand of the Luffy, and 2 Dawn left, plays another blocker Gordon. So really blockering up with the I'm Invincibles, right? And just trying to swing out at this point. The blue purple Luffy finding a Sanji is going to definitely be a key piece of the puzzle, right? Sanji, one of the best cards alongside Linlin, and we'll see what he decides to flip if he goes in with a 9-drop Sanji on this turn. So starts out 6K and counters out the 9K swing from the Linlin, takes the life, and 9 Dawn coming down for that Sanji. We'll see what he put on the top of the deck, and it's going to be a Katakuri blocker. So the Katakuri blocker is pretty nice, right? Especially with a deck like Uta that has restand events like I'm Invincible, as we saw last turn, because now the Katakuri can more easily block at this point. So the Uta still has plenty of blockers, right, potentially for these swings on these big body characters, but plays Hody Jones. So goes in now and rests the Katakuri, and the Sanji decides not to rest the Dawn. I think that's super interesting, chat, not resting the Dawn at all. Because I feel like at this point you want to rest the Dawn, right? So they can't use a counter event out of these 2 swings that you got. Swings 8,000 power now at life, and now, I mean, they're just going to Gum Gum Giant for free. You could have prevented that at that point. I don't know. If you're not swinging at the Sanji, like, why would you rest it? I don't know if they sharked them. I don't know what they would have sharked them for. But ends up swinging 8,000 power, ends up grabbing another 2K, and 2K, 1K gets out of that swing. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like that feels bad. I wonder... Yo, what up, Mephius? I wonder, yeah, if maybe he just pointed... Yeah, maybe he pointed at the 2, and then they just took it right then and there. Yeah. I'd have to, like... That's interesting. We'll look after the match to see, like, how he pointed exactly. I guess I wasn't too focused on that. Like, I knew he was resting the Katakuri, but my mind was like, oh, he rests the Katakuri and the Dawn, right? But yeah, I guess if you point at both of them, who knows? So ends up swinging at this Hody Jones. Really feels threatened about this Hody Jones. And just 2K, 2K, 2K gets out of all of those swings. So now a Red Rock is going to get rid of the Hody Jones. Why would you not swing at face if you're... Why would you not swing at face if you're gonna Red Rock the Hody Jones? Right? You can get him like down to 0 at this point. Maybe just hoping for no, like, I'm invincible, just trying to starve him out in a sense. That's probably where he was going. And so on the first swing is going to swing 8,000 power. Gear 2 gets out of it. And now 7-drop Luffy coming in, playing an Uta blocker. So 5 blockers on the field right now for this Uta. That is a ton of blockers. Yeah, I would assume that the point is to starve them out and just get cards out of hand, right? Especially because you can easily grab the 2Ks. Because like I mentioned in the beginning, the Uta with that leader effect, being able to draw a card is just so nice every single time that or once every turn that you swing with your leader with a Dawn attached. Oh, maybe he just didn't know that the Dawn... Yeah, maybe he just didn't remember that the Dawn was up. He could have just been an autopilot, you know? So ends up swinging and a 2K counter. Blocks the first one. I assume we're going to see a lot of... Ooh, maybe not a lot of blocks. Is just going to at least block one time, twice now on those 2. Does not want to go down to 1 life. And a new Sanji or Linlin going to be coming in. Looks like it's going to be Linlin is going to go ahead and put... Maybe the, 4-cost Uta at the bottom. So a brick and a 1K at the bottom of the life puts him back to 3. And now restanding the Katakuri. So another Hody Jones would be great there. Yeah, that is true. It's kind of like a bait move, as you say, Raphael. Oh, looks like just going all in right there. 6 Dawn attached for an 11,000 power swing. Is just going to take it for a gravity blade to bottom deck one of those. Unlucky, but it's got 4 Dawn left. Is going to just rest 3 for a Nami and do a search on that Nami to be able to find some counter potentially. Sees New Genesis, Katakuri, and I think it's a Sanji in there. So the Sanji 4-cost would be a 2K. Maybe trying to find, like, I'm invincible or something. Oh, no, it must have been a 7-cost Luffy that we saw as that 3rd card. So grabs that 7-cost Luffy. I wonder if he's afraid of... He's probably not afraid of dying if he didn't grab the Katakuri counter. I'm not sure if he's peeking when he puts the life at the off the Linlin, but I would definitely not be how do I say this? It does look sketchy, but I don't know because they're on the stream game, right? There's a judge at the table, and if the judge doesn't think that he's peeking, then I don't know. I wouldn't think it's enough. I just think it's probably a bad angle for us. So it's 2 swings left after this. You got to get out of one of them. Potentially more with the Zorojuro. Yeah, I don't know how Uda gets out of this. Does end up taking that one. A 9K swing. Oh, peaking due to leader's ability. He probably, yeah, he knows what that card is anyways. I mean, he still shouldn't look, but ends up getting that win. He knows what the card should be anyways. So it's like, does it really matter at that point? In the hand movement, he's trying to say he was aiming at the dawn. Let's like pull it back up. Let's pull it back up. It was after this. Okay. Here we go. Here's the instant replay chat. I'm ready to pause it. Oh, he does like tap both things at the table. He does tap both things at the table and immediately rests the Sanji. He immediately rests the Sanji. Even though he tapped the Katakuri first, he was like, I'm going to rest this Sanji right away. Which, I mean, like, honestly, yeah, that's what you should do. Like, that's what you should do. Especially if he declares them both. Yeah, he definitely points towards these two, and then immediately he goes into resting. And then it looks like he's asking about the dawn, but he's like, no, you rested that. So, and the judge probably agreed with this player over here and said like, yeah, I mean, you said that, so you got to do it. That's probably what they're talking about right now. And then he takes the life. Unfortunate, Chad, but that's why you can't just go autopilot in your games. For anyone who's curious. That's why you have to definitely be cognizant of what you're doing at the whole time. Don't go straight up autopilot. I know that Blue Purple Luffy is not the most exciting thing to play against. Let's see. Oh! Ooh, Shanks versus Buggy. Shanks versus Buggy is an interesting matchup. All right, chat. Do you think Shanks or Buggy wins this match? I don't think... Well, okay. I can understand how Blue Purple Luffy is very dull and boring to watch. But I do think that there's some intricacies with the deck that are really interesting. Like reordering your stack. Reordering the stack, what you put in life, why, how you manipulate the hand. But a lot of it is the same. I can totally understand the sentiment. I would not be opposed to a Buggy ban, right, in a couple weeks. Man, the AC in the building's not really going down. It sounds like there should be verbal confirmation. Oh, MCs. So like sharking. So when I say the term sharking is like, so in that situation with the Hody Jones, right? If I say Sanji Katakuri, but then like literally a second later, I'm like, I'm sorry, Katakuri and Gum Gum Giant, you know, especially when nothing has really advanced in the game state to where I have extra information after making that change. Technically within the rules, that first thing that I said is what should happen. So the Sanji and Katakuri. But most players, as long as you don't take the life, right? As long as you don't take the life and then change what you want, most players, a lot of players, will let you change that, right? Because nothing in the game state has changed. It doesn't like affect anything really. But sharking is like, nope, you said it, no takebacks at all. Which there's nothing wrong in, or it's an ethical question. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's an ethical question. Technically, within the rules, you're allowed to say, no, you can't make that change. But when there's an ethical thing. And then peeking is like, if I don't have a stack of cards on me. How do I not have a stack of cards on me? Peeking is like looking at the top card of your deck. So if I have the stack here, right, and I'm supposed to put a card to Linlin in the life, it would be like if I were to pull it up slightly, you know, just in the natural motion of putting it in life, but peeking would be like if I saw this top card, right? Like I can tell you right now that this card is a Gum Gum Red Rock. You know, like that kind of thing. No, the casting in this regional, Kinho, was phenomenal. Like I listened to a little bit of it. And I don't know Portuguese, right? But they were very entertaining to listen to. And I'm talking like energy, I'm talking like synergy, I'm talking fluctuation in their voice. Like casting, I'm sure they did a phenomenal job in terms of game analysis and stuff like that. I only know the personality wise of casting, and they did do a great job. If Shanks is running the control list, Buggy wins. Good curve, Buggy can take it. Guessing it's control Shanks, so you don't know if he can get past Buggy. I'm not pointing anymore when I play Hody. No, I get that. It's so tough, though, because if you're on autopilot, like, and you just say those things right away, because you probably expected No Dawn to be active, right? Because I think the play ended with Zorojuro, right? Zorojuro swinging and bringing up an active Dawn. So he probably didn't expect there to be any Dawn active. And so he's on autopilot. Circuit is the GOAT of Bandai TCGs. Does Circuit commentate Worlds like for Portuguese? Has Circuit done it in the past? Technically, Guillermo, no, he is not allowed to, but ethically, it should be allowed. Yeah, the game was pretty much decided in that moment, Vandal. I don't know if it was decided in that moment, but it had a huge influence on the game. It definitely did not help at all, and it definitely caused Uta to have a lower chance of losing. Yes, he has. I was going to say, because I loved listening to the casters. And that's all you need sometime, Mephius. Like, you don't have to be like, you know, Jackson Huang or Jonas Abraham, or like, you don't have to be like a top level player to have good commentary. I'm the prime example of that, chat, or at least the example in the room right now. You don't have to be a top player to have good commentary. You just have to be entertaining to listen to. Oh, is a former Room Terra employee. That's cool. I didn't know that. People are arguing about sharking going on in the Euro finals. Well, that was more like judge intervention, right? Didn't in the European finals, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the blue-purple Luffy player that restood everything and then used leader effect. But the judge Was it the judge that intervened or the player intervened on that? Does anybody know off the top of your head? Because if it was the player that intervened, that's sharking. But if it's the judge that intervened, that's just a judge following the rules of the game, technically. Whoa! Half-breed. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, friend? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, we've had a couple follows. Brahm, Sapowalk, Frab, and Mirar. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I appreciate you. For everyone coming in to Half-Breed stream, first of all, I hope that you're having a great day today. We are watching the Brazilian offline regionals that happened in São Paulo over the weekend. There was no English commentary, so I will be doing some English commentary. If you want to watch the official live stream that happened for this championship, right? You don't want to hear me yap. I do not own the rights to this video over here. All you have to do is just click the pinned message on both Twitch or YouTube, right? Whichever platform you prefer to watch, and that'll take you to their page where you should watch their content because they're awesome. So chat, with that European ruling, what you all need to know is that the West and the East have different rules. So in Japan, in the East, that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That judge should not have intervened, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that we were not in the East. We were in the West, which in the rules says that the judge has to intervene. It was good judging. If you don't believe that, you're wrong. That's what I got to say. Now, do I think that the rules should be changed? Absolutely. I don't think it should have mattered, but that's not the rules. Acklane and Sash, thank you so much for following. And also Marty, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you. How you doing, Marty? It's good to see you. Yo, nice job, Zika. Can you pull up the clip for a reference? Yes. I could probably find it. Did Luigi talk about it on YouTube? Did Luigi talk about the clip? Bellow Betty finals, championship finals. No, Binless, BY Luffy. Oh, he did not talk about it. Oh, it was Paris. Paris, OP-TCG finals, UP Luffy. I'd probably find it at that. That's the Vegas regional. All right, I'll pull up Joshua Booster's video. He talked a little bit about the drama. I haven't watched it because, like, there's nothing to really know in that sense, but, okay. Let's see. I need to see. Okay. Here it is, chat. Here it is. So if you do not know, in this situation, right, this blue-purple Luffy, at the start of his turn, he restood all of his stuff. And then went ahead and used leader effect. But according to the card, which let me pull up the card for the exact wording, because the judge immediately intervenes. This effect can be activated at the start of your turn. The start of the turn is technically before the restand phase and before the dawn phase. So, technically, according to the rules in the West, he is not allowed to use leader effect because he has moved on from the start of turn phase and immediately gone on to the restand and the dawn phase, losing out on his leader effect. And this caused a lot of controversy, right, in online, because a lot of people, including myself, as like especially at locals, if I'm playing someone at locals, and I'm sure I've even done this like in at the Las Vegas regional when I played against Blue Purple Luffy, like I don't care what order you do it, right? What a lot of people's argument is, they don't care what order you do it because it doesn't change the game state, right? Like you restanding stuff and then using leader effect does not change the game state from compared to you using your leader effect and then restanding everything. So a lot of people are like, why does that matter, right? Like this should not be sharked. The fact of the matter is, that's not the rules though. The official rules say that you forfeit your leader effect, right? If you skip and immediately go straight into the restand phase, which a lot of people have a problem with. And I agree. I don't think it really should matter. But another thing that Wongpu is saying in chat is that this player got multiple warnings through the day. Multiple warnings. And I think this also happened in the finals, right? I think this is just round 4. I think it happened either in the finals or in top 4, sometime in top cut. But like, it happened to that player like multiple times of those warnings. And so as a judge, right, you may let him take it if he restands everything and then uses leader effect like the first time, because I will say it is a niche rule. It is not something that is highly talked about, right? It's not clear cut like blue yellow Nami's leader effect where you just pitch a card and you're a 7k leader, right? It's not clear cut and dry like that because the beginning turn phase is not overly talked about like every other part of the game. So a judge, if you do it one time, might be like, hey, here's a warning. You're not going to get penalized or anything from this, but please, please do it correctly, right? With this leader effect. Like you are playing this leader, you're going to use your leader effect a lot. Please do it correctly, right? And especially if they let you have it a second time in the tournament, like they give you another warning in the second time in the tournament, like 3 strikes, you're out, man. Like 3 strikes, you're out. If you have 3 like infractions of this and you got off scot-free twice, 3 strikes, you're out, in my opinion. But yeah, that's the synopsis of it. Especially because I think it was in the finals that it happened too. It was hugely influential in the game. Like it pretty much sealed the deal in the game. And in the East, this rule doesn't exist. So a lot of people say, why doesn't the West have this same rule? It's because they have different rule sets. It is up to Bandai here in the West to adopt that rule. Do not fault the judge. If anything, fault the player and Bandai, because the player's not following the rules through multiple warnings and infractions. But also blame Bandai because they're not mirroring rule sets, right? Like Japanese players can take notes during games. The West cannot. You cannot take any sort of notes in any form during game. But in the East, you can take notes based on, I think it's accessories and materials that you already utilize in the game. So like you can use a die to, in Japan, you can use a die to count how many searches you've done. And we saw that in one of the Japan championships with a Vegapunk player. But in the West, you can't do that. Of course, Chris. Yeah. All right, let me get back to chat now. I kind of like, I kind of ignored you guys for a little bit. So then I could talk and explain everything concisely because I get easily distracted. So now I will talk to you guys again. Well, Sussy, it's like, it's one of those things. It's like the overtime rules, right? Like how many times have you been at locals and the judges or tournament organizers are not enforcing the overtime rules? So you have a best of one, like 50-minute round. It's that same thing of like, it's just not enforced, right? Like that ruling is just not enforced. So not a lot of people know about it. And so that's why you have a lot of these players like come in and that happens to them. And they're like, wait, what? Like, even though they're like a top level player at a championship table, it's just not something that's ever come up. You know, it's just one of those things. Yeah, I think only dice Foggy Owl are allowed in the West, but you can only use dice to like track cost and power or something like that. Like you can't use it as notes for different things, like how many times you searched or how many 3 cost Tashigis that you bottom decked, right? Like you can't use it for that. I'm not going to worry about the slow playing AM. That's a whole other conversation. That's a whole other conversation. I think like this is a hot take, chat. I think like over half of the player base of One Piece slow plays, not because it's malicious intent, but because they just don't know that they're slow playing. I think that the general One Piece player takes a lot of time in their turn, and it's way too long. Yeah, I mean, rules are rules. Like in Pokemon, for the slow play. Okay, now we're getting into it, chat. Now, for the slow playing portion, in Pokemon, you have 15 seconds to make an action. For like, I think it's like 99% of the game. There's a special first deck search that they allow an extra amount of time. But in Pokemon, you have 15 seconds to make an action. And if you don't, you can get penalized for slow playing. In One Piece, there is no such rule. I don't think there's like a clear-cut timeline of like, you have 30 seconds to make an action or it's considered slow playing. So it is up to the opposing player and the judge, if you're fortunate enough to have a judge there, to determine what is slow playing, right? So I think slow playing can easily be addressed in One Piece by just literally saying by just making a rule that says like you have 30 seconds to make an action. Because I have watched so many games of One Piece, chat. I have commentated so many games on this YouTube channel, on Twitch now. I have watched so many games where players eat up like 2.5 minutes without making an action. That's crazy. That's insane. So yeah, if you get called out for slow playing in One Piece, you should be penalized, in my opinion. If you get called out in One Piece, you should be penalized. It's in the official rules. You think it's 60 to 180 seconds. That's a huge disparity, Half-Breed. I believe you. That's a huge disparity. 1 to 3 minutes to make an action? Brother, you got 2 cards in hand. And you're trying to defend a 7K swing. And you have 2 gravity blades. You're either blocking or taking the life. Like, you should not take 3 minutes to decide. You know, that was over-exaggerated. That was hyperbolized just to be able to create entertainment for you all. But I hope you understand my point of, like, the official rules don't have a specific time. Yeah, like, if the easiest way, there are two, and people talk about chess clocks. If you think that chess clock should be implemented in One Piece, I automatically think that you don't know what you're talking about. Hot take. Hot take. I'm coming in with the hot takes today. If you think there should be chess clocks in the card game, you just don't know what you're talking about. You just don't understand logistics. You don't understand event organization. Like, you just think it's a good idea because somebody else said it was a good idea. The easiest thing that Bandai could do to help counter slow playing is, one, set a time limit if there is none, right, in the rule book, and two, teach the player base to identify slow playing. That's it. Teach the player base, teach the judges. That's what you should do before you ever think about implementing chess clocks. Because chess clocks are a logistical nightmare. I know. Yeah, Rex says, I took off the hoodie. It's warm. It is warm. I don't know why, but I don't know if the AC is like working in this building. Cause I sit right next to the AC, and I have it set to like go down to 70, but it's not going down to 70. Auto? Try to turn it on to auto. And the more that I scream and yell, it's getting warmer in here. Yeah, Victor. And then you have to know how to handle when somebody forgets to hit their chess clock. What was I reading? Oh yeah, if it was possible, it would be nice, but if you were going to implement chess clocks in the One Piece trading card game, you needed to do it at the super pre-releases. It is incredibly difficult and an absolute nightmare to try to do it 3 years into the game's existence. Okay. Yeah, like the fact of the matter is that it's a rule. You should follow the rule. In terms of the skipping phases part, the slow playing, I think half of the players, I think over half of the players, hold on, I think it's more like 85% of the players in One Piece don't recognize that they're getting slow played until the match is over and they've lost because of slow playing. I would say like 75 to 85% of the players just don't know when slow playing happens until after the fact. And then they get mad about slow playing. And it's like, it's on you to call a judge as well. Like, you allowed the slow playing to happen. Oh, I know, Kags. I worked in professional baseball for 10 years. Or, well, not, I worked professionally in baseball for 10 years. Yeah, I know the pitch clock. I know the pitch clock very well. Chess clock. I don't think, Sprinter, that it would be good to implement chess clock in Top Cut matches, because if chess clocks would very much influence, like change up the game. They would very heavily change up the game, I think. Because there's a new win condition that is unlocked. So I don't think it would be good to, I don't think it would be, if you were going to do it, you would need to do it like the whole thing. You would need to do it, like at the very lowest level of competitiveness and at the very top. Because they're two different games. Yeah, Dominic, you need to call him out. You need to call him out. You need to say, hey, you're taking way too long. Nice, the air just kicked on. Hopefully the AC really kicks in. Yeah, like if you address slow playing, there will be no slow playing. By the rules of the game, this leader ignores the time clock. Is that what Emu is? Did you just leak Emu? Oh, we'll watch now, Kage. Yeah. All right, chat. Rant over. Shanks versus Buggy. A lot of you think Buggy is going to win because you think it's control Shanks. So we'll see how this goes. Round 2. Sorry for the tangent, chat. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. We will still watch every single round of this championship. So sorry to the VOD watchers as well that have been skipping the last 30 minutes hearing me rant. I think Shanks could be really cool if Blue Purple Luffy gets banned for like Dallas. I think Shanks could be a really interesting pick for Dallas. Because one of the biggest reasons that Shanks has really fallen off is because of Blue Purple Luffy. Green Purple Luffy also hurt it a little bit, but Blue Purple Luffy is just a better you in a lot of senses. So like Shanks really struggles into that matchup. I'm trying, Marie. I need Shanks to be gone because Shanks beats Green Blue Rosinante really bad. Like it is a not good matchup. I don't know if I fully agree with that, Ian. I don't know. I don't know if it would become more interesting, but I still think it would be I like this meta. I'm fine with this meta, chat, in OP11. I just want to play OP12 because that's when my next big tournament is. All right, chat. We'll see who goes first. Players touch knuckles. Shanks going first off. Oh, no, Buggy's going first. So no Mr. 1 to start. Shanks now going in 2 done. We'll see if he's got an Uta to play. No Uta, no Red Force, no nothing like that. Now the Buggy hitting the 3 Dawn turn is just going to go ahead, swing 8. Shanks is going to take the life. Nothing else to play on there. For 4, we may see a Lucky Roo. Lucky Roo could be really nice in case of a 4 cost that comes out onto the field, but looks like swinging 6. Probably going to play like a 3 cost Sanji, I think, on this turn. Buggy taking the 1, rest the 3. It is going to be a 3 cost Sanji down onto the field. The Sanji is going to be nice because it's going to be able to get some poke damage, maybe refill the hand after it gets KO'd. Oh, I'm playing Green Blue Rosinante. That's what I meant, Pineapple. Purple Yellow Rosinante probably works better into Shanks. So Buggy on the 5 Dawn turn, thinking about using leader effect. So is going to go ahead, rest 5, I assume, for the leader effect. And so is going to go ahead, pitch the Shoe promo Buggy for the leader, plays that Croc Mihawk. The Croc Mihawk going to be a nice card right within this matchup. Is going to go ahead, draw 2 cards for that Crocodile and Mihawk effect. Is going to pitch a Sables for the draw 2, trash 1. Sables might be decent in this matchup. And off of the play is going to put a Kabaji down. That Kabaji is going to be a blocker. Eventually, I don't think he is yet. But swinging 5, Shanks using leader effect to make Buggy a 4 and now a 6. Because I think Moji only gets blocker when you have X amount of 5 costs on the board, right, chat? So starts out swinging 7. The 7,000 power swing. Maybe going to take the life, I think. I think maybe thinking about how big the Sanji will swing. Sanji already a 6K. Is just going to take this first life. If it's something that bottom decks, is going to be a Sables. Put the Sanji back into hand. Very nice trigger. Right, I know a lot of Buggies playing Sables. A very nice card, removing a 7 cost or higher on the field. It's going to be a majority of Shanks' field. And plays down a Lucky Roo. It needs 2 base 5 cost plus on board. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that, my lord. Lucky Roo's going to be tough here because, like, you're not going to be able to get rid of the Moji, right? Because of the Croc Mihawk effect. Or is the Croc Mihawk effect only on your turn? I think it's just a once per turn. It doesn't matter what turn it is. So starts out swinging 5, I think using leader effect. The Doflamingo coming in and removing the Lucky Roo is just going to be free swings at life now. Is going in with the 7K swing. Is going to be a Hongo and Sanji counter and pass off the turn. Yeah, it's just a once per turn. Yo, what up, Hunter? Streaming the commentating and watching the Sao Paulo regional. No, Kulua. This is a OP11 event. This is not a PRBO2 event. So Divine Departure attempting to get rid of the Doflamingo. So he's going to use the Croc Mihawk effect. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Crocodile and Mihawk says that, oh, the Doflamingo's not cross-skilled. That's right. Never mind. Chat. Can't save off the Croc Mihawk, so Doflamingo always the correct, yeah, it only protects cross-skilled. Appreciate that, chat. So good play by that Shanks. I was like, wait, can he just save it? But yes, the Doflamingo, not part of the cross-skilled. It's so hard to do this, chat, when you don't know One Piece, when you're not caught up. It's so tough to do this. I don't remember who's on what team. And so using Buggy, using leader effect to be able to play something out on the field. We'll see what he plays. Pitches another promo Buggy and just gets another Croc Mihawk down. The Croc Mihawk is really nice, right? Even if you play multiple of them, because you're able to get that draw 2, trash 1, and play out another character onto the field. Reading the card explains the card. That's why I pulled it up, chat. And plays an Alvida. The Alvida is going to be nice, right? Draw 3, trash 2. Dofi will join the cross guild in the future. That'd be crazy. Because, like, Mihawk's on the team. Croc's on the team. That's a pretty good team if Doflamingo joins. And trashes the blocker Mihawk. So trashes the blocker Mihawk. Interesting that they trash the blocker Mihawk. And so with one is going to go ahead and use the cross guild search. Is going to be looking at the top 5, I believe, for a cross guild. Or is it top 4? Looks like cross. Yeah, I think it's top 4 because it's cross guild or Baroque Works type character, right? Three frauds and a buggy. So is going to grab. Oh, it can grab itself. So is going to grab another cross guild search. Maybe just going to utilize the rest of the. Maybe just use this. Yeah, right now. Just to be able to keep digging. Didn't like any of his options that he had in there. So just decided to grab another cross guild search. Oh, the event is just cross guild. Mr. 3 is cross guild Baroque. Thank you, chat. I haven't casted a lot of Buggy games because Buggy has not been at the top tables. And so swing 7,000 power at lead. Buggy looking really good in this match, right? 2 7K swings coming in. Is just going to leader effect 2K, that Otama. You definitely swing the Croc Mihawk here. Swing 7 at lead is going to take this, go down to 3. Still relatively healthy, but nothing on the board right now. And so we'll see, especially with potentially like a Rayleigh or a 10-drop Shanks, if he just tries to blast these characters on the field. But if you play a 10-drop Shanks, he can just go ahead and block. But ends up using an Uta. Uta going to be looking for a red-haired pirates type character. What red-haired pirates are you looking for? Like a Hongo? Or a Lime Juice? You could go like Lime Juice and slam into this Croc Mihawk. That would feel really bad, though. Ooh, is going to drop the new starter deck Shanks that he's got. That Shanks is going to be able to be cheated out onto the field, but I don't think he can yet, right? Is it a 7,000 power or a... It must be a 7,000 power character on the field. So off of this 7K swing is just going to go ahead and block. Block and 2K. Because he gets plus 5,000 power because of the different 5-cost base on field. So ends up going with a Sanji Lucky Roo play. Passes off the turn. Yeah, it has to be an 8K power or higher. So he can't play it out. Oh my gosh, that's abysmal. You can't play that card in this matchup because Buggy doesn't play things that are like 8 and higher, right? For the most part. I guess they could play like the 10-drop Buggy, and then that would work. You could play the 10-drop Buggy right here, bottom deck the Lucky Roo, and just swing at face. Still have 5 Dawn left. Yeah, it has to be on the opponent's side. Yeah, I think the Shanks is in trouble. Shanks has to be in trouble. So ends up swinging 6,000 power at lead, right? Not trying to get a free leader effect. Forcing at least a card for every single swing. Yeah, but... Oh, I guess, yeah, but like he's never going to play it in this matchup. It doesn't matter anyways in this matchup, right? The shoe Buggy. What do you need help explaining? Let's collect. I can try to help you out. Why did he block and counter? It saves more cards in hand. Because the Moji is it's technically a 6,000 power, I think. And so it's less counter to block and counter than to just counter straight from the leader. So is going to use leader effect to pitch the 7-cost Croc to play that 10-drop Buggy. Bottom deck the Lucky Roo. I feel like you should have done that before the Alvita swing, but he definitely baited on the Alvita swing. Lucky he didn't block because that would have gotten value. Now he just lost value of the Lucky Roo in general. Did he attack life or Croc Mihawk? He would have... He attacked life, right? Because there's no reason to block. There's no reason to block, right? The 10 cost Buggy is on the field, so that Shanks that we did see is going to be in hand, right? And is probably going to come down on the field. I need to real quick pull up that Shanks because I need to read the text on it when it comes down onto the field. I know it like makes your leader a 7K. Oops, the match is gone. There we go. All right, with those swings, goes down to 1 life. Apologies for that, chat. Is going to go down to 1 life. So we'll see if that 9 cost Shanks comes down onto the field. But first is going to swing 6,000 power at the Alvida. Is going to force a card out of hand or the block, letting the Alvida go. As long as you keep every other body on the field, the Alvida leaving doesn't matter, especially if you have another Buggy on the field, because the Buggy will just be able to bottom deck the Shanks. So that Shanks is going to come down, is going to gain 2,000 power to the leader, making it a 7,000 power leader. Yo, what up, Drew? How are you? Yeah, it's cooked, Raija. I think that this Shanks is in a lot of trouble, right? Like a 10 cost Buggy or a Red Rock just like pretty much ends this game right now, I think. Buggy's still at 3 life. Oh, thank you, Invoked. The Shanks' saving grace right now is that he's going to be a 7K leader, and so these Croc Mihawks need Dawn to be able to swing and not counter 2K. Yeah, can we talk about this die? Very clear of the game state going on right now. Very clear of the game state. So swung 7K at the Croc Mihawk, countered the Moji out of it. And so now playing another Sanji and just passing off the turn, probably. You give it to him because of the dice. Yeah, not being able to block was huge. Like, he got no value off of Lucky Roo in this game, which was a big deal because it forced him to eat cards. He should have definitely blocked the Alvida, even if he didn't KO any. I think he, like, hard focused on trying to KO something. Yeah, he wants to make sure the Buggy player knows he's a 7K leader. XXL dice is means that he's a 9K leader, right? Because it's double the size. Yeah, this feels like a pretty bad matchup for Shanks. Just all the removal and then being able to, like, swarm. Yeah, I think you definitely leader effect and drop the 10 drop, right? So pitch in the Moji in hand, is going to get another 10 drop, bottom deck that Shanks. And now with the rest of your 5 done, you should go ahead and swing. I think you maybe don't swing with Buggy and you just swing with the Croc Mihawks and your 1 Buggy. You need 2 of your 3 swings to connect. Oh, yeah, definitely swing at... no, I would swing at that Sanji last. Swing at that Sanji last. Now he has an extra card in hand to maybe get out of this. I don't think it matters, but... You definitely swing the Buggy at the Sanji last. If you don't hit lethal. Yeah, Shanks has also kind of had an awkward game, I feel like. I mean, was fine to start, but after he played the Lucky Roo the first time, I feel like the game was just really, like, he didn't really have what he was looking for. So ends up swinging 9,000 power at lead, Shanks being a 7,000 power. And so uses Divine Departure to get out of that swing. That does make him an 8,000 or 10,000 power. No Dawn left up, so now a 10,000 power swing coming in at lead is going to have to counter Bad Manners Kick Course, puts him to 10, but he needs another 1K, right? Because that's 10. Yeah, he needs another 1K because he's a 7K leader. Oh, he uses leader effect and then Bad Manners Kick Course. And so now can't hit lethal, but honestly, like just swing the buggy. Buggy will be king of the pirates. Yeah, it would be cool to see the player's hands, but I won't complain too much. So ends up taking that life. Shanks surviving the turn by the skin of their teeth. Is that how that phrase goes? Skin of their teeth. Only a Sanji and a leader to swing with on this turn. Looks like it might be chalked. Because you have to hit lethal on this turn, and there's no way you can't. You technically have enough bodies to hit lethal, but not enough Dawn. So is going to swing 7,000 power at the Croc Mihawk. I think there's only like 1 or 2 cards in hand for the Buggy. Oh, maybe this 1 card in hand is not any counter. And so is going to play another Shanks. Get the big die back. Get the big die back. Big die, big die, big die. So now is a 7,000 power leader until the opponent's turn. Has 3 Dawn left. Now swinging 7 at the Croc Mihawk. I definitely think you block, right? Yeah, you just block. And then the 3 Dawn is going to use 2 of them for a 2-drop Uta. Cheating out the Uta as well, chat. Because you have a 10,000 power or more character on the field. Is going to have at least a blocker right now. So we'll see what this card is on the draw. Of course, One Piece card game. And chat, with this tournament as well, I should let you know about this again, because we did have a 30-minute distraction earlier as he goes and swings for game right now. If you want to watch the official live stream for the Brazilian Championships, you can go ahead, click the pin message either on Twitch or YouTube. I've got the link there. You can watch them. I'm just providing like an English commentary for you all. The casters for these championships were fantastic, super charismatic, super energetic, super fun to listen to, and I don't even know Portuguese. So yeah, 12K, 12, yeah, is crazy. Not sold on the Uta blocker. I feel like the Uta blocker is... The Uta blocker is interesting. I don't know if I believe in it. I think the Shanks is more valuable, but like you could maybe do it instead of like Yasop. I don't know. It's hard to say. Of course, One Piece card game. I assume this is One Piece card game Brazil. Audience bump because Brazil mentioned São Paulo. Frocio, I don't know where lists are posted, to be honest. Outside of like Twitter, I don't know where the lists are posted. Yo, Circuit! Hey, some people were hyping you up earlier. Yeah, of course. Oh no! Well, that's okay. It's in the middle of the round. Is the Uta blocker a 2K? The Uta blocker is a 2K. So I definitely think it's like viable to have in the deck. But it's not red-haired pirates. It's only film. So you have to like hope that you find it. So I don't know. These players don't have sleeves on any of their cards. Like, what kind of monster are you? It's really funny to watch, like, default. But you got to think about it, chat. Like, okay, I know there's a lot of players in the One Piece trading card game, but a majority of people who own One Piece cards do not play. I'm talking like 80 to 85%. And that's just natural with every card game. It could be more like 90%, I think. That people who just own the cards don't play the game. And so there are way more people than you think, like this guy right here that has an unsleeved OP11 red-green Luffy alternate leader that just like, they don't need to have sleeves on their cards. They don't care. You'd be surprised how many people. You're running the EBO2 Red Searcher event. I think that the more stuff like the Uta from the starter deck that you put in your deck, the more you should run the EBO2 Searcher event. Oh, you live in Brazil, Paul? Yo, what up, Sean? This is a watch along from last weekend. So this event happened over the weekend. I'm just forcing chat to watch these like advertisements because none of the cards are sleeved. Gotta walk up with 10 unsleeved gold Zorojon. Chat, how many of you on eBay bought out Japanese gold Dawn from PRB when they announced the international rule in the West? Of course, Kisuta. Of course. Chad, fun fact. Some of my best friends in college were from Brazil. Yet they never really taught me any Portuguese. I know some words in Portuguese, but I'm not allowed to say them on stream. Some of my teammates in college when I was a college athlete were from Brazil. I would hear them speak Portuguese all the time. But I don't know any words except for a couple words that I would not say out loud, especially on camera. So, Pablo, there's a new international rule out here in the West that we are allowed to use any official Dawn. Doesn't matter the language, you know. Any language Dawn we are allowed to use now in the West. Do you double or triple sleeve cards? Okay. It's a little bit of both. So chat, I single sleeve regular sleeves, right? Like regular color sleeves. I single sleeve, but I will double sleeve when it involves like special sleeves. So like these Sabrina Carpenter sleeves that I use for my Dawn, these are double sleeved because I don't want these sleeves to be ruined. I will double sleeve like art sleeves or special sleeves or anything like that, but for regular sleeves, I will single sleeve. That's what I do personally. I'm going to reach into my lunchbox and grab a drink because it is still warm in here. Even the swearing looks like you're singing. You're fine to try. No, I wouldn't. I would not. I will not repeat what I know. I will not say what I know. Okay, we'll get round 3 started in a sec, chat. I just like talking to you guys. The most important thing in learning a language is to learn the good stuff. You got a full set of the Japanese Straw Hat Dawn? Yeah, no, it was super cheap. Like, I remember I bought my Straw Hat Dawn for like so I have the Straw Hat Japanese Dawn, chat, that I've had for like 2 years now. And I bought them for like $40 as a set on eBay. And I'm so happy that I did, and I kept them. My friend here in Las Vegas, he recently went to Japan and he got a playset of the Egghead Dawn. I don't even know who Madison is, but don't you dare disrespect my Sabrina ever again. No, yeah, the price like super increased for Japanese Dawn. Hey, Zella. If you have any recommendations for decks to look into as next steps for trying out budget tier stuff like Buggy and Blackbeard. So I would very much recommend, I'm going to link you a website. So this website that I just put in chat right now is run by, I think he's the biggest One Piece TCG creator, Eggman. You've probably heard of him before. He runs a website that holds tournament results and stuff. So that's a really good resource if you're looking for like a Buggy deck or a Blackbeard deck to get good deck lists from like regionals and stuff like that and be able to build the deck and to know exactly what you need to look for. Jinbe! Chat, there's a Jinbe game. All right, chat. Who wins? Leave your predictions now. I don't know who that is, Messerem. But honestly, chat, I will admit I don't know pop culture very well. I just know Sabrina. You're playing Purple Kata this format. Purple Kata is in this tournament, Fahad. It's in a later round. So we will get to watch some stuff. Yeah, Jinbe 2-0 in round 3. I really like Trafalgar Law. I love Green Yellow Law. I think it's a super fun deck. I played it in the Las Vegas Regional. So good. So fun. But I don't know how the matchup goes against Jinbe. I think if you have the purple Katakuri stuff right now, you're going to be okay, Fahad. Because I think purple Katakuri will be on the benefit side when if blue-purple Luffy gets banned. And in PRBO2, purple Katakuri gets a really, really good card. Are you a fan of K-pop? Yes and no. Yes, because I enjoy listening to it, but no, because I don't know like any songs. I just don't like go out of my way to listen to it. Sabrina's all you need to know. Exactly. Oh, your friend was the Jinbe lock read. That's so sick. That's so cool. Congrats on their top 64. You have the deck full max rarity. I don't have it full max rarity, but I have a couple alternates. Yeah, all the games that were live were XOs. Except maybe like Top Cut, but that's different. That's just the Top Cut bracket. All right, chat. Let's get this going. If you do not know Jinbe's leader effect, at the end of turn, if you have 6 or less cards in your hand, you can set up to one of your Fishman or Merfolk type characters and up to 1 Dawn as active. So in this matchup, Jinbe is going to be doing a lot of restanding. It's going to restand a lot of characters that swung and Dawn potentially for counter events specifically. And so Law does not have a 1-drop Luffy searcher, and Jinbe using the Shirahoshi. So the Shirahoshi Similar to something like Jewelry Bonnie, play one and rest one, but whiffs the search. Does not find anything of that. You hate to see that as the Jinbe. So now Trafalgar Law just going ahead, swinging 5. The Shirahoshi being restood is actually really, really nice because now you can use it in the next turn. Uses Carrot as the counter. Carrot freezing, plays out the Kid and Killer. Kid Killer is going to be really nice, right? Because you can find something like a 1-drop Luffy or a Searcher of sorts that you can play on this turn. And so it grabs a 2K Scratchman a Poo. Nice to have, but passes off the turn. Definitely a slow start for the Green-Yellow Law. I have not tested out the Sanji pudding in it. I'm not convinced that it's better, but I will give it the honest try. I haven't tested. My whole focus has been Green Blue Rosinante for the Dallas LCQ right now. So Jinbe starts out with the 5K at lead. A 4-life leader can't take too many swings too early. So counters out the 2K Scratchman a Poo. Does not want to go down in life right now. And is thinking about maybe resting 4. Maybe not using the Shirahoshi search effect. Thinking about playing. Is he thinking about playing the 4-cost Jinbe? I do think that this is kind of an awkward turn for you, so ends up using that Jinbe and just passes off the turn. Just trying to get a body on field right now, I think. So restands that 1 Dawn. No characters got rested, so can't restand a Dawn. Is going to go ahead and play Cavendish, so now the Trafalgar Law moving. Is going to go ahead with the 1, play down the Capone. Beige going to be able to put a Supernova in the life to be able to use off of leader effect. And so now using that leader effect, picks up the 2K and plays the top life Trafalgar Law. And so now on the Trafalgar Law is able to shambles or pick up another character to play down another character, is just going to pick up and put back down that Kid Killer for another search. The more times that Green-Yellow Law can search in a game, a lot of times the more likely they are to win the actual game. And so now a 6K swing is going to go through, putting the Jinbe at 3 life. Now going into their 6 Dawn turn. We saw that Fisher Tiger in hand for the Jinbe. We'll see if he ends up playing it down. So is going to play a Jinbe instead. This Jinbe SR, because he's a Fishman leader, is going to be able to rest a 4-cost. I think it's a 4-cost or less, right? So would only be able to, or no, rest a 5-cost or less. So is going to rest that Cavendish, and now does have an activate main to be able to attack characters on the turn that it's played. So is going to give that to himself and swing at that Cavendish. Is going to counter out 2K, 1K on the 8,000 power swing. The 5K swing from the Jinbe is going to be a free block from the Trafalgar Law, and the 5K swing on that Jinbe. There's so many Jinbes on the field. The 4-cost Jinbe is going to be a life taken and passing off the turn. So very nice being able to counter out of that. I did make a video about Rosinante. I did. It's the Fishman version, though. I'm currently testing the regular version of Rosinante. No video yet, but there will be, I promise. And so starts out with a 1-drop search is going to be that Trafalgar Law. Very nice blocker, right? Especially with a 5K leader on the field. Is just going to go ahead and use Cavendish on the 6K swing at the Jinbe to restand a Dawn. So is going to get that knockout right there. It's going to be nice. And now playing the 7-cost Trafalgar Law is going to be able to put the 5-cost Trafalgar Law into the life and give a rested Dawn to the leader. Now could use leader effect, right, to pick up the Luffy, get that Law out of life, put it on field as a nice blocker, and now pick up and play back down the Kid Killer. So is going to do exactly that. Find another 7-cost Law for the next turn and end off the turn with the 6K swing at lead. Jinbe taking life. Looks pretty good for Law right now, I think, chat. Law kind of sitting in a very nice spot. Yeah, the Jinbe SR is a really cool card. I like that card a lot. I play it in my green-blue Fishman Rosinante deck, but I never think about the resting part because Rosinante is not a Fishman or Merfolk type leader. So I only think about the activate main. And so Jinbe now at 8 Dawn has to really think about what he wants to do on this turn, right? This is a good board for the Trafalgar Law. 2 6K blockers, also a big 9K body on the field, is going to start out with that Jinbe to be able to rest one of those blockers. That's going to be a pretty good start for you if you want to get rid of this Cavendish specifically, and now use the Shirahoshi to go ahead and search. Does find Elephant Gatlings and a Fisher Tiger right there. So is going to grab Elephant Gatling. Going to be nice as a counter event, right? Or potentially resting some stuff on your main phase. And now an 8K swing, I think going at Cavendish. Potentially. I think it's going at Cavendish. It could be going at Life. It was hard to tell. But it is an 8,000 power swing. This is the one that was played on the previous turn, so uses 2K, 1K to get out of the swing. Definitely swinging at the Cavendish then, because that's 9,000. Swings the other Jinbe after using the activate main to elect that Jinbe to be able to attack characters on the turn that it's played, and goes ahead and blocks with the Trafalgar Law. Could attach this 1 Dawn and swing 6 at the Cavendish to force another card to come out of hand, right? Because there's no blockers. Because you would be able to restand a Dawn, but ends up swinging 5 at lead instead. Does not, forfeits the Cavendish in a sense, and gets a 2K Capone Beige. Mostly probably because they wanted to have that one Shirahoshi onto the field, and now restanding the Jinbe and the Dawn. We know that the Elephant Gatling's in hand. Yeah, I think the Elephant Gatling only gives leader counter. I could be wrong about that. I'd have to look it up. Still a very good card. Uses the Luffy to look at that top 5. Is going to grab a 3-cost Bonnie, another blocker on the field, potentially. At worst, a 1K counter in hand. You've got another 7-drop Law in hand, so do you just go 7-drop Law? Do you go 7-drop Law, play over like the Kid Killer or the Luffy, then use leader effect, pick up the other searcher, and then play down from your life the blocker? That's probably what you do in this situation, right? I would imagine. Is going to start off attaching 1-2 leader. We don't know what this life is at the top. Oh, uses leader effect. It's just going to blind flip to a stun Bonnie. Stun Bonnie could actually be really nice right here. Right, so is going to stun that Jinbe. Jinbe not going to be able to restand. Oh! One Piece Brazil. I love this freeze counter that you've got on this character. So nice. And so is going to go ahead and play the 7-drop Law and put down a Supernova in the life. I would assume is the 3-drop Bonnie. It was a little hard to tell, but both players know. Swings the Cavendish to get 2 active Dawn back, potentially attaching it to leader or these different characters on field that can still swing. Goes 2K, 1K to get out of that swing. Or 1K, 1K, I'm sorry. 1K, 1K. So now, swinging at life, it looks like, is going to go ahead, take that, go down to 2. You really like seeing on a 6K swing a 1K, 1K counter. And now, potentially, another 9K swing going at life. I think you can leave this Trafalgar Law blocker up. I don't think it's, like, too big of a deal. Ooh, yeah, Electrical Luna could be really good here. So still has to think about this 9K swing. Is going to go ahead and use an Elephant Gatling and a 2K counter to go out to 10. So holding out the 2K actually was maybe trying to bait them into... Well, they would never like play out another character, right? With 1 or 2. They're pretty set right now. Oh, that's a good point, B-Bear. Yeah, Jinbe, even though frozen and can't swing, can still use that activate main. Yo, what's good, Big Toad? And so blocks that first one, counters out of the 5K swing. Now uses Doflamingo. Doflamingo going to be able to stun Cavendish and the secret rare and Cavendish, the Trafalgar Law leader, and the secret rare Trafalgar Law. So that is going to be nice, right? Going to be able to anemone to deter a couple swings. So Trafalgar Law, I still think you're like relatively okay right now, right? You're still like doing okay. You could honestly pick up the Cavendish with leader effect and then play it down again. You could do that to prevent it from being frozen for multiple turns. Because you know that there's a 5-cost supernova at the top of your life. You can have this freeze token now. I don't know if it would be a great play, but like you could use your leader effect to pick up Cavendish to then play Cavendish and have a little bit more Dawn to work with on like your Bonnie and secret rare Trafalgar Law swings. So attaches 1 to the Bonnie, swing 7,000 power, I think at lead. Is maybe just going to try to like race him or something. Only has like 3 cards in hand. One of them being this event. I can't remember what this event is called, but is going to get him out of the swing with the counter. Yeah, Dofi was a big deal on this turn. 10-drop Dofi was a huge deal on this turn. And being able to restand 1 for that counter event is insane. So starts out with a Luffy search. That Luffy search, more than likely trying to find like a 2K, I think, at this point. Finds a 7-drop Law. Maybe it's just going to go up to 3 life. Do you just go up to 3 life? Like attach 1 for leader effect to pick up the Luffy, elect to not put any characters down, and then use 7-drop Law to go up to 3 life? You could do that. Vagabond Drill. Thank you, chat. Ooh, swings at the Jinbe, now going for board, right? Only 2 cards in hand, and you can't freeze this Jinbe again. So might just be a nice idea to do that. Looks like resting 5, or no, 7. Is going to rest 7 now for a secret rare Trafalgar Law to go ahead and add the life. 2-cost Capone Beige Blocker is going to be a 1K. So going up to 3 life is going to go ahead, pass off the turn. That Jinbe is going to be able to allow a Fishman to swing. This Doflamingo definitely needs to swing at a character, right, to be able to get a knockout. Like, Jinbe needs to swing at one of the 6K characters, and the Doflamingo probably needs to swing at, like, the 9K character. I would think on this turn is thinking about 8 Dawn. What could you do for 8 Dawn? Could you do, like, a Eustace Captain Kidd play? But no, attaches 3 and swings 13 at that Law. So takes that knockout. As I was mentioning, the Doflamingo swinging at the 10-drop. Is going to go ahead now, swing at the Cavendish, take that knockout. Does he have like 1 card in hand? He might only have like 1 or 2 cards in hand. So 8K clearing the board now. Ooh, this Jinbe might be on it right now. Is going to clear out so many bodies. Now the one for the Shirahoshi, just going to be building cards in hand. Ooh, finds the Hammond. The Hammond could be really nice, but grabs the Vagabond Drill instead. That 2 smells like Vanderdecken. And so now does another search for potentially more counter. I think it could be really cool if you grab Hammond right here, play a 2-drop blocker. Well, 2-drop blocker doesn't help you, right, for like Hody Jones. Oh, ends up whiffing it. Oh, can you not grab Hammond? Oh, no, you can't. You can't. But the Vanderdecken coming in, KOing the Law. Vanderdecken, one of my favorite cards in the One Piece trading card game, is going to KO that Trafalgar Law by pitching the Arlong from hand, right? Having to pitch a Merfolk or Fishman card. I think we're going to see a Hody Jones on this turn. 7, Hody Jones, resting the Vanderdecken and the Dawn. Make sure that you rest the Dawn, chat. You know that they have a 1-drop counter event in hand. Is going to go ahead, swing 7 now at lead, takes the first life. We know that 1 card is dead. Swings 9 at life, is going to take the next one. The 9K swing coming in, claiming. Is he going to counter? 2K, 2K, 2K. He's going to get out of the swing. Oh, no, he only has 9. Wait, no, he had 11. Oh, but with no cards in hand, because he got out of the swing with 11K counter, the Law auto-concedes, Jinbe wins. Because Jinbe is just going to swing out with all the characters on the field. And the Law having, like, no cards in hand is not going to be able to stop all of the swings. Holy moly. Jinbe wins. Great game, actually. I know, Pinwheel. I love Vanderdecken. It's so funny. Great game. Yo, what up, Grass Dog? Yeah, if Jinbe could set Straw Hat characters as active too, I think the deck would be insane. Because it's partially Straw Hat crew. Your prize hunter is not getting banned. Just kidding. Also, there's a couple people I haven't said thank you to following the channel. Seabass, Unprofessional, Gone, Decker, and Tiki. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. And thank you so much for the YouTubers as well that have been subscribing to the channel as we're closely reaching 20,000 subscribers here on YouTube. If you're enjoying the content, please make sure to hit the follow button and chat. If you do not know, we are watching the Brazilian offline regionals that happened this past weekend, right? This is a rewatch of the broadcast. If you want to watch the official stream for this, I do have it linked not only in the description on YouTube, but also in the pinned messages here on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to be going into round 4 shortly. GG's. I know it was a great game, Murray. Great game. Yeah, we have a local out here. One of the guys in Las Vegas who is playing a lot of Jinbe. And it's really fun to watch. We showed him on stream a little bit. Yeah, I love seeing rogue decks do good. And that's why I really like what they did with this stream. Because they showed a lot of unique decks, especially in the Swiss rounds. They showed a lot of unique decks. Also, Quincy and Dean, what's good? Yeah, the 2Ks, like, at least, I think both of those life were 2Ks. He needed it to be 2K, 1K to get out of it. But the fact that it was 2K, 2K was like salt to the wound almost. Because he over-countered. If you want that Jinbe list, can you throw it in the Discord? I mean, if I see it all posted in the Discord, I don't have it, though. That Jinbe list was interesting, right? Playing the 10-drop Doflamingo. What are some of the other cards that we saw in there? I saw a couple other cards that I was... 3-cost Tashigi, I think, right? No, that was the Uta deck. That was the Uta deck that had the 3-cost Tashigi. But I feel like I saw 1 or 2 cards in the Jinbe list that I was like, whoa, okay, this is cool. But if I see it, I'll post it. But I think that player ends up getting top 64 in the event, I think someone said earlier. The next round should be starting here in a second. I thought I hit it right before the round started. Oh wait, there's circuit. Is that the meme circuit where it's pause? Thank you. Is that the meme? Is that Whitebeard? What the heck? Dang, these 2 players are 3-0 right now, chat. All right, Red Green Smoker or Whitebeard, put your guesses in the chat. Who wins? Both players undefeated right now. I would say that Red Green Smoker is the more meta option, but Whitebeard, if your name is JCM, you're guaranteed top 64 if you play Whitebeard. Poll? I can put a poll up. Let's see. Prediction. Who wins? Whitebeard, Smoker. Submission period. This is over on Twitch right now. Oops. We'll put it 1 minute. Whoa, who did that? Oh my gosh, chat, my mouse is gone again. What is this? What is this? Foe! Thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime. I appreciate that. What's up, Foe King? How are you today? What the heck? Where's my mouse? Got it. There we go. Predictions started on Twitch and YouTube. I think it's over here. No? I don't know how to start it on YouTube. Oh, my mouse is back now. Thank God. That's my pinned message plus... Oh, start a poll. Who wins? Whitebeard or Smoker? There we go. That wouldn't have taken so long if my freaking mouse didn't disappear. Let me catch up on chat. There's no such thing as meta. What a wonderful world without purple Luffys everywhere. You think Smoker? Hoodie's strong against Newgate? Yeah, Hoodie is really good against Newgate, I will say. But it's going to be all about how many of the 6K swings I think connect for Newgate. I think Whitebeard wins. Whitebeard wins. Whitebeard cope, but Smoker meta. Neither of them win. Smoker can win. Smoker wins. I almost always play Rogue. I don't really play meta. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. What did purple Luffy variants ever do to you? I mean, I don't hate purple Luffy decks as much as the average One Piece player right now. Mostly because I play decks like Trafalgar Law, or that has a winning matchup against blue purple Luffy. Or I play like green-blue Rosinante, which I don't know if that has a winning matchup into blue-purple Luffy, but I think can do some damage for sure. Hey, drive safe, Conan. Or Kona. Drive safe. But I don't hate purple Luffy decks as much as the average person. On YouTube, looks like it's almost split 50-50. It is 43% smoker. And on Twitch, what was the smoker? 92% on Twitch. That's crazy. All right, let's watch it, chat. Smoker starting off first playing the Virgo. I wonder how much of this is similar to the like OP12 list with Miyagi. Probably not too much, I was going to say, with like the Kinemon 2K. But finds a 5-cost smoker. That is the deathbed or the survival tactic of the red-green smoker deck, finding that smoker. So is going to play a 1-cost Tony Chopper, pass off the turn, take the life, and now smoker moves into the 3 Dawn turn. Is not going to be able to swing 5K, right? But could go ahead and play a 3-cost Sanji, play a little bit slower in a sense. Ready to see this Newgate Masterclass? Talk to JCM about a Newgate Masterclass. I do not know how to play Newgate that well. So does rest 3 for a Sanji is just going to pass off the turn, right? You need to have a 7,000 power character to be able to restand Dawn as the smoker, and the Sanji only a 6K. Means that you take this a little bit slower. Oh, you posted the Jinbe list in the Discord. Thank you, Kuroko. Chat, if you want that Jinbe list from the last match, either on Twitch, !Discord, or join the link in the description to join our Discord server. And so it does take that first life on the 7K swing and just mirrors another Sanji. Passes off the turn, now add 5. Is going to be able to play that 5-cost smoker and is going to be very dangerous for the Whitebeard, right? Whitebeard loving all the cards in hand. Banish probably an issue in the matchup. Starts out with a 6K swing. Does end up taking this first. Is thinking about a Bad Manners Kick Course counter. Yeah, puts that in hand. And now 4-5 goes ahead and plays the smoker. So with the smoker effect and the leader effect is going to be able to restand 3 Dawn in total. And is going to be able to either like play down another Sanji or get like an 8K swing on the smoker leader. We'll see what he decides to do. Looks like he's going to attach at least 1 and swing 6K at lead. Is going to try to get a card out of hand. Is going to end up going down to 2 life already. And a 2-cost Rosinante blocker. The Rosinante blocker going to be really nice, right, to protect this Sanji on the field. I don't know if you keep the Sanji alive. I think more so worried about like a mole pistol on the 5-cost smoker, if anything. Although, actually, mole pistol doesn't matter because smoker's not rested. So ends up swinging 6,000 power. Is going to counter out 2K out of that. Another 6K swing, kind of the name of the game for Whitebeard a lot of times, is going to take the second life to go down to 2. And so sitting at, quick math, 6 Dawn? Is this the 6 Dawn turn? Already at 2. Yeah, Rosinante can't protect if it's rested, so you can't worry about that. It is going to rest 5 for a Luffy. The Luffy is going to be able to swing 7,000 power now. We'll see if it's at lead or the Sanji. He might just be like trying to race right now. Ends up blocking with the Rosinante. And so with 1 Dawn, plays that 1-drop chopper. Takes the life. Goes down to 1 life left. Already. That's crazy. Yeah, I think a 2-cost Rosinante would be really nice here because you're definitely swinging with the Tashigi. So you're going to be able to protect it with the 2-cost Rosinante. Ends up with 4 and plays a mole pistol to get rid of the Luffy. Is going to minus and KO that Luffy onto the field. Now the swings. Are both players just going to ignore the Sanjis on the field? They might. But the Virgo coming in, the Virgo going in and swinging at the Sanji. So trying to get the Sanji and Tashigi to swing at life in comparison to at this little gal, at the Sanji on the field. The Punk Hazard body switch Sanji. So we'll see if Whitebeard gives up a card for this. If he gives up a card for this, then he might be able to redirect another one of these swings, right, at the Sanji. But he's letting it go and just drawing a card off of that. No Dawn up for potential 1-cost counter events. We know that there's a Bad Manners kick course in hand, right, for 0. And goes in with a Virgo. So maybe just saying, okay, I need to build up some counter right now. And gets the Tashigi. The Tashigi could be nice, right, to play down on this turn for a potential Mole Pistol on the opposite end. So he's going to use the Smoker and Smoker restand effects to get up to 4 Dawn now. So could like swing 6 with lead, 6 with Sanji, 7 banish with Smoker. Starts off with a 6K swing on the Sanji. Brian, you can check out the... It's not on YouTube that I know of. I know it's on Twitch. That's where we're watching it from. You can check the pinned message on Twitch and YouTube. Or you can click the link in the description below. Now swings 8K banish at life after countering out of a 2K on that 6K swing. So I definitely think that you probably block here. Right? If you just gave up a 2K on that swing, you're probably blocking. Yeah, you don't want to give up too many cards in hand right now. So attaches to, swings 7,000 power at lead. There could be a couple different cards in the hand that could be 1-cost counter events like Paradise Waterfall right now for the Smoker. Of course, Brian, of course. And so the 7K swing, do you have another 2K in hand right now? You got to be wary about Hody Jones next turn, right? Because if you take this last life, like when do you use the blocker? I think Smoker's looking really good in this game. Is just going to go up to 8 Dawn. It's going to be an 8 Dawn, chat. So what does he do? What do you do right here? What's the best case scenario for you? Just countering? 1K counter. Wait, hold on. Why did you counter out 2K with this swing? But then this swing was 1K. You just lost an extra 1K counter for no reason, right? He countered out with the 2K Sanji here. He blocked this swing. He maybe... No, that still doesn't make sense because this was the first swing, right? And he drew a card off the Sanji. So you have no other cards gained in hand between these 3 swings. And so you went 2K Sanji here, you blocked here, and then you went 1K. Why didn't you just go 1K here, block, and then 2K? You would have saved... Am I crazy, Chad? Did I miss something? Is there something I missed? Maybe he thought he could keep them to play next turn. You may be right about that. Because the 2 1Ks were 3-cost Sanji and a 3-cost Shiraya. So he maybe thought he could have played Shiraya next turn. Also, can we talk about how Kyujaku just hit the field? Give Sanji as counter on the first swing. Yeah, give the 3-cost Sanji as counter on the first swing because you're probably not going to play that anymore after this. It was another Luffy? No, wasn't that Shariah that he just countered out with? Yeah, that's a Shariah right there. Yeah, he countered out with Shariah. And this swing right here, he countered out with this Sanji. Let's get back to where it was. Yeah, I think it just might have been a misplay. Yeah, I think he's got to play the 9-drop Whitebeard this turn. No, he's going to be at 8 Dawn. He can't play 9-drop. He's going to be at 8 Dawn. He can't play 9-drop next turn. Yeah, he's going to have to take the life next turn. Unless he plays like that 1-cost event, I think it is. Isn't there a 1-cost event that lets you not take the life at the end of turn? Weird turn. But now the Smoker playing down the Kyujaku is going to go ahead and look for a Navy or Sword type character. Is going to grab Tashigi, right? Does have that Navy typing. Very cool search, in my opinion. Puts the 2K in hand. Yeah, I feel like you should have taken one of those swings because you're going to have to take it at the end of this turn. Unless there's something I don't know. There's also the, he could be thinking about playing the, what is it? It's like a 4-cost Atmos, is it? Isn't there an Atmos from the Whitebeard starter deck that also says like you don't have to take a life on the turn? So there could be that. He could be playing that. Oh, sorry, chat. My voice. Too much yelling. Whoa! Kino! Thank you so much for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. How are you doing, friend? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure right now, like at a stream table when hundreds of maybe thousands of people are watching you, right? There's a lot of pressure. So I could understand, like, if he just had, like, a brain fart and was like, oh, crap, you know? Yeah, it happens. It happens. Oh, the Atmos is when attacking. Oh, thank you, chat. Thank you. Yeah, so not going to matter right here. So, yeah, you're going to take this last life anyways because you're only at 8 Dawn. No, wait. Yeah, he's at 8 Dawn. Yeah. So ends up resting 3. What's he resting 3 for? Another Shariah? Could be a Shariah. Could be... I don't think you play Sanji here. I don't think that matters. Is going to start off 7K lead. Take the life. No blockers on field. Is going to go ahead, rest 3 for a Shariah. Shariah going to be really nice as a blocker. Right? Going to be able to just only be a 1K counter. And leaves up a ton of Dawn. Probably thinking about the Hody Jones, right? So no life left. 2 blockers on the field. 9 Dawn now for the Smoker. Technically, it's 12 Dawn if you count the leader and 5-cost Smoker effects. Broken. Kyujaku is going to use that activate main to trash herself and give a 1K counter or 1K power to that 5-cost Smoker. Now an 8,000 power body without any Dawn investment. Is going to rest 8 for a Eustace Captain Kidd. So Eustace Captain Kidd going in is going to go ahead, use the Eustace Captain Kidd effect to rest itself. We'll see if he plays out a character, a blocker. Plenty of different blockers that could be played. Is going to play Tashigi instead. Right, in case of a removal card. What's the removal card that you're worried about, right? Are you worried about a removal card? Because Mole Pistol is not going to KO the kid unless they use, like, Otama. I guess, like, Otama Mole Pistol could work. So now swings 10,000 power Banish. The Banish part doesn't matter. But it is going to swing 10,000. You could right now just block and 1K. Block Shariah, copy the power of the smoker, and 1K. Come on, buddy. Oh, Divine Departure, actually, yeah, is a really good point. Yeah, he could be worried about Divine Departure. Never mind. Tashigi's a fine play. Honestly, no! Block with the Shariah and 1K, right? I guess maybe it leads to the same situation. So I guess in this scenario, you can keep the Shariah now at this point. Oh, does Shariah only copy leader? Oh, never mind, chat. Never mind. Don't worry about me. I've never played Shariah before. My bad, chat. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Only copy leader's power. Good point. Good point. Correct play. Correct play. I need to take a chill pill right now. I got too worked up about our 45-minute tangent about rulings. Yeah, only copies leader's ability. Yeah, that's a good thing to remember. All right. I do need to read the cards. Now at 10 Dawn, you could play the 9-drop Beard, right? Would be able to make you a 9,000 power leader. Only leave 1 Dawn up, though. And Hody Jones is terrifying. We know that he has Bad Manners Kick Horse still in the hand right now. I think he's going to block her up. Ends up resting 4, I think that was. For a mole pistol. He's only going to be able to minus, chat. Because Shariah hasn't swung yet and it hasn't copied the leader. Oh, no. It's just going to minus the kid, I assume. No, the Shariah, even if he swung with the Shariah, wouldn't be able to proc the mole pistol. He would have to attach a Dawn and swing. Wait. He would have to not copy leader. Oh, that's so... Oh, man, that's tough. I think he was trying to KO a character and then came to the realization that he couldn't KO a character. Is going to swing 7,000 power now at kid. No blockers on field, though, so you feel like you could maybe save this kid unless he elected the power minus somewhere else. When he copies leader, he should be a 5K because on your opponent's, like after your turn ends, the Dawn attached is just Dawn attached. It's not power up because Dawn only powers up on your turn. If you like read the Dawn cards say on there, your turn plus 1,000. And so does get the KO on the kid, right? So Mole Pistol still getting a ton of value. Yeah, the official link is in the pinned message and also the description on YouTube. Hi. And so counters out 2K, 1K. To get out of that swing. I think swinging at the Sanji. Swinging 6K at the Sanji? Yeah, because 2K, 1K would get out of that swing on a 6K because the Sanji on opponent's turn is a 4K. Yowza. 4 Dawn up. I will say, though, if you Hody Jones and you don't win the game, it could be troublesome. Right? Because he still has 2 Dawn. Yeah, he couldn't KO anything. He could only power minus. Because he needed a 6K body on the field, and swinging with Shariah is weird. Of course, yeah, for sure, hi. I'm always down to answer questions. I will always, whenever I like watch tournaments and stuff like that, I will always give you guys the official link. I will always. So swings is really focusing on the Shariah right now. Swings a 5K, gets a 1K counter. Swings 7 now at the Shariah. The Shariah is still a 5K from copying the opponent's leader. So is going to have to give up 2 cards like the Bad Manners Kick Course. If he wants to use that right now, would save it. Yeah, it gets rested by Hody anyways, Zeta. So I guess it makes a lot of sense. Or I meant weird as in like trying to copy the power to fulfill Mole Pistol. That's what I meant by weird. I don't think I explained that very well. Ooh, he has another kid. So now just swings 6K at lead. He could have another kid right now. Another kid right now could be gross. I almost thought, I was like, he could have the 8-cost Dracula Mihawk blocker, but no, we're an OP11. We're an OP11. I've been practicing too much OP12. And so now rests 8 Dawn. It looks like it is going to be another kid right there, as chat mentioned. Is going to be kid and use the effect. Does he play something over the Virgo? What's he play if he does? Oh, Alexa not play anything down, but does have 4 Dawn. Could be, a 6K swing from the Virgo. Virgo throwing hands. So not leaving a Dawn up. So is going to use a Radical Beam counter event to get out of that swing. But that Shiryu isn't on block. Yeah, he didn't block, but it keeps the power, doesn't it? Like when you use it on the attack, it keeps the power through your opponent's turn. Because I think the wording is like until your next turn, right? So when you block, you only keep the power until the end of that turn because it then becomes your turn. Yeah, looking not good for the Whitebeard right now. On another 10 Dawn turn. Only has 1-2 swings to work with. Is going to go ahead and use the ace. The ace is going to be able to minus 2,000 onto the field. Yeah, it's when attacking and on block. But because he didn't block, we're just talking about the attacking part, right? And so I think minus the kid, right? I would say. So a 6,000 power kid. Eustace Captain Kid does not get the plus 1,000 bonus. And so goes 2K, 1K to keep the kid alive. We'll see if he just goes a bare 6K swing at the kid. Right here. It looks like he is going to go bare 6K at the kid. Just needs a 1K to keep that kid alive. And is going to do exactly that, but use a 2K instead. Passes off the turn. 3 Dawn up. This is where I think Hody Jones would be, like, awesome. Right? I mentioned, like, Hody Jones is scary if you don't win, but, like, now it would be a good time. Just going to jam everything kid and just shake the hand. Oh, ace is 3K. So it was 5. So it was a 5. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Because then the 2K still saves him, and then the 7K swing at the 5, 2K, 1K still saves. That's right. What am I thinking of that minus is 2? What's the card that I'm thinking of that minus is 2 characters, chat? I'm trying to do this, by the way, with, like, no notes. Usually, I have, like, another screen. But here in the studio, I only have one monitor right now. The other monitor disappeared. I'll have to ask them about it. But usually, I have another monitor up that's, like, that's different cards to make sure that I get the stuff correct. But I'm trying to do it without looking at cards. Because this is much more casual. Yeah, minus 3K on 2 bodies. Yeah. Oh, the smoker one. The smoker one, chat. Oh, shoot. Choose prediction, outcome, choose outcome, smoker. There we go. Complete prediction. Don't show this again. Nexus, skill, Orson, Kinho, held. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, please make sure to hit the follow/subscribe button. There's a good amount of you here hanging out, and I super appreciate every single one of you that is chilling with us. If you, Bellow Betty versus Zoro. If you want to watch this for yourself, you don't want to hear me yap, you want to watch the official live stream. Big die, chat. They've got the big die up. If you want to watch the official live stream on YouTube, you can check the description, and then both on Twitch and YouTube, you can, it's Rayleigh maybe that I'm thinking of. You're right, Nathan. The -2 on the Rayleigh. You can check the pinned messages on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, maybe I'm just crazy, sussy. Rip to Bellow, easy game for Zoro. You guys think Zoro wins? Guys think Zoro wins this easy? I'm curious because, like, I haven't tested this matchup a lot because I have no desire to play Bellow Betty at all. So I believe you that it's Zoro based. I just haven't done the testing. Oh, new poll. I'll get a new poll up. Let's see. Prediction. Start prediction. Who wins? Zoro or Betty? Chat, the Twitch poll is up. The Twitch poll is up. On YouTube, I'll get a poll up for you guys as well. Also, on YouTube, chat, if you are enjoying the stream, please make sure to hit the like button on the YouTube stream. It helps out a lot, especially in helping other people find the channel. So as the poll is going, before we really get started, go ahead, hit that like button on the stream if you can. If you're enjoying it, you don't have to. If you're not enjoying it, leave a thumbs down. But if you are enjoying it, leave a like on the stream. Helps out a ton. I've seen Bellow wins these because Zoros are scared to swing at life. I will say, Scotty, I kind of agree that, like, one depends on how... It very much depends on how the Zoro plays, because I can see, like, a game plan for the Zoro being, like, not swinging, really. Because of the potential, like, trigger bodies. Because I assume the trigger bodies are really bad for Zoro, right? The more bodies that Bellow Betty gets to play in a quick amount of time means that there's more opportunity for them to deal with your bodies, right? And also potentially swing at life. But... Yo, what up, Gabe? How are you? Thank you so much for coming in. Having some fun. Oh, we are watching round 5, by the way. This is round 5. This is not round 4. That was last round. But, Chad, also, if you got to step away for whatever reason, maybe you got to go to work, or you got to eat some food, or maybe, I don't know, your mom's calling you or something like that, the VOD will be public on both Twitch and YouTube for you to watch if you miss any of the action later down the line. So... Thank you so much again for being here, chat. All right. I think the polls are done. The polls are done. 82% says Zoro. That's crazy. 82% says Zoro. 100% over on Twitch. So a vast majority of you say Zoro. All right. Let's go, chat. Bellow Betty is going first. Did not play a one-drop searcher. Definitely hurts for the Bellow Betty as the Zoro goes in. does a search of their own with the Nami. Is going to be able to find a Straw Hat Crew type card. Grabs a 3-cost Zoro. And we'll see if they have anything else to play. Ends up playing another one for a Karoo. This is just a vanilla 1-cost 3,000 power character. It is animal type, so you can play it off of Tony Chopper. I know old traditional Zoros were playing the 1-cost 3K Sanji, but not here. So Zoro taking the first life on this Bellow Betty swing. 3 done. We'll see if they play a 2-drop Kuma, but passes off the turn. Has nothing to play in the early game. That's actually huge, I think, for the Zoro. The early game, no pressure. So Zoro now at 4 Dawn can start doing some things. Is just going to swing a bare 5 at lead. Do they have a counter event? Is going to use a counter event. So this counter event is going to be able to play an Ivankov on the field and get out of the swing. So maybe that's why not playing any characters. That was crazy. I don't think I've seen that really in Bellow Betty. It's just going to be another 5K at lead with this 3-cost Zoro swing because no 1 Dawn is attached, and uses Magura to swing another 5K. So just a bunch of 5K pokes coming right now at the Bellow Betty. Is going to be a 1K counter on the Inazuma. Passes off the turn. Very threatening board right now. Oh, you play that Karoo in your promo Uta deck? That's cool. 5 Dawn turn now for the Bellow Betty. Could boost up this Ivankov to play down a character onto the field. Sugar on the field playing Rosie. Yeah, I mean, Sugar and Rosie is really, really good. Yeah, I think this is going to be really tough for Bellow Betty. Especially having to use your leader effect to get rid of a card. Is this like a traditional Zoro? This is not a zoo version of Zoro, I think. If it's not a zoo version, why are you playing Karoo instead of the Sanji? Because Sanji's at least searchable. Ends up getting the KO on Magura. So attaches to, puts it on the Ivankov. The Ivankov now is going to be able to use the Ivankov effect, right? So now plays a Koala. The Koala is going to minus 3,000 power on the Zoro, making it a 2K character. Now the Inazuma being able to have rush because the Ivankov is 7,000 power or more. Swings at the Nami, 4,000 power to a 2. Is more than likely going to swing this Ivankov at the Zoro to just get rid of it. So it depends on the Zoro how much you care about saving these characters. So gets rid of both of them onto the field. Only 3 cards in hand for the Bellow Betty. Yo, what up, Axius? What up, Otto? Hey, Josh. Yeah, smart play doing that 3-cost event. That was very cool. And so now 6 Dawn for the Zoro. Ends up resting 5 for a Luffy. Looks like definitely a traditional Zoro build. Not playing the animal version. Ends up swinging 6,000 power at the Ivankov. Ends up getting that KO right there. Either the Karoo or the Zoro going to be swinging at the Inazuma. Ends up swinging at the Inazuma with the leader. 6,000 power swing to a 4,000 power character. With the 1 is going to Magura onto the Karoo. Now 7,000 power at lead. 3 with the Magura. 1 for the Zoro leader effect. Is going to take that life, go down to 2. And just back and forth, players are trading these bodies. Hey, I appreciate the kind words, friend. I do have the official link in the pinned messages on both YouTube and Twitch chat if you want to watch those. Highly recommend it. So looks like it's going to be 7,000 power, or I'm sorry, 7 Dawn in total. And so is going to play 4-cost Ivankov. 4-cost Ivankov. Going to potentially... Are they going to use leader effect or are they going to keep attaching Dawn? It's not going down.
Really? Oh, no. This is the other thing.
And so is going to go ahead, use that leader effect to boost up those 2 bodies. Play another koala to minus the Luffy. 3 Dawn left. Any cards in hand? I don't think they have any cards in hand at this point. No, it is not live. This is a watching the VOD. And so now 6,000 power at the Karoo, or maybe not. Maybe he's thinking about going 7. So 7,000 power now at the Karoo is going to take that knockout. Has 2 Dawn left. Could be 7,000 power at this Luffy after the minus. And now the Ivankov could go ahead and swing at lead. Yeah, no triggers for Betty is rough. No. Can't swing with the Ivankov. I'm sorry. Just played that this turn to get the koala out. I am going to be live for the One Piece Day event, chat. I've already got a YouTube stream ready for the card show at the One Piece Day live stream. We'll do a little watch party for it. Bellow Betty kind of holding its own in this match, but still a little tough, I think, at this point. His build looks trigger heavy, too. Have we seen a lot of triggers? Does have Makino for the Magura. Now is going to swing 6,000 power, I believe, at lead, ignoring the koalas on field. So he's going to put him down to 1 right there. Still has 5 Dawn to work with. Go ahead, play another Luffy. I'm sorry, it was 6 Dawn. My math is so bad. Is going to go ahead, swing now with the Luffy, attach 1 Dawn to lead. Is he trying to go 6-6-8 right now? I'll talk about the ban list after the after this round. I'll talk about what I think the ban list is going to happen. So is going to counter out of that first swing. So is not going to die on a lethal swing to the Zoro. But only 1 card in hand, I believe, is going to go ahead, take that last life, pass off the turn. Oh, you're talking about the Bellow Betty, Scotty. I thought you were talking about the Zoro. That makes more sense. Yes, the Bellow Betty is definitely a trigger-heavy deck. Yeah, this event happened over the weekend, Juan. The Zoro buff makes it 7K? No, because the Makino gives 3 and Magura's a 2,000 power character, right? So that's 6K with the Zoro buff. Yo, what up, Habib? He's just going to start off with leader effect, get all 3 of these characters right here going. You have to play like a koala blocker, right? To be able to not die. So swings at the Makino, clears that. Is probably just going to think about clearing bodies for the most part at this point. Koala now swinging at the Luffy. Gets that one. You have to have blockers now. There's the Sabo. What does the Sabo do? I'm going to cheat. On play, add a revolutionary card from your hand to the top of the life face up. If you have 2 or more life cards, add 1 card from the bottom of the life. So it's basically a heal 1. So puts the koala down in there. So at least now they need rush to be able to win, right? You have 0 cards in hand, but unless they have rush, does not swing with the Ivankov. 5K swing, ends up taking that. They have to have like a rush character, right? 3, 4. He does have some Zeus stuff in there. All right, with the Dawn, does end up getting that rush and wins the game. Zoro getting it. Oh, I'm sorry. The Luffy was 7K swing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, the 7K swing with Luffy. Definitely a tough matchup, but we haven't seen Bellow Betty or Zoro yet in this tournament. Let's see. Ah! Chat, the purple Katakuri match. You love to see it against green purple. Oop. This is going to be round 6. Okay, so the ban list, chat. Okay, so if you do not know, I'm going to promote myself a little bit, chat, if you don't mind. If you do not know, on what day is that? Saturday? Saturday night. If you see right here, I will be streaming the One Piece Day TCG stage portion. I will be streaming that here on YouTube and on Twitch as well. I think they will not announce the ban list. There's potential. So the ban list, all that we know right now is that it's coming out in August. We don't know the official timeline of when they're going to announce it. Historically, they have only announced the ban list after major tournaments. And next weekend, the 15th, 16th, 17th, there's a big Japan tournament that's happening. So personally, I think that this is just going to be the assumed Emu leader that they're revealing at the TCG stage. But it could be, there could be a ban list, but I don't think it's going to happen until next week. Okay. Chat, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. I also watch One Piece. I'm just not very far in it. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to play advertisements on Twitch and YouTube so then you guys don't get advertisements in the middle of the match. I'll also, before I go to the bathroom, set a poll for you guys. I'll put a poll on both Twitch and YouTube for you guys to take a stab at what you think. Let's see. And then start prediction. Who wins? GP Luffy or Katakuri? 1 minute. There we go. And I will be back in a second, chat. Yo, what's up, chat? Gorosei or a Borsalino leader? Yo, what's up, Bitter? Let's go, Purple Cat. Yo, Scoop, what's good? Stronek. A lot of people showed screenshot of the 3 frames, and you can see the outline of Emu. I think it's going to be Emu, because based on, I mean, I'm not caught up to One Piece, but based on the story, it makes sense about Emu, right? Based on like where they are in like the anime and manga, apparently. So I think it's probably Emu. I don't know for sure, though. All right, chat. Purple Katakuri and also green purple Luffy. Looks like 59% of you say green purple Luffy on YouTube, and 100% of you say green purple Luffy on YouTube. We'll see if you're right. Hopefully you didn't cheat. Purple Katakuri is going first. They're going to be using the 1-drop event to be able to search for an Animal Kingdom or Big Mom Pirates. Is going to find plenty of options, as most everything in this deck is either one of those 2 types. Finds the 2-drop Katakuri. That's going to be nice potentially later in the game for 2 Dawn to cheat out in 8-cost Katakuri. And we're going to pass off the turn to green purple Luffy. Green purple Luffy going to 2 Dawn. And so playing down that Nami 1-drop searcher is going to find a Straw Hat Crew type character. We'll see if they also find Mary Go. Could be an option. I just started Ennis Lobby in the anime, so I am no way caught up. I am very far away. I am a slow watcher. Oh, yo, Antonio. Great job in the event. I've listened to a bit in the event of like the, even though I don't know Portuguese, but you guys are really entertaining to listen to. Like I had this on in the background while I was doing stuff. I was super busy this weekend. So like I was just really listening to it. And even though I didn't know what you guys were saying, you were very entertaining to listen to. So I'm glad to highlight you guys. And so Katakuri now playing the 3-drop pudding, using the leader effect on the 6K swing, is going to be able to get the Dawn back. 3-cost pudding, a huge good boost in this deck. Green purple Luffy taking the life and moving off into the next turn. So now going to 4 Dawn. We'll see on the 4 Dawn if Luffy decides to go ahead and play the Zorojuro, right? Could be a nice 4-cost to be able to search. But is just going to start off with a 5K lead. So you got to be careful as Katakuri, because you can use your plus 1,000 leader effect on you or your opponent's turn. But you do have to Dawn -1. Putting only getting Dawn back on your turn means that you're not going to be able to, with Katakuri, get that Dawn back if you do it. So ends up taking that first life as the Zorojuro comes down. And a 4-drop Zoro from EBO2 is the choice on the search. Definitely could be a good card to play next turn, right? If you want to get rid of this pudding. This pudding probably not swinging too much. Oh, really? Pretty good job for third. I mean, I didn't. You guys sounded like you had good synergy. And so is going to go ahead with that 1-drop event to look at the top 5. Shout out to the shout out to all you in chat. Appreciate it. I try my best. I'm definitely a lot more informal, I think, at times. And so Charlotte Pudding is going to be the option. Going to be a nice 1-drop search. So doesn't look like they're going to be able to play the Parasparrow in this turn, which is definitely going to hurt, right? I think ideally on this turn, you would have wanted to play Parasparrow on your 5, because allows you off of your leader effect to actually ramp, right? You can leader effect, get the Dawn back from the 3-cost pudding, and then get an active Dawn from the Parasparrow, but ends up finding the Parasparrow on this search, might be saving it for next turn. Still has 3 Dawn to work with, so still could do some things if he wanted to. Oh, wait. Did he? Wait a minute. Oh, you can only grab a purple Straw Hat Crew. And he did grab this one. Wait, was that caught? I don't think that was caught. Puts it to the bottom. Oh, I don't think that was caught, chat. I'm sure there's a 1K option that you could replace instead of that from there. But yeah, definitely a reminder to all. This can only grab purple Straw Hats. This can only grab the purple ones. You cannot grab green ones. That's on both players. That's on both players. No, Nexus, not necessarily. It's not necessarily that green purple Luffy wants to stay at 7. 7 is just a really good number to be at for the green purple Luffy. Sparrow came late. 2 cost 8. 2 cost Kata from life to hand. Will the match be invalid if they have to redo it? There's a couple different options. There's a couple different options from like I'm not a judge, so this is all just like from my experience in other card games and what I assume would happen. What they could do is, because there hasn't been like any extra draws for turn, he hasn't countered out of any swings or anything. If they were to catch it right now, they would probably ask him to put, like, get the 4 cards that he put at the bottom. And there's 2 scenarios that could happen. He could either put the Zoro back in, shuffle the top 5 or whatever, and then put it back at the bottom. Or the judge could let him switch the card with one that he could grab. Now, it's a little more difficult, though, because even though he hasn't countered out of any swings, he hasn't drawn any extra cards, he hasn't played any other bodies, the Katakuri has done 2 searches. So there's 2 bits of information that this Luffy knows about after he grabbed the Zoro. So there's definitely going to be some sort of infraction if it gets caught. There's definitely some sort of infraction. I don't know what it would be because I'm not overly familiar of infractions outside of just straight up game loss in One Piece. Because Pokemon, if you're familiar with Pokemon, you have stuff like 2 prize penalties. That doesn't exist in One Piece. Not to my knowledge. So I don't know actually what the correct thing for a judge to do, but he would definitely have to put it back, and he would definitely have to put it back. And it's up to the judge of whether or not he wants to allow him to get a card or just technically fail the search. I think because there's information gained during the purple Katakuri's turn of like things that he's grabbing off the searches and he's like actively playing cards, I think the best thing that you can do is just fail the search technically. But yeah, it's one of those things of like, you know, I didn't even think of it at the time, you know, so it's not something that, especially if you don't play the deck and maybe like you're like 99% of the time you're grabbing a purple Straw Hat Crew card, you're more than likely never thinking about grabbing a green Straw Hat Crew card because that 4-cost green Zoro is like a tech card. It's not mandatory in the deck. And your only other green card is Nami, right? As the searcher, and you're probably not grabbing Nami ever. So it's just not something that I think comes up a lot for a lot of players and that they think about. Game loss for GP and warning for Purple Cat. I guess it could be. I mean, it's like it's technically reversible, but the problem is that there's information gained, right? Like if they had caught it right away and before he even passed the turn, that's a very fixable. I mean, it's still fixable. It would definitely be a warning at least to both players, I think. But I guess you could grab if they don't catch it until later in the game, like after several turns have happened, then I could see this being a game loss. Anyways, let's keep going with this chat. We'll see what happens. So ends up swinging 8,000 power 9 after using leader effect. Is going to see a Gamma Knife at the top. Good tech card to reveal. Then is going to take the life, put the Luffy down to 2. So Douglas, and Stanley, the 4-drop Zorojuro that you see on the field, the green purple Luffy grabbed a green Straw Hat Crew card. You can only grab purple Straw Hat Crew cards. So it's tough. So ends up countering the 6K swing with the Shruzen. And now it looks like 5 for Sanji Pudding. So Sanji Pudding. He doesn't draw a card because of the Dawn number of both players. Now using leader effect to get 4 Dawn up. If he plays the EBO2 Zoro, then if he plays the EBO2 Zoro like KOs the Pudding, the 3 cost, then the game state becomes like irreversible, or not irreversible, but it gets, yeah, like now at this point, the game state just gets farther and farther away from correcting, especially if he 2K counters this. If he 2K counters this, does he 2K counter it? No, lets it go. But like this Pudding should never, it's tough now because now we're advancing in a situation to where like this Pudding, because this card should not exist in his hand, unless he has another one in hand, which we don't know. But like this Pudding should never have been KO'd on the field. And now it's like a game state that's not easy to walk back from. But yeah, 2-cost Chopper is also not searchable because it's Foxy Pirates. Yes. But anyways, chat. Regardless of how this ends up playing out, I'm just going to continue casting as if the game state is correct, technically. Because I still want to watch the rest of this game, right? There is a situation that the board state, I mean, this could still be like fixable in a sense, right? Because it's not like you countered out of this swing on this character right here. But yeah, it happens. It happens. So passes off the turn after that, after taking the life. Did he take the life? You can find it. I have a couple videos of Katakuri on the channel that you could use. But you could use like Eggman events or One Piece top decks. So plays down the Paros Sparrow. Should know that Gamma Knife is on the top of the deck still because the Sanji, or because you used it on the opponent's turn, right? Or no, is going to use the Pudding to look at the top of the deck. Oh, no, it's not Gamma Knife. Never mind. I'm wrong. This is why I'm a bad player. And so is going to see that Frankie is going to use the Paros Sparrow effect to reveal the Frankie and draw 1 card as well as get a Dawn as active. Yeah, these are 5-0s. This is the 6th round. And so now 8,000 power swing is not using leader effect. Does not want to continue going down in Dawn. So it looks like is going to counter out of it 2K, 1K on this swing. So it's going to be Usohachi, Frankie countered out. Yeah, at this point, you just have to accept the game state. And so now moving on to the green-purple Luffy's turn. Going to be KOing this pudding. Yeah, I mean, it's just a common mistake. I don't think there's malicious intent or anything like that. So is going to use that stage on the Sanji pudding because I believe that they are tied on Dawn right now. If my quick math, 7 and 7, yeah. So he's going to boost up that Sanji pudding by 2. Starts out with the 6K swing, ends up taking this first one. See if he plays like a Rush Luffy or a Luffy Taro on this turn. Looks like maybe eyeing up a Rush Luffy play. Another 6 coming in. A lot of 6K swings right now for this green-purple Luffy player. Takes the second life, so takes the second 6K swing. Oh, ends up resting 4 instead for another Zorojuro. I hope he grabs a purple card. Okay, grabs Usohachi. You can grab that. You can grab that. So now using leader effect, putting 2 Dawn back, restanding 2, and getting 1 from the Sanji pudding. Does have 5 Dawn in total to work with and a 6K leader swing. Also potentially a 7K Sanji pudding swing. Yeah, I feel like if you're the purple Katakuri, you're a little too far behind at this point. I feel like this is a really tough spot for you right now. Especially with the 7K swing and potentially like another 7K swing. You just took 2 6s. So it takes the 3rd swing in this turn. Now swinging 7K, 7K being a magic number at this point. See if he takes down a 4th swing. 4. He might play like another Zorojuro or something. We know he has the Frankie. So could play the Frankie right now. Yeah, playing the Frankie to get a Dawn back. Being able to ramp 1, leaving 1 up for potentially Gum Gum Giant. Everybody's favorite card. And now at 9 Dawn, you could play an 8-cost Katakuri right now. Your opponent being at 7 Dawn, not going to be able to play that 2-drop Katakuri and cheat out an 8-cost. Yo, what up, Straw Hat Kids? How are you? Also, Big Boy Steph. I don't know if I said hi to you. Ends up swinging 7,000 power. Looks like at that Zoro. Just clearing out some of the smaller bodies. So now with the pudding, is just going to do some searching. Probably looking for counter, to be honest. Is eyeing up another Parasparrow. I don't know if you do the 8-cost Katakuri. You can't play that. Oh, no, you can play that. Because you're at 9 Dawn. So you could play that, but that means that you're... Thank you for your service, Illegal Zoro. Is going to go ahead and look at that top of the life to see that when you're at sea, you fight pirates. Yo, Shiny, what's good? Is going to go ahead, use the Parasparrow effect to pitch the Parasparrow and ramp a Dawn now back at 9 Dawn. 9 active Dawn now. So could just be 8. You could leave 1 up for that Katakuri 1-cost event. But it looks like attaching 1. A lot of you spend a lot of time. So it is going to reveal that one counter out of the 6K swing with the 2K. Now the Katakuri effect could have restood the pudding, I think, if he wanted to, but opted not to. Maybe hoping to redirect the Frankie swing at this pudding. But especially because you took so many swings last turn. You took 3 swings last turn, 3 life. Definitely in a tough spot. So use the merry-go stage, boost up the Sanji pudding. You're sitting at 9 Dawn, I think, at this point. Could go ahead and play. The 6-cost rush Luffy right now would be crazy. Teach could win Worlds. I could see it. We've got a long time until Worlds, though. Oh, can Katakuri only restand 3 and above? I did not know that. Good thing I got you guys in chat. I did not know that. I've never tried to restand like 1-cost characters. Because the only time that I played 8-cost Katakuri is in Blue Purple Luffy, which only plays 3-cost and higher characters. And so ends up blocking the free block with that first swing. Or the second swing, I should say. Is going to go ahead with 2 with Gamma Knife. Minus the Katakuri. He's going to go after the Katakuri right now. Should you? So now swinging the Frankie at the Katakuri being a 3,000. Where's the big dice? Where did the big dice go? Only 3,000 power. Is thinking about countering out with a 2K? No, just lets it go. So now with the Katakuri gone, you did redirect with the Frankie, but a little tough there. I mean, if you're the green purple Luffy, you just swing, right? Use leader effects, restand on. Well, you need to do another swing to restand on, really. To min-max the amount of Dawn that you're reutilizing. Because you only have 3 utilized Dawn at this point. So goes in with the 6K poke, takes it. Do you have, like, no counter in hand? Does rest 6 for that Luffy. Yeah, this is the end. Because now you use leader effect, you restand 2, you get 1 back through the Sanji pudding. Your leader is 6K. You've got a 7K swing. You got to defend against 3 7s at this point. Goes 2K, 1K on the first one. You just swing. It would be curious to know how many cards the Katakuri has in hand right now, but just passes. Did he just pass? No way. Oh, it looked like he did, but he did not. I was going to say, there's no way that's correct, right? Restand the Luffy on the 7K swing, and only 1Ks and Katakuris only had 7K in total in hand. GP wins, chat. So it looks like it was green, purple Luffy. There we go. Chat, you guys want to see round 7? Oh, it's Bellow, Betty, and Luffy. Okay, hot take, chat. I hope Blue Purple Luffy wins this game. Hot take. Not because I hate Bellow Betty or anything, but I think when Bellow Betty doesn't just absolutely steamroll, I think it's a really interesting match. So I hope it's close. I hope it's close. I hope it's not a steamroll. Yeah, his curve was not very good. Circuit, yeah. Not finding the Parasparrow on 5 and playing it on 7 instead is tough. Because, like, if anything, on 7, you could, like, double Parasparrow. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I know that this is a really good matchup for Bellow Betty, but I kind of just want to see, like, and Bellow Betty can still win, sure. But I want it to be like a good game to watch. I don't want it to be an absolute steamroll. I don't like watching steamrolls. I like watching good, fun, intense, close games. Also, I will say, though, Bellow Betty's like my least favorite deck to play against. Yo, what up, Purple Chicken? No cycle, no win. Exactly. I feel like, I mean, it's always weird because your 7 Dawn turn until the 7 cost pudding comes out is just weird, right? No Vegapunk. At least not yet. Did I put it in the thumbnail? If I put Vegapunk in the thumbnail, then it's definitely in this stream. But if it's not, no promises. The leaders that I put on the like graphic for the stream today are ones that appear in this tournament. That Betty is my guy, Diogo. What's up, Joao? I think that's how. He wasn't my teammate. It was after I left. But I know that the team after I left added a Brazilian swimmer named Joao. No skipping, Traveler. No skipping. We watched the match. I will go ahead and start it, though, in case it is a steamroll. But no skipping. No skipping. If anything, we skipped the last match because there was something that illegal happened that nobody caught. Anyways, Bellow Betty starting off with a 1-drop searcher. It is going to be really nice if they can play down 2 1-drop searchers on this turn. 1-drop Bellow Betties. I find it really interesting when blue-purple Luffys beat Bellow Betties. I find the games to be very fun to watch. Ends up finding a Lindbergh. Lindbergh going to be really nice if you can get multiple swings in to be able to KO things. Especially with the power minus potential, you can get rid of blockers pretty easily. So plays down the Zoro passes off the turn. Yeah, passes off the turn, gives it back to Bellow Betty. Oh, I just don't like Bellow Betty because I feel like it gatekeeps a lot of the decks that I want to play. Like Nami. Like blue Nami. That's why I hate Bellow Betty. And so playing down the Ivankov, using leader effect to boost up the Ivankov and the Bellow Betty Searcher is going to be able to cheat out Karasu. Man, I wish they banned Karasu. I know they won't, and they shouldn't, but I wish they did. Is going to go ahead on the 5K swing of the Bellow Betty Searcher, get a 1K, another 1K from the Bellow Betty leader, not giving up any life at this point, passing off the turn. Yeah, I guess you don't want to hit a trigger this early. You're definitely swinging the Zoro to get the ramp, so swinging at that Bellow Betty Search. Yeah, no need to skip it if the game is really quick. And so now with 5 ends up God Thread. So this is a good spot, I feel like, if you're the Luffy. This is kind of like everything you could ask for up to the early point. Right? You haven't given up any life yet, which means that you're not really bricked up in hand. And you're able to do double ramp on that turn with the Zoro and also the God Thread. You're only sitting at 7 Dawn right now, though. So only thing missing was going second in this game, to be honest. Cleared out most of the board. It's tough, though, because you want to remove that Ivankov because that Ivankov's just going to cheat out another character. Right? Especially off of this effect right here. But you have to get rid of the Karasu because another Karasu's coming down on the field. He just has them all. And so putting the Luffy down to 5,000, you're definitely taking at least one life this turn from the Ivankov. I don't think there's any way of getting around that. Swings the Bellow Betty. We'll see if they swing it at the Zoro Juro. No, swings it at life. Ends up taking the first one. Is it? It's a Red Rock. Bottom decks the Karasu. Poggers. Red Rock trigger bottom decking a 4-cost or less, I think it is. So now the Ivankov 7K swing. Thunder Bagwa's going to ramp, which means he can now use leader effect next turn. What is he tracking on his dice? He tracking cards in hand, I think. So now with the Koala is just going to go ahead, get rid of that Zorojuro. But honestly, Zorojuro did its job. Right? Now that you can use leader effect and start stacking up. Yeah, he is locked on the Karasus. That was a good... I mean, like, it's not perfect because you're not going second as Blue Purple Luffy, I think. But honestly, like, this is going pretty okay for you as Blue Purple Luffy. This could be going way, way worse. You think 4-cost Ivankov is a bigger problem than Karasu? I don't know. It's tough to... I mean, he's definitely going to KO it this turn, right? He's definitely KOing the Ivankov this turn. But I don't know if it's bigger than Karasu. Ends up swinging 7 at the Ivankov. Could go 2K, 1K to get out of it. But no, gets the knockout. Is going to go ahead, rest 8 for a purple Katakuri to get a blocker on field. I think that this Luffy is doing pretty okay in this game, actually. This Luffy's not doing too bad. So now the Bellow Betty, I believe the 8 Dawn turn, still has to think about something like Dragon. Dragon could be good in this game. Right? Being able to get a big rush body down on the field and also put some Dawn on your leader to swing. You could kind of save these smaller bodies later. Oh, Alex, you think also that the Ivankov is more dangerous than Karasu? That's interesting. I don't know, because like I don't play like this matchup at all. I don't play either of these decks. So I've not really like tested the more nuances of the of like what cards to get rid of in situations. But that's interesting. You guys think that's interesting that you guys say that Ivankov is more important than Karasu. Really? You think so, Hashim? That's curious. Yeah, great luck going on right now for Blue Purple Luffy. I mean, he's got a good starting hand, but the trigger was the biggest deal. Well, he couldn't get rid of the Ivan. Could he have gotten rid of the Ivankov? Well, maybe with the God Thread he could have. Betty's strength is the amount of swings. And so starts out with the 7K swing. Is just going to block with the Katakuri. Still has 1 Dawn, and we know that a Gum Gum Giant is in hand as the leader effect goes. Is going to boost up the Koala and the Kuma by 3,000. Koala can swing right now, but Kuma needing at least 1 more Dawn to be able to swing. So now 7,000 power. It's going to be just a 2K counter to get out of it. See how much he commits to this Kuma. What's he do for 3? is just going to 7,000 power yet again. Here comes a Gum Giant, right? Going in and filtering the hand, is going to pitch the Bon Clay, so a 1K counter. So you got to imagine that the hand is relatively stacked with counter. So we could see an Inazuma right here for 3. Oh, Karasu blocker. So Karasu blocker going to be nice. You are going to have to fight against 2 swings, though, and potentially a Sanji on this turn. So that could be really tough for you. You're going to lose 2 bodies no matter what, right? Because the leader swing and the Katakuri are either going to prompt a KO or block. Yeah, I guess it makes sense with you guys explaining in chat why Ivankov is like a better option to get rid of. Because like also, you know, the Karasu is just going to go back to 5 and you could just get rid of it on like the swing in a sense. It's so interesting. Oh yeah, I mean, if it's Sanji Linlin, like you can lose all 3 bodies. I think if you had Sanji Linlin though, maybe you wouldn't. Oh, it's just going to just get rid of both of those. Sanji into Bon Clay. So definitely not a great top 5 for the blue purple Luffy, but does at least get a body on the field in that Bon Clay to be able to swing out in future turns. This probably makes him, the Bellow Betty, worried about playing something like the Koala or Dragon at this point, or even any 5,000 power character. A 2-drop Kuma here would be really nice to get rid of this Bon Clay. That's probably like your first thought. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be really tough for Betty. Especially with the Gear 2 in hand now. Yeah, he just let go Koala that easy. I mean, it's a 6K to a 3K, right? So counting the amount of counter, I believe, in the trash. He might just try to race him. So now with 3, 4 Dawn, he's sectioned off 4 and 6. What do you have to do right now as Bellow Betty? What's like your ideal game plan? He's going to put down 4. He's going to play a 3rd Karasu. Mr. President, a 3rd Karasu has hit the field. And so attaches 6 and now just swings at lead. This is a free life, right? You just take this life. You just take it. There's no need to counter. Yeah, I think you kind of needed Koala on this turn. Yeah. Not looking good. And because of the Karasu now, the Bon Clay is going to be able to swing without any Dawn attached. Dragon's like tough though to play because now you have, if you play Dragon, right? If you play the 8 cost Dragon, now there would be 3 9,000 power swings heading at you without any Dawn investment. Or well, 1 8 and 2 9s. Because the Bon Clay would just copy the Dragon. So it's like, yeah, and he would probably just die because you don't have enough cards in hand. Yeah, 2-cost Kuma would have been really nice. Like, 2-cost Kuma Dragon would have been cool. But Usohachi going to rest the Karasu. And now just swings 6 at the Karasu, gets that knockout. Yeah, this is... Oh, and the Red Rock. This is Jover for Bellow Betty. He passes the turn without swinging. No trigger bodies. He must have, like, no counter in hand except for that Gear 2, right? Yeah, Dragon is like a tech card, I think, in Bellow Betty. I will agree that I don't see, like, a lot of Bellow Betty players play it. I just see a decent amount of them play it. Huge brain pass. He must have like no counter in hand outside of that gear too. Because especially if it's like 2 trigger bodies, you might be cooked. Oh my God, he's just going to swing like what, 1,000? So this took place over the weekend, Xanderin. This took place over the weekend. It is not live. I am only live. This VOD that we're watching is not live. If you want to watch the official live stream, you can go ahead and click the link in the pinned message on both YouTube and Twitch, or click the link in the description below. So that was an 11K swing getting out of that, and plays the Kuma. Yeah, this is tough for the Bellow. Especially, would a Lin change the difference here? Lin would change a lot, I think, because you can get rid of the Kuma. Sure, you put it in life, but it's like whatever. Nami, I don't think really helps you too much because Zeus is a factor unless you get him down to 0, which you technically could if you wanted to. But yeah, you'd have to get him to 0 right here. Oh, he's just going to play the Nami. Yeah, he doesn't really have any. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm saying like, you know, blah, 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 whatever, but it's pretty over, I think. That GP definitely got a game loss, especially because he won. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean he definitely got a game loss, Rico? We didn't see him, at least on stream. They might have said in the stream that he got a game loss. I don't know, because I don't know Portuguese, but he just plays Nami and passes the turn. Is not allowing any trigger bodies at all. Well, you have to get him to 0 because then Zeus doesn't matter, because Zeus you have to take the life. This is painful. This is painful. He only has like 1 card in hand, right? I mean, there's like no way that he loses next turn, right? Oh, is this a koala? Is going to go ahead with the koala, take the life, and now play out a body. Playing a Bellow Betty Searcher. Oh, I was talking about how many cards does the Bellow Betty have in hand? Yeah, the blue-purple Luffy has 4 cards in hand, and you can see that like at the top corner right here. But also the die that he's tracking. But he's tracking the Luffy's cards in hand. I don't know what the Bellow Betty's hand size is. That's what I would like to know. It's going to be at least 1 card, right? Because of this search. Is he looking for like an Inazuma? No, I don't know how many cards Betty has. It's off camera on the VOD and also for us as well. You have to keep up 3 for that event and maybe win on the crackback. That could be true. Yeah, you could do that. So Invoked, he's just trying not to get trigger bodies. Because I think based on his hand size, if there are trigger bodies that get extra swings in, he would lose, potentially. Ooh, Morley is scary, right? Because if Morley lives and somehow Bellow Betty like triggers blockers and lives, Morley has the unblockable. Oh, draw 1 for the koala effect from the life and then 1 on the search. No, because it technically could be just 1 card because You draw one off of the koala, and if that's the only card in your hand, you just play that card. So then that's net 0, or that's a net -1, right? And then the Bellow Betty puts it back to 1 card in hand. So it looks like passes off the turn after playing the Morley. So we'll see how this game ends. This is wild. Not possible to lose if UP plays correctly. I mean, he could definitely just like swing out. There is a blocker on field that he has to think about. Oh, do you draw a card after taking the life? I did not know that. You play first and then draw? Oh, you draw one if you play a character. Oh, I see. Oh, the Luffy. He's going to put the Morley back in hand. The Rush Luffy chat. The Rush Luffy is going to be able to put the Morley back in hand, which is going to stop the unblockable. And Morley is a brick. It's not a crazy tech card to see the Luffy because we've seen it all throughout the OP11 Eastern format. It is just not a overly popular option to put in the deck. It's not anything new or revolutionary. It is just not a popular option. Oh, thank you, Borges. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. So is gonna play the Linlin instead of the Luffy. To put what? Morley in life? Is he gonna put the koala in life? He should put the koala in life and like. He's so afraid. Well, he might just not have the event soup sandwich. So it's better to play the Morley because Morley threatens, right? He's got to swing next turn, right? Well, I think this Bellow Betty does run Hormone. They used it at the beginning of the game. Or no, that was the Zoro game. Well, I don't know if this is the same player, but we saw Bellow Betty earlier run the Hormone event, which this Bellow Betty could have as well. I think it's more valuable to have the Morley. No, because you could play the Morley off the Hormone. So yeah, it would always be correct if you had it to hold it. So another koala coming down on the field ends up taking that life to play the Morley back onto the field. Uh-oh. Draws a card. Is he going to do it, chat? There are still like 12 minutes within the game. I'm cutting it off a little bit on screen, but there's still like 12 minutes in this game. So there's going to be plenty of time, I'm pretty sure, to finish this one. Is going to use leader effect, boost up the Kuma, Betty, and Koala. Is he going to swing with the Koala? I don't know if I'd swing with the Koala, to be honest. Yeah, he's really trying to starve him out. And I guess the top decks are going crazy right now. So this should be a 7K swing. Is going to counter out with the 2K. I think there should be like 3 cards in hand. Or 2 cards in hand right now. One of them we know is Gear 2, I think. So a 6K swing, just trying to bait out that Gear 2. Yeah, there's still double-digit minutes left in this game. Yeah. Oh, I think he did forget to ramp Arrested. Yeah. He forgot to ramp Arrested. So if this is Gum Gum Giant and he forgets... Well, it says up to, though, so he loses the opportunity to do it. Still a big factor, but he lost the opportunity to because the Katakuri says up to 1 Dawn. It's not a forced one. It is a up to. So it's a choice. Passes off the turn, does not swing with the koala. Leader effect going again. Yeah, I expected it to be a life trigger to get an active Dawn as well. If he had like two gear 2s in hand or something like that. See, Chad, this is a crazy game. This is why I didn't want to skip. Because this is a fascinating game to watch. So we know he has Gum Gum Giant and Gear 2 in hand. A lot of counter. Still has 1 life. Draw for turn after you restand. I don't think he drew for turn. Did he draw for turn? Am I crazy? I feel like he didn't draw for turn. And now he's swinging at the 2-cost Bellow Betty. I also forget, because of the leader effect, like when I play like for stream games or whatever, recording videos or like helping my friends test against it, I always forget the Katakuri, like re-ramp, and I always forget to draw off leader effect. Or I'm sorry, draw for turn because of leader effect. He's going to play Blaze Slice. So is going to rest the Bon Clay. That's only like 1,000 power though, right? I guess make him a 6,000 power leader and still clears the Bellow Betty. And now the Kuma is KO'd. Another 5-drop Nami. God Thread coming in, getting rid of the Morley. Oh, it's Jover. What? Right? Passes off the turn. We know he has Gum Gum Giant and Gear 2 in hand, and he's got Bellow Betty's got 3 swings. I don't know how many cards Bellow Betty has in hand, but Luffy has 4. What do you do here for your Bellow Betty? This is such an odd game. This is such a weird game, chat. A full 10 Dawn. Do you have Dragon? 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 This game is crazy. This is a very much like cat and mouse kind of deal. Like, I feel like if the blue-purple Luffy was just really aggressive, I guess we'll see what his 3 life are. Right? If we get to see what his 3 life are, if they're trigger bodies, then the blue-purple Luffy just has really good intuition. You gotta imagine that he's practiced this matchup, though, right? Karasu coming in, 5K leader. Dragon D's nuts. He's really dragging out this game, that's for sure. Yeah, Betty can like, oh, minus the Katakuri blocker, actually, I think. I think he minus the Katakuri blocker. No, the Sanji hasn't swung. Or the 8-drop. No, the 8-drop Katakuri swung. No, did it? I don't know if the 8-drop Katakuri swung. He's attaching all that Dawn to lead. 11. 11 at lead. This is going to force like the Gear 2 and Giant, though. It's going to force a lot of cards out of hand. So is going to Giant away. Let's see what he puts away. Is going to be a no counter card. We know that Gear 2 is still in hand. Is going to draw 2. He could just Gear 2 to get out of the swing. And it looks like he is going to do just that. So now he has 3 mystery cards in hand. Right? Because he technically has 3 cards in hand now. This UP Luffy is the best from Brazil. Is this Gustavo Wada? Felipe? Is this Gustavo Wada? Or Gustavo Wada playing? Bellow Betty just passes. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, no. We do. It's Dantas on the Luffy side and Diego on the Bellow Betty side. I don't know who Dantas is, but I assume he's a pretty good player because he's 6-0 right now at a regional. I've never been 6-0 at a regional chat in my life. So oh my gosh, are both players in the chat right now? You guys are driving me crazy. Oh, he's top 3 from the regional. Oh, cool. Yo, what up, Gabriel? This game is crazy. Why did you never swing, by the way? Why have you not swung up to this point? I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to interrogate you right now. Why have you not swung yet? Not because I think you're wrong, but because I just want to know your reasoning. Which I assume is just trigger bodies, but I want to hear it from you. I hope you're having a good day, friend. Thank you so much for being here. Starts out with a Bond Clay swing. It is going to swing 6, copying the koala. Now he's going in. Diogo, what's good? Diogo, what are you thinking right now as the Bellow Betty? This is going to be an exclusive interview. The best way to get into TCG commentary is literally just to do it, Caleb. Just do it. Just do it, and then also watch what you commentate. And what I mean by that is, like, when you record a commentary for a match, listen to it back after the fact and critique yourself. So he countered out of the 6K swing. Here's now the Katakuri swing. Shia LaBeouf style. Is going to block the first one. Block the second one, maybe? Or no, he's going to take this one. Is going to now swing the Lin. He's going to block this one. I think he's afraid of the Nami going all in on the swing. And so 9, is this going to be a Lin? That's it. Ban Lin. I'm thinking, please don't see another mom. The game was controlled. Yeah, I mean, you've had good control in this game. You've had good patience in this game. Oh, both players are from Rio. Yeah, definitely the Nether Lin is like back-breaking. Ooh, Karasu blocker. I don't think it matters, but Karasu blocker. Can you just get a ton of blockers right now, or do you not have any cards in hand at this point? Do you have any cards in hand? I don't know if you do. Ivankov coming in. Gonna play another body. Another blocker? No, just Morley. Unfortunately, only a 5K swing coming in. Just gonna be a block with the Nami. We still have time left in this round, chat. Gum Giant. I think it's only like a couple minutes. It's only 2.5 minutes left. But I think the game ends right here. 6K swing at lead. Takes that life. Usohachi resting the blocker. I don't think you needed to do that, but you can. Swing, swing. Great game. Fantastic game. I really enjoyed watching that. That was crazy. That was crazy, chat. Good games. Good games all around. I learned a lot of stuff in that game, I think. I learned a lot of stuff in that game. So this should be round 8. This is Javier and Leandro. So it's Buggy, chat. All right, chat. Let's put up predictions again. Need the wins. Buggy, UP, Luffy. All right, poll is on YouTube. Prediction. Who wins? UP, Luffy, or Buggy? There we go. You got 1 minute, chat. Yeah, that was a great game. Ban list predictions, Hody Jones. I am the OG. Chat, you heard it here first. When they ban Hody Jones, you need to tell me that I was right. I was the OG Hody Jones ban whisperer. I think they banned the leader and Hody Jones, personally. I don't know what else they do. I could see them doing something else, but I feel like Hody has run its time. It's a very similar ban to Raigo, but I've said that before. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, chat. I'm also, chat, real quick, going to eat an Uncrustable. Because it's like 2 o'clock here and I haven't had lunch yet. I know he's in my deck too, Knights. He's in my deck too. Just stand the 7 cost Mihawk, can't play Red Rock or 9 Mom, then span 10 Buggy to win game. Yeah, I guess with this, with Buggy, do you ever swing the Croc Mihawk? Or is it just too valuable? It's like Tenzon in this matchup for Rob Lucci. This is the regular flavor. Not anything crazy. It's just the regular flavor. Oh, if you just bought Hody Jones, I would be scared to buy Hody Jones right now. Yo, what up, Gatorade? Who's going first here? Oh, actually, I don't know who's going first. That probably influences your decision. Gonna not chew in front. Oh, they're rolling with the big die. Buggy won the die roll. Buggy won the die roll. I love that they use the big die. So what do you prefer, Chad? Do you Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hey, you're following now. That's all that matters. Chad, if you like the stream, you like hanging out here, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, please hit like, comment, subscribe. Tell your friends. All that jazz and bag of chips. No, there's no way Cavendish gets banned. Oh, these guys are best friends. That was a great handshake. And it looks like Buggy going first, playing a Mr. 3. is going to start out doing a search. Definitely a good turn 1 for Buggy, I think, at this point. You either want to see the Cross Guild event or the Mr. 3. Mr. 3 giving you more options. Buggy always wants to go first against UP. Ah, interesting. There is a top cut, Hashim. There is a top cut. I think there's 8 or 9 rounds. I'm drinking the new Cherry Dr. Pepper chat. And it's pretty good. I like it. Finds a 10 cost Buggy. Going to be really good in this matchup. So now 2 Dawn for the Luffy. Just passed. Typical 2 Dawn turn. Is going to go off swing 8,000 power. Take that first life. Is taking the first swing. Does not want to give up a 2K, 1K or anything like that to get out of it. So plays the Zorojuro, passes, does not want to swing at the Buggy. Why do you not want to swing at the Buggy, Chad? Do you want to starve? So, Chad, for anybody who's experienced in this matchup, because I am not, do you want to starve Buggy as the Luffy player? Because their leader effect and a lot of other cards just don't plus cards in hand? Because, like, right now, right, dropping the Mihawk Croc, you draw 2, trash 1, and you got to play out another character. And after you trash 1 from hand, that's still a net -1. Even with this Alvida, Alvida makes it a net 0. So you don't gain any cards. You just filter like crazy. This might be the same Buggy as round 2. I think I remember these gray sleeves. I don't know where the results of this tourney are, Joe Jardin, to be honest. Theoretically, yes. Buggy will take the first 2 to 3 hits. If you starve, you lose. Give them no cards to trash. Yeah, I would imagine that you try to, like, starve them to... I would imagine that you try to starve them to make sure that they have no cards in hand to be able to use leader effect or on the Croc Mihawk, right? So ends up pitching on that God Thread to be able to keep that Alvida alive. I mean, he's having a good... The Luffy's having a good start, right? He's got the Zorojuro ramp. He's got the God Thread rep. He's going to be able to use leader effect now on the next turn. He'll just play bodies and set up for turn. Yeah, that is the problem with... Well, I mean, like, you start swinging at the bodies once they turn sideways, right? But until they turn sideways, Buggy is just filling up the board. Well, Jeremy, because there's no characters to swing at, you don't want to give Buggy more cards, right? And if you swing at life, Buggy is going to take life, especially if you're just swinging once per turn at it. So that's more cards in hand. Buggy, the more cards that Buggy has available to him in his hand, the more he thrives in games. And so you're trying to get him to 0 cards as fast as possible. Well, you can use the God Thread though. Like he did on that turn. Like, even though he knew that more than likely the Buggy was going to save the Alvida off the God Thread play, you still always play the God Thread because that gets you to 8, right? And now you're going to be able to use leader effect because you got the double ramp. Yeah, UP could have pudding, though. He could have like a 1 or 2 of pudding in this deck. So now Buggy starting to swing, swings 7 at the Luffy. He'll probably swing at this Alvida now in this turn. Croc Mihawk. He might swing at the Croc Mihawk, actually. You mulligan for putting in this matchup? You think you need to rush Buggy down? I don't know. You definitely are swinging at characters in this next turn. That's for sure. And now with the 5 is going to go ahead play Daz Bones. Not off of leader effect, but a 7k body. It's going to be nice. And now utilizing leader effect. If he's got a Sanji in hand, there's a Linlin right there. So picks up Zoro Juro. Yo, what up, Naruto Lava? Yeah, I feel like if you're the Buggy, you need to, like, block her up. Does Alvida live? 6k swing at Alvida. I think he's trying to play 9 Sanji into Linlin right now. It's either that or he's playing, like, 8-drop Katakuri, leave 2 down up. One of those two. I feel like this is actually, like, a huge point for Buggy because you need to keep this on field. 2k Moji to get out of that swing. 9 Sanji, we'll see what he goes into. It looks like it's a Linlin, so kind of one of the ideal spots for this Luffy deck right now. Ends up pitching a God Thread to gain that life. He knows what life is there, and he's attempting to KO the Daz Bones. Daz Bones being a 7,000 power character is the most scary outside of the Croc Mihawk on the board. But you can't get rid of the Croc Mihawk. So it looks like he's going to use that Croc Mihawk effect, just deciding what card he wants to get rid of from his hand. Is asking how many cards in hand. I think he's got like 7 in hand, the Luffy. Well, you only attack, my lord, you only attack... Ooh, Gravity Blade being pitched. Yeah, that card's not useful in this matchup, really. Except maybe like the end game to like get rid of Nami blocker. Maybe if they go like Nami Doflamingo. In general, if a card isn't a blocker, is there a real reason not to attack every turn you can? Yes. So, like in this situation, right, Buggy is still at 5 life when he's got all this in hand. Buggy, like I mentioned, I mean, it's very specific to the matchup that you're playing and the deck that you're playing, but like you want Buggy to run out of cards in hand. So as this Luffy player, you're not going to allow... That's a Hound Blaze right there. Chad, this Buggy is playing Hound Blaze. That's crazy. And ends up bottoming the 9 Linlin. You still got the life, right? So even though you lost the Linlin, it's not like... It's not that bad. It could have been worse, maybe. I don't know how it could have gotten worse, but it could have... But now a blocker is going to be on field. Buggy opted not to swing at the Luffy at all. So Luffy now just going to get a free draw too. Uso Hachi. Honestly, like the Buggy could, instead of swinging like next turn, he could just like block with the Moji on one of these swings. If he swings at all, and then just hard play a 10 cost for 10, right, to bottom deck something. But if another Sanji comes down, that's going to make it really difficult. So now ends up starting to swing at lead, is going to go 6,000 power to start, is either going to be a 2K or a block. Is going to take that first life. So another swing right here. He probably blocks with Moji, right? Yeah, ends up blocking with the Moji, is not going to try to keep it alive. Passes off, or wait, draws a card from the on KO effect. A Sanji into a Katakuri is not a Linlin, but it's another 2 bodies that have come onto the field. The Buggy is actually going to be able to compete with the Sanji, right? Because Sanji being a 9,000 power character, Buggy is 12,000. So that's a lot of power difference, I feel like, at that point. Ooh, pudding. So Buggy playing the pudding. Might be trying to swing now. Completely resetting the blue-purple Luffy's hand. We knew that there was giants in there. We knew that there was 2Ks like Uso Hachi. I think a pretty decent time for putting. I don't know if swinging at Buggy at this point would have been good. Or the correct play. And it looks like in that hand has at least a Gear 2 event. So now using leader effect to play down the Buggy and bottom deck the Katakuri. Might go in with swings now. Right? Does have one more Dawn. Is just going to swing 6. Counters out with 1K. Daz Bones now 7. Is going to take this life. Now another 7 off the Croc Mihawk is going to be the Gear 2 that we saw in hand to go up to 8. And now the Buggy swings, right? You always swing this Buggy, yeah. Oh, it swings at the Sanji. I think swinging at the Sanji is fine. Honestly. Only 2 cards in hand for the Buggy. Ooh, we see a Linlin right there. So if he's got a third Sanji, he could Sanji Linlin this turn. It would still be tough, but... No, I think getting rid of the... Katakuri was correct. Grabs Gum Gum Giant. Going to be a great card. A lot of counter in hand. Going to do some filtering in the next turn. Drawing for turn. Looks like it's a 2K Frankie right there. So I don't think has another Sanji in hand. But is going to go ahead and swing now at this Croc Mihawk, trying to get this KO. Only 2 cards in hand and no blockers. Could 2K 1K out of this. I think he does have 2K 1K in hand. Oh my gosh, does use 2K 1K. And now swings 7. No, the stream cut. No. Okay, 7. So did swing 7 at the Croc Mihawk and Red Hawk, the 10 cost Buggy. I still think it's kind of tough at this point. The Buggy only having 1 card in hand because there's still plenty of Dawn to use on these swings. You know that there's a Gum Gum Giant in hand. You know that there's some filter and draw, especially because he knows these next couple cards, I think. And so does use 1 to Gear 2, go to 9. Well, I think putting is one of those things that, like, you just have to accept if it happens. Especially in a deck like this. So is going to 2K, 1K out of the Buggy leader swing. Still has 6 Dawn left. Could go like... Well, could just attach everything on the Alvida. Buggy and 17K with Daz Bones. No, because like right now you're trying to get the counter events, right? So there's the Gum Gum Giant. Like you're trying to get the counter events on these swings. I do find the 8 to be weird. But swing the... Maybe he's just trying to get... Maybe like all those swings were just to try to clear the Sanji with the Buggy, right? Maybe, I mean, his goal probably was not to hit the lethal. It was to put the Sanji in a situation to where they can't counter out of a 15. So that's probably what his thought was. Which, if that's the case, then I don't necessarily disagree. Yeah, the downside is that your whole board is rested, but he really has to just... He needs to... He's probably got to play 9, right, to stay in this game. He's got to play like a Sanji into another Linlin right now to stay in this game. And so that means he's just going to swing 6. Oh, he could get rid of both bodies on this turn. But do you care about gaining a life on your side? Maybe you do. The 8 is technically bad light because there's so many ways that he can get out of it with counter events. Right? Like gear 2 puts him at 9,000 power. And so that's an easy way to get out of it. Yeah, he has to swing at the Alvita. And the 9 right here. If he goes 9 right here into Lin, he could be putting a trigger up. So it is a Sanji Lin. He does have to get rid of 1 card, which means that he has 2 cards in hand. One of them is an Usohachi. He's going to get rid of the gear 2 to put the Daz Bones in life. If he doesn't counter that, 15k into 6k should be game. Well, I mean, right now you just like, well, if there's an 8 cost Katakuri, that might be troublesome. Now just going 6 is going to fetch that 2k. The Buggy's definitely taking a life. He has to take one of the hits. Well, yes, we knew that he had 9 Mom because it was in that stack of 5 and then Gum Gum Giant plus like the draw for turn. I think drew into it. What do you do here if you're Buggy? Especially after only finding emoji. Goes a hard 8 for the Croc Mihawk, just trying to fill the board up. I wonder if he doesn't swing the Buggy on this turn. Plays down the Moji blocker. The Moji has an on KO effect of draw 1. So you are going to get 1 card. Does he still have a 2k in hand though? The Buggy? Oh yeah. Does he have 2 cards in hand? I think he has 2 in hand. Actually, chat.
Yeah, no. I just turned it back on. I put the big ones a little. Come on at all? No, like it's just.
And so let's see. He pitched the Kabaji on the Croc Mihawk effect. So now 7k swing. Do you just start taking life? Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's your turn. It was a 6k swing and then a 12k Buggy swing. Oh, and then he passed the turn. Yeah, because he can't do anything else. For some reason, I thought we were in the blue-purple Luffy's turn for a second there. Yeah, Buggy can still win, I think. It's not easy, but he can still win, I'm pretty sure. 2k Usohachi. Oh, he's thinking about maybe not taking the Usohachi. He only has 2 cards in hand up to this point, so he'd be at 4. Do we know really any of the cards in his hand? At least from the Buggy's perspective? Nine Mom is only good in this deck. This is hot take. Nine Mom is only good in this deck because of the Luffy leader effect. Because it sets up to where you can... The Luffy leader effect goes to where you can set up the 9-cost Sanji into a Linlin and know what that top card of the life, top card going to the life is. That's the only reason why 9-cost Mom is so broken in this deck. Is because the Luffy leader enables all of that. What do you do here if you're the Luffy? It looks like he has a Gear 2 in hand. I think it was like Gear 2 for Nosuke. And then Usohachi is 3 of the 4, right? Ends up resting 3 for an Usohachi to rest the blocker. Swings a lot at the Buggy to KO it. Now swings at the Moji to let him draw 1. Leaves 2 Dawn up, not swinging the Sanji. I don't know. I don't know if Nine Mom's going to be good in Roger, to be honest, Ben, because Roger is either playing on like a 9 and 10 Dawn turn. They're either playing the 10 drop Roger or they're playing the 8 drop, what's his name? Rayleigh, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know about killing that Moji either. But I think his idea with killing the Moji, to be honest, or like you could say that the Usohachi is like too early, but I think the idea was that he didn't want to swing with one of these 9K bodies. I think that was his whole thought behind this, is that he wanted to keep one of his 9-cost bodies or 9,000 power bodies active. So now Buggy has like, what, 3 cards in hand? Still has 2 Dawn up for different events. I think is he out of Gear 2s or has he only used 3 of them? I know he showed it earlier. I know he's only used 1 Gum Gum Giant. Buggy's cooked because now he rested his board 2 turns ago. Killed the blocker off already before you need to swing into bigger bodies. Buggy develops. Yeah, like, I don't hate the blocker KO. Like, I don't hate it. So now swings 11,000 power. I think he's swinging at leader. Yeah, just takes it. Might just be going 11-11. No, just plays another Moji blocker. Oh, I thought he used 3 Gear 2s. Yeah. This Croc Mihawk is providing a lot of problems for him. Should have swung 10K with lead. Well, what's the difference between swinging 10 and 11 if you're just going to play the Moji? You would probably just want to swing 10, right? Or I'm sorry, you'd probably want to swing 11 if you're playing the Moji. Gum Gum Giant. Everybody's favorite card. So now just thinking about the order. He bottom decks it. He bottom decks the order. Maybe it had like no counter in it. The order. Draws a mystery card for turn. Looks like a 2K Usohachi. Oh, man. I think this UP. Swings 6 at lead. Now he's going at face. Now he's like, I have to like go in now, right? 9K lead. 9K lead. Does he have an 8-cost Katakuri? He needs an 8-cost Katakuri right now. Yeah, the Moji doesn't even have blocker right now. Right? Wait, the Moji didn't have blocker. Yeah, this Moji didn't have blocker. Because you need 2 more 5-cost or higher characters on field base to get the blocker. And so, yeah, he should not have been able to block right here and get this draw. This should not have happened. Right? Am I crazy, chat? I think that's huge in this match. Very influential. And so Nami comes down. I guess Nami works. Yeah, Chad, this is not anything that's we've talked about this already. I'm just going to accept the board state as it is. I'm sure it's the same situation as the green purple Luffy where like 9 times out of 10 you're drawing the card right there and he just didn't think about it. What do you do here as Buggy? You have 1K, 1K, 1K. I think he has 1K, 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 2K in hand. Yeah, what do you do here with the Buggy? Yeah, neither player called it out. The UP Luffy is just at fault. He allowed it to happen. Swings 8, I think. Ends up going gear 2 to get out of it to go to 9. The AK swings are so weird. That's all 4 gear 2s. Sables could be really cool. I like Sables. Because you put the blocker back in hand. On this, like, on this turn right here. He doesn't have Sables in hand, though. He just has the Croc. Oh, he's going Croc into Mihawk. 2 cards in hand. He's not afraid of losing this turn. He's more so concerned about winning for turn. They're both X1. I think this is a match to get into top cut. Yeah, this is a win and in match. This is a win and in match. Luffy is the best thing you can... What do you do here if you're Luffy? Do you, like, try to... There's another Gum Gum Giant. I might have honestly tried to hide the Gum Gum Giant. Get the 2K, right? Because now you've revealed that in that stack there's a 2K counter by accident. And now you revealed the Gum Gum Giant in hand. Sable's trigger would go crazy. He's definitely not Eddie. That's a terrible take. That's an awful take. We've just watched 2 pretty good games by Luffy players. So that just sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. And I'll leave it at that. So 9 with the Sanji takes the life. 9 with the Linlin takes the life. Now with the 5. Oh, just going to block her up with Nami's. So draws 2K, 1K, and Linlin. So you probably put Sanji, Linlin, or just non-bricks at the bottom, right? Because you want a chance to draw more counter off of the giant that you have in hand. Yeah, he's just extremely overpowered. That's a good way to put it. Very powerful. Grab blade could be good. Yeah, grab blade here would be nice. But do you have enough? I don't know if grab blade here would be as good as it sounds, right? Because grab blade costs 7 and you only have 3 left. You only have 3 Dawn left. Revealing Giant's better as it's the card you're going to use next, so you don't have to... Oh, I guess that makes sense, actually. Ropia. I guess that makes sense. Because, like, yeah, if you're going to use it... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Gravity Blade just only leaves you at 3 Dawn, so, like, sure, you can get rid of the blockers, but now you have very small swings when... The Luffy, look at that stack of cards up at the top. He's got a lot of cards in hand. And you're swinging like what, 7s and 8s? The problem, though, is you've let this game go on so long that if you try to stall out the game even more, you're going to lose. He has to, like, play Alvida. Does he have to play Alvida here? Like, Alvida, leader effect to 10 cost, bottom deck 9 cost? Yeah, but I don't think... Yeah, like, I don't think 7-7-7-6 would be very good. I think he would get out of that pretty easily. Yeah, you would die on the crackback. Because you didn't deal with these 9 cost bodies that you can't get rid of. So starts out swinging 6 is going to be a 1K. This is crazy match. Oop. Hold on, chat. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go there. Let's go there. Sorry, chat. There we go. So another 7K there is just a 2K out of it. We knew of that 2K. Yeah, Buggy would go to the bottom of the deck because the Mihawk doesn't gain the cost. So not even that would work. Now an 8K for the Gum Gum Giant. Gum Gum Giant puts 2 back, draws 2. These are 2 mystery cards, by the way. Still hasn't blocked yet. And he's going to go Thunder Bagua. You got to play a blocker, right? Oh, he's going to 10 cost Buggy just to bottom deck the Lin Lin. You still could technically lose, though, right? You have 2 cards in hand. You could math this out. Yeah, you can math this out if you're the Luffy, but I think you just go for it. Because you know what one of the cards that he's going to get off life is. Yeah, you have to swing the blockers. Yeah, I definitely think when his board got cleared, when the Buggy's board got cleared, that's kind of when the game lost control. And he took the 6K swing. And he took the 6K swing, chat. Yeah, if he takes the 6K swing, I'm going all in. 9K swing right here just wins. Crazy game. Crazy game. Wow. Swing Uso Hachi with 5. Holy moly. That was a crazy game. good to know too, honestly, because I mean the Buggy did block with emoji that wasn't able to block, right? Like I'm not where is that? Yeah, the character gains blocker if you have 2 or more with the base of 5. So emoji was never able to block. So that was good. That was good that well, I think honestly, yeah, I mean, I think the leader effect is just too good. I think blue purple Luffy, the leader effect is just too good. That's why I think that they'll just ban the leader. Because I think the leader effect is crazy. Buggy was playing too slow. Oh yeah, I did put a poll up on Twitch and YouTube, didn't I? You guys on YouTube said 55% Buggy. And then everybody who voted in Twitch chat believed it was going to be Buggy. Also, I need to say thank you to a couple people on Twitch for following. Nexus, Abando, Epic, Rob, Otto, Tora, Shiny, Dreamweaver, Chunky, Symbol, Chef, Dan Listo, Stoge, what's going on? And Meister of Puppets. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. And chat, if you're enjoying the stream, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, well, I'm not streaming on Kick, so I hope my stream's not on Kick. Make sure to please hit follow, subscribe, all that jazz in a bag of chips, and also like the stream as well on YouTube. I think the next round is Top Cut. Oh, no, maybe not. For some reason, I thought, yeah, this is, oh, gosh. Giving you guys spoilers by accident. So it looks like next round is going to be Lim versus Blue Purple Luffy. So let me put up a poll for you guys. Lim versus UP. And then prediction. Who wins? Lim versus UP. Well, we didn't get spoiled on the match. And as you can see, the match can change drastically in a couple turns. So it's not a crazy, it's not a complete spoiler. Lim and UP are words you don't hear in the same sentence much. Yeah, especially since Blue Purple Luffy has come out. Who can overwhelm the board if the Buggy can immediately pump out promo Buggy or it should be easy for Buggy to manage. I guess the promo Buggy is not too bad in the matchup because you nullify Zoro and Bon Clay entirely, right? But also you get to put out a body that can help with your 5 costs. So I guess the promo Buggy is not actually that bad in the matchup. Lim gameplay snooze. What the heck, Kashim? Lim is way cooler than Buggy. Buggy's a trash deck. Lim's way cooler than Buggy. And it looks like Lim is starting out in this game, is going to play that 1-cost Lim. This 1-cost Lim is huge in the deck, right? Being able to restand Odyssey-type characters at the end of turn is going to be very helpful if it can survive the entire game and not get removed. And so now on 3, just going ahead and use leader effect to get the Sabo on the field. The Sabo on the field is going to be nice if you have enough rested characters to be able to draw cards, fill up the hand. But starting to fill out the board. I've not played this matchup too much, so I don't know how this usually goes for one or the other. Yeah, Lim really excelled in Europe, I think. And so on the first 6K swing, does go down to 3 life. The Zoro Juro does come in. right? To be able to ramp in the next turn and just passes off the turn. So now on, should be 6, I think, 6 Dawn. We'll see a leader effect come down to play a body. Looks like it's going to be a Searcher limb. The Searcher limb's going to come in to be able to, or maybe actually just resting 3 for the Searcher limb to be able to use leader effect and play out another character like Newgate. So is going to rest 3 and ramp exactly for that leader effect. Is going to KO the Zoro Juro. Going to rest it and KO it. It's going to be very nice to prevent the ramp, looks like. And with the 6K swing on the Sabo drawing a card, looks like Lim's in the driver's seat right now, chat. Lim needs 9-cost Zoro to stick. I don't know if Lim needs 9-cost Zoro to stick. It more so, I think, just needs bodies to stick. Like, probably 9-cost Linland's really good. Gravity Blade's really good in this matchup. So starts out 6K from the leader. Is going to 1K out of it to keep that Newgate onto the field. And go ahead now with the God Thread. Get rid of the Sabo. Sabo, kind of the biggest threat at this point on the board for the blue-purple Luffy. Being able to constantly draw cards. And now Lim going in both ramp decks. I don't think 9-cost Zoro is that great because a red rock right here just destroys you. Like if you just go ahead and drop a 9-cost. So starts out with a Lim search, not through the leader effect. Is going to go ahead with the Dracula Mihawk. The Dracula Mihawk's pretty good in this deck, right? Being able to restand one of your Odyssey type characters and swing a second time with it. Is going to go ahead swing 6 with the Searcher Limb that we played last turn. And so does have to think about when he wants to take life. Is going to get rid of Pudding. So now a 6K at lead. Takes his first life. Goes down to 2. And now a 7K lead is going to be a Thunder Bagua to go ahead and ramp. Could use leader effect to play down this Mihawk, restand the Newgate, and swing 7 again. We'll see if it goes down to 1 right here or gives off the 2K Sanji. So already putting Luffy down to 3 cards in hand, I believe. And the 2 limbs restanding because there's 3 or more rested characters, and the 1-cost limb restanding the Mihawk. Three-cost Tashigi could be cool in Lim. Or, no. It can't. It can't going nowhere because the Tashigi comes in as rested. And you can't restand it because you can only restand Odyssey-type characters. So picking up the Sanji off of the leader effect. Now at a full 10 Dawn. Both players at 10 Dawn. Yeah, I think needs a draw for turn. Yeah, hadn't drawn for turn yet. Now has 5 cards in hand, I think. He knows what the top deck is probably going to be a Sanji angle. So 6K swing going at the Newgate. You need to like get rid of board, right? You need to run Lim out of cards. So a 2K, or a 1K, I'm sorry, Doflamingo getting out of that one. A Sanji coming in. Sanji is going to go ahead and flip over 9-drop Linlin. The 9-drop Linlin is going to be able to gain a life, put you back up to 3, and get rid of the Newgate, it looks like. Put it on the bottom of the life limb, now back up to 4. And pass off the turn. You don't want to put away the 3-cost limbs because those limbs are 5K bodies. You're okay with 5K bodies because that's Dawn investment to be able to swing at you. So it's either Mihawk or the Newgate that you got to get rid of. So swings the Mihawk, a bear 6 is just going to 1K out of that. Should be only like 2 cards in hand, right? At this point for the blue-purple Luffy. So using 3. Looks like it's using the Luffy. So I actually don't know what this Luffy does. I'll pause it so you guys don't miss anything in case the screen goes black. Actually, wait, let's just look it up here. This Luffy, for anyone who does not know, on play if you have 2 or more rested characters, rest up to one of your opponent's Dawn cards or characters with the cost of 6 or less. So, resting a Dawn card, I believe, makes it so he's got no active Dawn in this turn. Right? Because he left one up for after the Sanji. So going to be nice. No Gum Gum Giants. A lot of 6K pokes with not a lot of cards in hand. Only 3 cards in hand. These 6K pokes can actually deal a ton of damage right now for the limb. So now is thinking about swinging 7. It's just going to swing 6. Just swing another 6. Trying to bait out cards out of the hand is going to be that Zoro Juro. And now looks like an 8K swing going at lead. Probably going to take this life, I would imagine. Because you don't have anything in hand to get out of this. So now with the 3, more than likely using leader effect, is going to play over the limb and grab the Nami. The Nami is going to freeze one of the Dawn, actually. Not allow it to restand. And so the Nami is going to prevent the Luffy from being able to Sanji Linlin and have one Dawn open. We see a Grav Blade in that top 5. We also see a Sanji Linlin play, so we may just see a second one of those. Right? Both the Mihawk and the Luffy stay rested because the 1-cost limb was played over. Is just going to grab a 2K, though. Maybe he's thinking about going a Gravity Blade angle. Gravity Blade on the 2 active limbs and then swinging at the 2 rested 6K characters could be a really good play right here for this blue-purple Luffy. You're not really worried about the Nami too much. The Nami just being like a 2,000 power character. So draws 1 for turn. Is that Grav Blade? I can't tell. So now swinging 9,000 power at the Mihawk, gets rid of that. Swings now at the Luffy, gets rid of that. Swings. You could swing 6 at the Nami, right? Just get literally everything off board. But yeah, Grab Blade coming in, bottom decking the 2 limbs, absolutely clearing the board right now. And now swinging at the Nami. No way you're going to be able to save this. Yeah, it looks like very good. As Ropia, you're saying, you know, favorable for UP in situations like this. Yeah, once you clear board, it's Jover. Yeah, I feel like you needed... Like, I see the value of the Nami and, like, freezing one of the Dawn, because it is a nice play. But I don't know if it was worth not restanding one of your 6Ks. Right? Yeah, what's going on, Iska? How are you? He's just going to swing 10 at lead. Or at Asanji? Or Linlin? Is he going to swing at one of these bodies? Yeah, Lim having a great start. It's one of those things that once blue-purple Luffy gets going, just stabilizes. I think used Gum Gum Giant to save one of the characters. Or no, swung it at lead. So has to 1K out of it. Ends up giving it up a 2 instead. Is going to go ahead with Doflamingo playing out Nami and Doflamingo. Going to be freezing one of the Dawn, and Dofi restands because of 2 or more rested characters. Oh, nope. Don't add the Dawn. Use your leader effect first. I can see the value in the Nami. Because it forces them to like, if they play a Sanji or Linlin, any 9 cost, then they lose out on their counter events, which is so good in blue-purple Luffy. So I can see the value in the Nami, but I think at this point, now that you've pitched 2 of them, and you have 2 cards in hand, and you didn't get rid of either the Sanji or the Linlin, Tough spot. Tough spot. We know that a Linlin's in the top 5, right? That's that card right there. Yeah, we know a Linlin's in this top 5, but I don't think he's going to draw into it. The 2K counter is very nice, though, in that Uso Hachi. Yeah, Rob. Like, I think it was fine. I think it was fine what the limb did because, like, Gravity Blade, not easy to find, I think. Especially when the game hasn't gone on that long. And it's usually like a one-of index. So you just, it's one of those things of like, if you have it, you have it. And if you don't, then I'm chilling. But ended up having it. Who said it was boring, Kags? I didn't. Is going to go ahead and use a Linlin now. Trash a card from hand. The 8-drop Katakuri blocker. Gain a life. Put the Doflamingo in the life as well. He's got to swing, right? He's got to swing these 2 bodies at life. Bam. Take 1. Bam. Take 2. Passes off the turn to Lim. I don't know what you do here if you're the Lim. You've got Enel, you've got Blast Breath, you've got Dracul Mihawk. Dracul Mihawk really doesn't help you. Enel could help you. Because you could draw cards. But it's a draw 3, trash 2. It's not going to net you a huge amount of cards. So goes ahead, plays the 1-drop Lim. Goes in now with Leader Effect. Leader Effect playing down the Enel is going to draw 3, trash 2. He's looking for... Was that a Momonosuke? No shot. Oh, no, that's Scratchman to Poo. I see. The Sanji does have a little bit of a curve in that bottom left corner of the card. Or bottom right corner. Is going to go ahead, hard play Doflamingo, pass off the turn, and now restand the Enel through the Lim effect, and then with 2 or more rested characters, restands Doflamingo. So blocker on field. That's a Sanji Linlin play right there, I think. I think he just got another Sanji Linlin on this top 5. So you definitely just like play it, right? Because there's no harm in... Yeah, you definitely just do a Sanji Linlin play and you put something in life. Could be like a counter card, could be whatever. But you do that, you remove one of these bodies on the field, probably the Doflamingo, and you just like swing 4 times at life. And then you like threaten game next turn. And you go back up to 3 life, which is crazy. All the way back up to 3. And so now going up to 10. Draw for turn. Oh, he drew the Linlin for turn. You drew the Linlin for turn. Why would you not Sanji into Linlin? What's his thought? What's the reasoning behind not doing Sanji Linlin, chat? He might just have nothing to trash off of it. Yeah, he might just not have anything in his hand that he really wants to trash. Or he's just going to hard play Linlin. He might just hard play it. But you do that before the swings, right? Not that I think it matters too much. So bing, bing. Yeah, it could have been a mistake. I know when I've played Blue Purple Luffy, I have sometimes accidentally gotten the order of cards wrong that I wanted. Yeah, it's just going to hard play the Lin. Maybe put away the Sanji because it's a safe non-counter card to put away. Yeah, maybe his whole plan was to just have the Sanji as something to pitch. Yeah, he might have forgot that he had to draw for turn. Yeah, but this game is definitely over. There's no way. Yeah, he doesn't need the other body at this point. He just needs like the removal to guarantee that like he's not going to lose. The removal slash whatever. Yeah, he's Omega safe. He is big chillin' right now in round 9. Man, that blast breath, never getting a chance in this game. Well, I wouldn't say it was so easy, Moop Loop, because he put the blue purple Luffy in a state to where he had to have Gravity Blade, a one of card in the deck. I think this matchup is just so bad for Lim that like it's one of those things that you have to force your opponent to have it, and he had it. Like you have no other choice than to just try to get your opponent to have it. There's a red rock in that. Oh, he bottoms all of that. Okay. No, this is not the finals. This is round 9. We have a couple more rounds left. Ace. So Usohachi, rest the blockers, swing 9. There's no way you get out of this. 9 is going to go blast breath, blast breath. Is going to pitch off of the to go to 10, and then all of it going in. Can he counter out of this? I don't think so. No. Just 1-2K. Yeah, Lim is, or Nine Mom is so good against Lim. Not, I mean, technically Moop Loop, but he has to bottom deck a lot. He has to, like, because he can't, like, it's weird, like, asking, like, or saying, like, he can search it. He can, like, pseudo search it. And that's the thing about Blue Purple Luffy, which I think the leader effect is just broken and why the leader should just get banned. Because you could do stuff like that to where, like, you can set up your Sanji Linlin plays. You can set up, you know, finding a card that you should not be able to find. I don't think it would have mattered, though, going nowhere. Like, I do agree that it would have... It probably would have been better after the fact in hindsight, because hindsight is 2020. But it didn't... I don't think it would have made a difference. I don't think it would have made a difference. Also, Hipster, Borges, Gallifrey, and Timo, thank you so much for following on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's just like a lot of other decks where, like, you have to hit... Like, I mean, like, it's like Bellow Betty, right? Like, where you just have to hit them and you have to KO them before they get going in that late game. Like, that's how you win. And that's the problem with Blue Purple Luffy existing in the meta, is there's just, like, decks shouldn't need to go that fast. You know? Wish it got banned last ban? Wait, what? Luffy? Luffy wasn't even out yet by the time we got the last ban, right? Unless you're saying Gum Gum Giant. He did, but it wasn't like the Bellow Betty game. The Bellow Betty game, Gum Gum Giant, was huge. In this game, it didn't really matter. It was not that crazy. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Chad, we've been live for almost 5 hours. Oh, you're talking about Gum Gum Giant? Okay, I can see it. I can see it. I don't think though that Gum Gum Giant would resolve the problem, to be honest. I think it would. The problem with Gum Gum Giant is that, okay, you just run other counter events. And sure, yeah, Gum Gum Giant is clearly the best counter event, right? But that doesn't hit the source of the problem, in my opinion, where the source of the problem is Luffy manipulating so many cards so easily. You know, and being able to engage these crazy combos in the game that otherwise wouldn't really exist. Look, there's so much value in... I'm just gonna keep going back to it. Sanji Linlin and then Linlin putting a life on top that you know what it is. There's so much you can do with that and so much potential. I don't think Big Mom is the problem with UP. I think UP's leader effect is the problem with UP. Like just being able to manipulate so much with that top 5 search is insane. And you get to draw an extra on top of it. If the leader, I think this format would be vastly different if UP Luffy's leader effect said, look at the top 5, grab a Straw Hat type card, bottom deck the rest. I think this format would be vastly different if UP's leader effect said that. And I don't think we would have a problem with like Sanji Linlin stuff. For sure. They can ban the leader. They've done it before. They did it with Sakazuki and they did it with Red Purple Law. I agree, Mooploop, that breaks UP, but I think the whole reason that breaks UP is because of the leader effect. I think the leader effect is just the source of the problem. Yeah, 2 out of the top 5 is awesome. And know the exact order of it. That's also awesome. Ooh, chat, Yamato and... Luffy. So, Chad, this is top 16 now that we're watching. I think I'm going to hide the top 16 at the bottom there because it says top 16 up top. Is this best of 3? Yeah, that was a great dab up. Yeah. That handshake that they just had, you know that they're buddies, and they're so excited to be in this top cut. It's either Linlin or UP. Yeah, I think the bands are either Nine Mom or UP leader, and I think it's just the leader. Because I think Yamato is healthy enough in any other aspect of the game, except for that deck. It's not like Great Eruption or Ice Age, where they're played in like literally every single black deck because they're just so broken. Or Akos Gecko Moria, right? You were at this event, Ariel? That's so cool. I hope you enjoyed the event, even though you didn't top. This is a best of 3. Ooh. Okay, chat, buckle up because we've got best of 3 top cut. Let's go into it, chat. We got a lot to do. 110. 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, looks like both players passing on their first turn. Now the Yamato going ahead, swinging 8K double attack. He's just going to take it. That's a double attack already at 1 life. So he's going to draw for turn. I think that's real, Moop Loop. I think Shanks could be real after the ban list. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. 3 cost Zoro Juro comes down, right? Going to be able to ramp in the coming turn. Does not want to hit a trigger body, right? Because he's a 3 life leader, automatically all those trigger bodies that Yamato could play is going to be able to come out onto the field. And so getting rid of that Zoro Juro on the Zeus is just going to swing another 8 and force the gear 2. No, Shanks is not best deck. I don't think Shanks would be the best deck if Blue Purple Luffy got banned, but I think it would be in a much better position, that's for sure. Yeah, UP kind of needs gear 2 in this matchup, just like right there. So what does Luffy do? You don't get the ramp from Zoro Juro. You're at 6 total. There's no way that you can double ramp on this turn. No, I guess you could. You'd have to God Thread into gear 2, but we're not going to see either of those. No, wait, God Thread into gear 2 would not work. Just kidding, chat. I'm a liar. Going to be a Nami search. The Nami is going to look at the 3 and put 2 on the top or bottom. It's going to be probably good to establish Nami in this matchup, especially because you just saw the Zeus. Yeah, I think it would be a solid meta contender for our OP12 format, for sure. For sure. I don't think it would be best deck. I think Zoro would be best deck. And I feel like Zoro would beat Shanks. Passing off the turn after that, leaving 1 Dawn open for maybe a gear 2. Oh, yeah, double gear 2 could have been double ramp. That's right. Oh, my God, he's going to play another Zeus. He's going to play another Zeus. With 5 Dawn open, though, the double attack is not going to be able to kill, but this 8K swing is going to pressure right now. You either have gear 2 or Gum Gum Giant, right, with this 1 Dawn. Bonclay. Oh, yeah, Bonclay into gear 2 would have worked. Okay, so there's plenty of options to be able to double ramp. Is going to take that last life and a 2 for, oh my gosh, this is the Tomo Kozia guy. Chat, if you do not know who this is, I think he trashes himself and gives a leader or character plus 3,000 power. So next turn, we could just see like an all-in on Yamato if he doesn't play a blocker here. Because he's only at 8 Dawn. If he doesn't play Katakuri or 9-drop Linlin, he could play a Nami. Don't play a Nami. No, come on. I want to see this. I want to see Yamato go all in. Come on. Don't play a blocker. Don't play a blocker. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is crazy, chat. This is aggro gaming. Oh, Phelan, we're talking about if Blue Purple Luffy gets banned. It is definitely a bad deck right now in the West. But if Blue Purple Luffy gets banned, I think that Shanks goes back to being a good deck. It's not the best deck, but it's not a bad deck anymore. He's going to swing 9K at lead. Oh, he has a 5-drop Nami, doesn't he? No, he just passed. He just passed. What do we see here? Oh, yo, congratulations, Gabriel, on your top 64. That was a cool game to watch. Would you mind? Somebody posted your list earlier in the Discord. I was going to share it with some of my Las Vegas friends that play Jinbe, because we got some big Jinbe fans over here at the shop. Shanks is bad against Zoro. I feel like Shanks is not a good matchup in Zoro. Ooh, he's going to play the Momonosuke, though. The Momonosuke going to be a very nice one. is going to be able to gain 1,000 power and rush, but he's got to attach 2 Dawn somewhere. Probably going to swing like 8 lead. 8 lead, use the Momonosuke effect to gain 1,000, and then use leader effect to put Dawn on the Momonosuke and swing. He could like swing 8 at lead. He could swing 8 at lead. He could use the Momo effect to give 3,000. No, don't do it. Not yet. Oh, he's swinging 7 at lead. Swinging 7 at lead. This is fine. Gonna force a card out of hand. I would have liked 8 a little bit more, but I can't complain right now. I'm having a lot of fun. Hody inbound. Hody might be inbound next turn. Let's be real. King of the Seas. 2K, 1K to get out of that. Wait, 2K, 1K? Wait. No, he was just 7, right? Oh, no, your leader gains 1,000 power from the Momonosuke. So, okay, that is an 8K swing. Yeah, thank you, chat. Thank you. And so now, going all in with this Momo. Can he get out of it? Can he get out of it? Chat. Use the Tomokozuya for plus 3K, then attach the active Dawn, and then use leader effect to give 2 rested Dawn to him. Can he get out of it? He's going to use Thunder Bagua. That's going to be huge to help him out. Yeah, it's a rested Dawn. He still needs more. If he has like Gum Gum Giant or Gear 2, he gets out of it, right? Yeah, I think it's 14. So he's at 10 right now. Oh, Gum Gum Giant doesn't get out of it. I'm pretty sure this is 14, as you're saying, Sam. So he's going to use Giant, so no leader effect next turn. No leader effect. This Yamato is cooking. He's got to figure out what to trash. And he also has to give another 1K on top of it after the draws. Dude, Hody next turn would go insane. Yeah, he did ramp for Bagua. He did. But he's only at 8 Dawn right now. And so the Gum Gum Giant now puts him at 6. Or wait. Oh, no. I'm sorry. He does have leader effect next turn. My apologies, chat. He does have leader effect next turn. Wait, does he not? Oh, no. He was only at 7. Yeah, no leader effect, chat. He was only at 7. This is wild. I feel like this is a fever dream. I feel like this is not real. Is this real, chat? What do you do right here if you're the blue-purple Luffy? You, like, have to play 9 Mom, right? Yeah, he was only at 7 Dawn, so he did ramp from the Thunder Bagua, but because he Gum Gum Giant, he did not get to utilize leader effect, yeah. Because he was at 9 and then went down to 7. The Momo is... Grav-Blade leaves 3 up. He could Grav-Blade right here. I was going to say Grav-Blade or Linlin would probably... I think Linlin would be the better choice. Right? Because if you Grav-Blade, you still have to counter out of the Yamato to the face. So he's just going to 2K out of that. Yeah, you have to have 9 Mom right here in order to have a chance. Yeah. Because you can put the Momo in life. You can put the Momo in life. You can survive another turn, basically. You don't have any Dawn. But more than likely, these Zeuses are not going to swing. Yamato at full 10 Dawn. Could you go Hody Jones? Hody Jones right here would be really good, right? Yamato. So this is the Yamato that from the starter deck that looks at the top 5, tries to find a land of Wano. Looking for another Momo, probably, actually. Ooh, we've got the Tomokozuya. If you're trying to min-max the amount of Dawn, that's an extra 1K. So is going to play that guy down. You don't lose here, though. So is going to use leader effect to give the 2 Dawn to Zeus. He doesn't lose here, though, because he didn't play Hody. He's attaching all that Dawn. How much is this? 3, 6, 7. So that's a 9K swing. Takes the life. He's going to use the guy to +3, 5 in total. So a 10K swing. 2K, 1K, 1K, 1K. Oh, I got out of it. That was crazy. It's cooling off a little bit. Slowly. Dang, that was crazy. Oh, was that an 8K swing? 3, 6, 7? No, that's a 9K swing, right? Yeah, 9K swing from the Zeus. And then 10K swing on lead. So now leader effect is going. I don't think the Yamato is afraid of losing this turn, but the Yamato may have lost their chance to hit for game, right? He only had 2 cards in hand after that counter. Yeah, I think another 9-mom right here would be really good. Sanji Linlin would be ideal. Sanji Linlin would be ideal, but Linlin is the one thing that you need. Where's the purple Katakuri you saw on the thumbnail? It's in the VOD. They showed it earlier. We went over the game. If he's not playing 9-mom this turn, he has to play blockers. Right? Yamato needs Hody like yesterday. I think Yamato could play Hody this upcoming turn. And I think it could work. Because you could rest the blocker if he doesn't gain the life and he only plays like Nami blocker and leaves up like 4 or 5 Dawn. You could Nami blocker, or you could rest the Nami blocker and you can rest one of the Dawn. Not that I think it would matter too much. And then you can swing 8, 10, 8, 11. Yeah, this is a 3-game set. What about 9 Luffy? I don't think 9 Luffy... I guess 9 Luffy could work, but you'd only be swinging like 7 or 6 with lead. And Yamato's got a couple cards in hand. I don't know how many, but you would need all 3 swings to connect. Because I think at this point, it's a misplay to swing at the Zeus. You know? I don't know if I'm overly worried about the Zeus at this point. Maybe I am. Am I worried about the Zeus? This is a crazy game, though. 7 at lead. So he's going to take the first one. No trigger body. Yamato doesn't have any trigger bodies. So plays down that Nami. He's going to have 4 Dawn left. We see Gum Gum Giant, Linlin, and something else. So Gum Gum Giant's going to be huge. He left it on top. So probably utilizing the Gum Gum Giant for the Linlin to trash. Yehudi Jones right here, right? Yehudi. Well, does the Yamato swing 6? No, leader effect would only allow this Yamato to swing 5 because it's a 0 power and gains plus 3,000. Hody Jones! He got him! All right, let's see if he's got it. 6 at lead. He's only swinging 6, trying to bait out the Gum Gum Giant at this point. Oh, it's going to be a 1K from the Zoro Juro. So just going to attach and swing 12 at lead. Let's see if he gets out of 12, chat. Is going to be a Gum Gum Giant, gets rid of God Thread. We know that there's a Linlin in the hand that's dead, but drawing the next 2 cards. Oh, he has another Gum Gum Giant. He gets out of it. No! And it looks like passing off the turn. Luffy's just going to win. Dang it. Dimma darn it. Oh, he must have had a lot of cards in hand because he's playing the pudding right now. He must have had a ton of cards in hand. Oh. See, like, the 9 Lin is what won that game. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. But also the leader effect is, I think the leader effect is really what won that game. That was a good game. That was a good game. I like that game. That was fun. No, she doesn't. She doesn't going nowhere. The Yamato does not take 1 card out of hand. The Yamato only swings 5. Wait, you give 1 Dawn to Yamato and it swings 4? Wait, what does the Yamato do? Hold on. The Yamato only gains 3,000 power, right? Yeah, it only gains 3,000 power. So if you put 2 Dawn on it, I guess you're saying is if you put 1 more Dawn on top of this 2 Dawn. Okay, now I see what you're saying. Now I see what you're saying. Yeah, you need 2 Dawn to start, but that only makes the Yamato a 5,000 power body, so you have to give 1 extra Dawn to it in some form or fashion. Yeah, I think both players played that pretty well. Well, to be fair, Yamato had him on the ropes like crazy. Yamato had him on the ropes. It was just because the game went on so long. Ironically enough, I've seen enough. Ban Cavendish. Yeah, get him out of here. You know what? Ban Buggy. That leader is so bad, it's embarrassing. Ban Buggy. All right, game 2, Yamato choosing the order that they want to go in, right? In a best 2 out of 3. This does put the disadvantage on Yamato, though, because that means that if they win game 2, then Luffy chooses what curve they want. Winning game 1 in a best of 3 is insane. It's so good, and it's pretty good advantage for the player that won. And not just because you won a game. Ban 10 drop Buggy. Yo, what up, Noble Asta? How you doing? How the videos been? Oh, man. You guys have great handshakes in Brazil. You guys have incredible handshakes. I swear. Grabs the guy that gives 3,000 power. I forget his name. Oh, leader needs to go on the field. He was trying to trash his leader chat. Buggy slander my ears. Buggy catching strays. I hate that deck. Have you guys seen the clip of the... Oh, you know what? Actually, I'll show you guys the clip after this. So now swings 6 at lead. Is going to take that life. Oh, is taking the double attack. I'm sorry. On the 6. Plays down the guy. We'll see if any sort of removal comes in on this guy. But could be a situation to where you actually pop him next turn. I actually don't know what language the cards are in. I know on screen they're in English, Moop Loop, but I don't know if the physical cards themselves are in Portuguese or are in English. I don't know that. If Yamato can banish with Izo. Yeah, we haven't seen Izo yet. The leader going where it belongs. So ends up playing the Zorojuro and just passes yet again. We'll see if he has another Gear 2 in hand. Oh, the cards are in English. We do not have Portuguese cards. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. I did not know. And so another Yamato just going to be doing searching. What if he finds another one? I think he bottom decked one of the guys earlier, but a Momonosuke is going to be nice to threaten in the next turn. Do you go ahead and pop the guy right now? Or do you, yeah, you just swing 8? So it takes that life. Uses leader effect to give one to the Yamato, gives another one to the Yamato, pops the guy, and now swings with the Yamato. So I think that's 8,000 power total. Now swinging for lethal. Does he have gear 2? No, 2K, 1K. That's a good sign because he definitely would have geared 2'd if he had it. I think Yamato might have game 2. That was a huge turn. The fact that he didn't gear 2 is huge. Yeah, he also didn't bottom deck Hody. So that's sick. That's really cool. But he's playing Momo next turn. So gets the ramp, is going to be 7 now. If he has God Thread, he goes up to 8. But no, just plays Nami. So the blocker is going to be a problem. Especially with the filtering. You definitely put like all the non-counter cards in the top of the deck, right? You just get all the counter in your hand. Also, I think the Yamato has some beautiful Hiyori Dawn sleeves. Let me just put that out there. So trying to figure out what cards to get rid of. Looks like putting 2 to the bottom, I think. Victor, that's because the rule sets are different between the East and the West. It is allowed in the East, but it is not allowed in the West. That's why that ruling happened. That's the easiest way to tell you. They're just 2 different rule sets. So now the Yamato is at 7 now. 7 Dawn. So can go ahead with the Momonosuke. Ooh, but the Momonosuke, that means you have to use leader effect on the Yamato, which would be 5,000 power, and you'd have to swing like 5, 6, 5 with leader, 6 with Yamato. Or actually, you could swing 6 with the leader, right? Because you Momo and you give the plus 1,000 to the leader. Use leader effect to give it to... I think he gave... Oh, no, he swung at the Zorojuro. Oh, interesting. So he got rid of the Zorojuro, now swinging 7. No, I definitely think, Couscous, that you play Momo first. Because you're still at 4 life. You play Momo first, and then you play Hody. I think you always play Hody second. Yeah, Thunder Bagua incoming. This is not live. If you want to watch the VOD for this tournament, My Hero Collector, you can check the pin message in the description or the pin message on the chat. So now the Momo coming in with a swing. You wouldn't swing Momo here if UP doesn't Thunder Bagua on leader swing? Really? You think so? Because, yeah, I think Thunder Bagua. Ooh, no Thunder Bagua. It's going to be a gear 2. All right, all right, all right. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Because still doesn't get to use leader effect, right? Because they were at 7. Did not Thunder Bagua. Yeah, the tournament happened over the weekend. We're just watching it now. This is the Sao Paulo, Brazil offline regionals. So KO's the Nami. I definitely think KOing the Nami is the right decision. Oh, the Lin on curve. Gets rid of the Momo. Puts it on the bottom. We'll never see that guy again. You could still go Hody Jones. You could go Hody Jones. No, he's going to play the 2-cost Zeus. Oh, he's going to get the Momo back. Because you get to choose whether you want the top or bottom life with Zeus. Oh, that's correct. Momo's back. So swings now 6 at lead. He's not playing the Momo this turn then, right? Or no, he is playing the Momo this turn. Why would you not... Wait, why would you swing... If you reveal that the Momo's in hand, why would you not play the Momo first and swing 7 with lead? Chat, can anybody explain why you would not do that? I don't know if I understand why you wouldn't do that. Swing 7, because you get the same math, right? With leader effect and the Momo unattached Dawn effect. You get the same math, but it's an extra 1k power to your leader, right? Oh, you have to have a life count. That's right. That's right. Never mind, chat. I'm crazy. All right, moving on. Moving on, chat. Yeah, you need to get 2. You need to have 2 life to get the plus 1k. That's right. That's right. I'm remembering now. Yeah, so I guess it's always better. Although I don't think there's any trigger that gets rid of Momo typically, right? Unless you're... I guess it's just always correct to like play as if there's a trigger potentially or something. All right. Ooh, looks like this top 5 is not great. There's a Red Rock. You could Red Rock the one guy, Momo. Although I don't think that would help you. I think you would lose if you Red Rock the Momo, right? How many cards does he have in hand? No, because Grab Blade is only a 5 cost. Momo's a 6. That's why I was thinking like maybe he was afraid of trigger because of Gravity Blade, but Grab Blade doesn't hit him. And Red Rock is only a 4. So uses the 0 cost event on the Luna. I like Electrical Luna a lot. It's one of my favorite cards. The picking on monitor is crazy. Picking what on monitor? Like doing this? My nose itched. Oh, he's swinging at the Momo. He's just trying to take it out. But you still lose here to... Oh, he's saving it. Wow, that's a lot of counter. All right, moving on in the turn. Now would be a good time for Hody. Right, because then you have a lot of swings going. He rests too. Oh, he's got the boost guy. Oh, me trying to see the cards. I'm really into this, chat. I don't know if anybody could tell. I'm really into this game. So now swings 8 at lead. He's going to go 8 at lead, try to... Why 8? Why wouldn't you go 9? Wouldn't you always want to swing 9 here? Because if you swing 9, that... Because right now he could just use gear 2 and get out of it. But if he goes 9, then that means he has to use Gum Gum Giant, Thunder Bagua, or like he... Tono Yasu, thank you. I always forget his name. I just know he's the plus 3k guy. So Gum Gum Giant. Okay, he's using Gum Gum Giant. I was going to say, I feel like you always swing 9 for the Gum Gum Giant. Yeah, yeah, sure. Pitch Godthread. Why not? Oh, he's going Sanji. Okay, draws 2. That's 10. So now using the Momo effect to gain 1,000 is going to plus 3,000 him. And then Yamato effect and put all of this Dawn on him. He's got this, right? There's no way. That's a lot of Dawn. That's 7 Dawn attached plus 1 plus 3. That's a lot of power. I don't even know how high that is. I'm going to be honest, chat. Because Momo's a base 7, so 8, 11 plus 7. That's an 18,000 power swing. Is that 18, chat? I can only count by 7s because I majored in touchdowns with my master's degree in college. I literally majored in touchdowns. I can only count by 7. So that's 4. So that's 10. He's got to go to 18. There's another Gum Gum Giant. Draw 2. So that's plus 8 to put him at 13. He needs like 6K counter. 2, 4, 7. Wait. He got out of it? So if this was 18K, you have 4, 8 to go to... Oh, 14. I said 13. It was 14. Okay, yeah, he got out of it. He got out of it. Ugh. Still no leader effect, though. But you're, like, in a fine position as Yamato, right? You may not have cards in hand, but, like, if you just have Hody Jones in turn, next turn, that's, like, crazy. Oh, yeah, touchdowns are 6. But if you have a... If you have a good team... Oh, he just scooped. He said, let's go to game 3. Yamato wins that one, chat. We're going to game 3. Still 38 minutes left. 38 minutes. It's 1-1. This is crazy. This is so fun. Holy cow. But now Blue Purple Luffy gets to choose their curve. I don't think the ban list is going to be announced this weekend. In all seriousness, Michael. Chad, I don't think the ban list is going to be announced this weekend because there's a major tournament next weekend. They typically announce ban lists after major tournaments, historically, and so I think it's going to be next weekend that we see it. I don't think it's going to be this weekend. I think this weekend is just going to be the Emu reveal, and that's it. Maybe some OP13 reveals. Maybe. Holy cow, they shuffled really fast. No, he's running Hody. Yamato is running Hody. We saw one in game 1. It's just, you can't find it. You have to just naturally draw into it. If it goes to tiebreaker, you have less life. They have 30. I mean, they played 2 games in 35 minutes. I don't think game 3 is going to take 35 minutes. Not the way that this Yamato is playing. This Yamato is going to continue being the same game plan over and over. No, One Piece Day, Japan is not a major tournament for them. It's the Area Finals. I think it's called Area 1 Finals, happening next weekend. All right, gonna get the Odin 2K in the hand, pass off the turn. We'll see if he can find Odin. I know, I saw that Robin yesterday, and I got really excited for Uta. It's just gonna swing 8 lead. This is the same that we've seen the same thing 3 times now. Yamato getting on the odd curve, though. I think they had the odd curve last game. Yeah, the Yamato has awesome sleeves. I think all of their Dawn is either Odin or Yamato Dawn. Bonclay coming in, going to ramp, pass off the turn. You could nullify the Bonclay in general if you don't play like a big character down on the field. All you need to do... Oh, it's Kinemon, not Odin. Thank you, chat. Sorry. I'm not... I mean, Mephius, they can't make every leader broken, so I think Kyros is just one of those things that's like, you have to create bad leaders. So 2K, 2K, 1K gets out of that swing, does not want to take that final life. Passes off the turn. Yeah, kind of surprised that he chose second this game. Maybe for the Bong Clay, like guaranteed ramp on turn 2. Whether it's like Zoro Juro or Bong Clay. I mean, Zoro Juro doesn't ramp on turn 2, it ramps on turn 3, but like it's probably staying on the field to ramp in the next turn. So that's probably the thought behind it. Another Bong Clay coming in. But Bong Clays aren't doing anything. What are you going to do? Copy a 0 power? But I guess once the Momo Nosuke comes, you copy the Momo. And that's where the damage gets dealt. So you kind of put him in this weird position of like, do you actually want to play Momo or not? But I think you always want to play Momo, right? I don't think... You have a good amount of counter in hand, so you don't really care about the Bong Clays. Because, like, next turn, the... Oh, he gets leader effect next turn, unless he Giants right now. Let's see, attach 1, swing 6. It's going to be a 1K counter. And there's the Momo. Using leader effect to give 2 onto the Momo is going to use that Momo effect to put 2 Dawn back and be able to swing. Is going to take that final life, pass off the turn. UP now using leader effect. Did not have to counter really any events, which is super nice. I feel like the counter events are so good in this matchup. I don't know if UP is looking safe, because this is basically the same game as last game almost. But it could get really scary. The Bong Clays are definitely going to pressure the Momo right here. Ooh, is thinking about grabbing the Giant. Giants are a good grab. You probably don't want to reveal the Giant, right? You just want to reveal a 1K if you can. Or Sanji. You either like reveal... I mean, you could just have nothing in there besides the Gum Gum Giant to be able to utilize. Zoro Juro, yeah, I think you reveal a 1K and you secretly grab on the draw the Gum Gum Giant. Because the thing about this deck in general, for anybody who's looking to try to get better with this deck, UP Luffy, is you need to sometimes keep secret on how much counter you have in hand. And the easy way to do that is to reveal the lower end of the counter of what you get in there. If it's not something you immediately need, like Zoro Juro, is just going to be a counter and counter. Oh my god, a Lin Lin is going to put the Momo away at the bottom. We'll see if there's a Zeus, actually, chat. But do you swing at the Bong Clays? You could go like Zeus KO one of the Bong Clays, swing Yamato KO another one of the Bong Clays, and then go in with the Momo and do like another aggressive turn. Oh, is going to go 7. Hody Jones, baby, is going to rest the Dawn. Ooh, chat, we could see it right here. We could see it right here. I would say put 2 on lead, swing 7, and then swing 10 with Hody. You go 7 and 10. He's probably got a 2K in hand, right? Like that for Nosuke. And then you use leader effect, give 2 to Hody. Because I don't think there's a... Like, you can't swing with the 1-cost Yamato. He might be thinking about not swinging with Hody, which I feel like would be incorrect. You have to jam Hody, right? You're not going to hit for... do you swing with Hody? Do you swing with Hody? Because if you swing with Hody, he could probably die to a... Oh, yeah, swinging at the Bon Clays. Getting rid of Bon Clays. Don't want to... Because now he can copy Hody. And that's a problem. Yeah, he's just going to clear the Bon Clays. Now he's taking it slower, which I think is the deathbed now for this Yamato. Yeah, like you have to swing the... You have to clear the Bon Clays. You have to clear the Bon Clays because copying Hody Jones would be disastrous. Especially swinging at the Hody Jones. You're trying to minimize like the amount of swings on that guy. I don't think his hand size is big enough to allow Bon Clay to live. I don't know if Hody dies this turn. The Yamato definitely does. I don't know if the Hody does, though. Because at most he's probably... Well, I guess he could add Dawn and then drop like 5-drop Nami. Oh, he might be thinking about doing that. Or he might Red Rock. He could Red Rock. Yeah, thinking more about it, I think clearing the Bon Clays was definitely the right play. Oh, yeah, he is going in on this guy. Does he live? Does he live? It'd be huge if he did. Would it? It would be huge if it did. He's thinking about it. That's a 13 power swing as an 8K body. He's definitely got a 0 cost event right in hand. I don't know if he should have cleared Bon Clay with leader. I think probably. 2K and 1K. 4 cards out of hand. I think maybe, yeah, he should have probably swung. I don't know. It's really tough to say. Yeah, he's had fantastic hands, it seems like, in these games, chat. Filtering the hand, 1 Dawn up. Second Hody Jones. Is there a second Hody Jones that's going to hit the field? Come on. He could do the funniest thing right now. Come on. Drop him. Drop the Hody Jones. Drop the Hody Jones. Drop the Hody. Come on. Do it. I'm like Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars. Yo, what up, Mikey? How you doing? If he has a second Hody here, that'd be insane. That would just be unlucky for the... that would be just be super unlucky for the blue-purple. Oh, Banish Izo's pretty good. Yeah, Kawaii Beans. I think it probably should have been that. Because that's the most likely scenario for you to get the life, right? Oh my gosh, that's a big swing. Where is this going? 2, 4, 6, 7? That's a 12K swing. Banish on the gear 2. I wonder if he has a Hody in hand for an upcoming turn. He only has like 3 cards in hand. 2, 3. Looks like 2. So puts the 2 on Izo from leader effect to gain blocker. Yeah, losing the gear 2 is a big deal, actually, on the Banish. Wait, he knew what that life was, right? Because of the Lin. Yeah, why did he not block? Is One Piece Day today, Kags, or is it sometime this weekend? I actually don't know. I don't know when actually One Piece Day is. But anyways, Blue Purple Luffy on leader effect, grabbing the 2K Usohachi. Yeah, Yamato still having 4 life is nuts, though. Did not swing the Hody. Is forcing him to swing at life. Yamato didn't have like any trigger bodies in either one of these games. Does this Yamato play trigger bodies, though? That's the real question. There has to be a reason why he didn't block. I don't believe that there was zero reason. I don't believe that you can get to top 16 like this and not have a reason for that. Because Hody could have swung, right? But Hody wouldn't have been able to swing that big. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I don't have a huge problem with the 12K swing. It surprised me. Trigger body? Oh, Electrical Luna, rest the Nami. There's no blockers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is it, Chad. Who needs Hody Jones when we have Electrical Luna? Swinging again. No trigger. Is it a 9 Lin? If it's a 9 Lin, I'm pissed. 5 for another Nami? Ugh. Come on. Come on. 5 Dawn left open. You leave it, right? Because of Hody Jones. Yeah, now not blocking was a huge misplay. Because now you... Well, I mean, it's unlucky, if anything. I don't know if Hody's dead, but it's not looking great. Or Luffy. Yeah, I don't know if UP will die right here. He's got to have something... He's got to have something to rest the Nami, right? And get these swings in. Or he's just got to blast through. That Luffy has a lot of cards in hand. I don't know how many, but it looks like 6 for a Momo. Oh, another Momo. Another Momo has hit the field, Mr. President. Just a bare 5K swing? What? Oh, no, 6K because of the Momo. That's right. Yeah, 6K swing. I was like, what? 2K counter. Ends up using leader effect to put 2 Dawn. You have to put it on Izo, right? No, you're putting it on Hody Jones. Now a 10K swing. We'll see what counter events he has. We know he has a Gum Gum Giant, and there that is. He's going to pitch God Thread. Very typical, I guess. He drew a non-counter card in the Katakuri I saw. I don't know what the second card was, but the first card was Katakuri. Just goes ahead with the Usohachi to go to 12. So takes off the Dawn on Momo. Allows him to swing. There's still a blocker on field. I think you need to guarantee that Izo's a blocker. So this is what? Another 10K swing? Another gun. Oh, Thunder Bagua. Okay. That's 10. Now another 2K. And so now attaches the 2. I don't think the Yamato is dead. He's still got another turn, I'm pretty sure. Because of the blocker Izo. I mean, Usohachi, he just pitched in Usohachi. He's got to find another one. And then he has to swing with the Namis. That's the big key. He's got to swing with the Namis. There's no Usohachi in that top, but there is a blocker Nami. And the one blocker Nami is going to restand. Not looking good, chat, for the Yama Bros. Not looking good. Another blocker Nami. Do you just go ahead and bottom deck that stack? You think he drops Katakuri? I almost feel like that Nami is better because Nami can filter the hand. You know? I kind of think that Nami is better than Katakuri in this sense. Just simply because you're able to get all of the non-counter, or at least 2 non-counter cards out of your hand. And it's almost like it allows Blue Purple Luffy to manipulate the entire top 5 on the leader effect. I don't have the Yamato deck, Carlos. I don't, unfortunately. I don't know where you can find deck lists outside of just players posting their deck lists. I don't think it's on like Eggman's site, or there might be some of them on like gumgum.gg or One Piece Top Decks, but I don't know that for sure. Yeah, every turn that UP lives is better for UP. Takes the first 6K swing. So he is committed to the swinging the Namis. Blocks with Izo. Oh, yeah, Usohachi right there. Just getting the win. Dang, what a great series, though. What an incredible series. Unfortunately, Blue Purple Luffy won. But what an incredible series. No, I'm saying like, or wait. I'm saying either go to this website, maybe, I'm not sure, or you could go to, it'd be here, and it would be, where would it be? It'd be here, I think, if anything. I'll get it out later. I'll get it out here in a sec. Or this one, I think it would be. Izo was up Dawn. Wait, what do you mean Izo was up Dawn? No, he used active Dawn on the Izo. Yeah, I think he motioned to his leader ability thinking that he had it, but then remembered that he didn't have leader ability. So he put 2 active Dawn because he had 3 active Dawn before the Izo, and then he attached to the Izo. Yeah. Just rewind and ignore the fact that he points towards his leader. He didn't cheat. He almost did, but he didn't. He didn't. Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back because we've been live for almost 6 hours now. No, you're good. It was definitely hard to see. We've been live for almost 6 hours, so I'm going to go to the bathroom because I got to go. I'll be right back. I'm going to play an advertisement on both Twitch and YouTube just so you guys then don't get advertisements in the middle of the match. All right, I will be right back, and I will make sure that we don't start next round until the ads are over with. Let's see, right there. Okay, I'm going to start the advertisements chat. I'll be right back. Yellow. What's up, chat? Huh. Oh, you don't get ads with YouTube Premium? I'm curious how many people here have YouTube Premium. I've never had it. Do you guys feel like it's worth it? Okay. So chat should be moving on to the top 8 round. Chat, remember also that here on Saturday night, we're going to be streaming the One Piece Day TCG stage segment on our YouTube channel. I've got a live stream for you. We'll be able to give you the rundown on everything that happens at the stage, whether that's reveals, ban lists, all that jazz, and a bag of chips. So make sure to tune in then. What? No way. Not during stream. Whoop. Chat, I hope everybody's having a good day. Thank you so much also to everybody that's been here. I've had a lot of people in here today, whether that's on Twitch or YouTube. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And for the Twitch side, at least, Synergetic, Ubel, and Solik. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Let's see. So the game should start in a second. The 9th and 10th. Yes, but I'm only going to be streaming the TCG segment on the 9th. Because that's the only time that we'll get actual TCG information. I'll probably watch a lot of it because it's cool. Oh, appreciate it, Borges. Oh, their actual camera's out. Oh, it's Bellow Betty. Oh, Borges, that's you as the Bellow Betty. This is going to be interesting, right? Looks like Bellow Betty going first in this game. Good handshake yet again. You guys have incredible handshakes in Brazil. Yo, Ian, what's going on? Appreciate you being here. Gonna drop the Revolutionary Army HQ. We'll see if he uses the Rev Army HQ. Right, a good stage to be able to search different pieces in the deck. It's a trash one. Look at the top 3. I don't know. We saw Blue Purple Luffy win the last Bellow Betty Blue Purple Luffy match, so don't hold your breath, Manuel. Is going to go ahead, pitch a blocker Karasu, find a 1-drop Bellow Betty. Probably going to be really good to play in the next turn, right? Especially with being able to find more searching, have a little body on field. You can kind of spread the field out with little guys. Blue Purple Luffy passing, and now Bellow Betty moving on to a 3-Dawn turn. The playset of Edward Newgate Dawn in a Bellow Betty deck is going to start off using stage. We'll see what they pitch. It's going to be another blocker Karasu, so not really valuing the Karasu, right? Easily removed from Godthread, Lin, Gravity Blade, stuff like that. Is going to grab 4-cost Ivankov. Going to be really nice in the coming turns, right? To be able to play cards like Karasu down on the field. And Bellow Betty comes in, doing another search. Yeah, not going second, Bellow Betty not going second, but it is also a best of 3. So Bellow Betty will go second in one of these games probably. And so with the 2 is just going to play out the Koala that they found off the Bellow Betty just to get bodies on the field. The difference, though, between Koala and Bellow Betty, which is nice, is that Koala off of leader effect, right, can go ahead and just swing 6,000 power, no Dawn investment, whereas the 1-cost Bellow Betty, being a 2,000 power character, has to have more Dawn to be able to swing into this leader. So now on a 5-Dawn turn, we'll see if the Ivankov comes down. Using the headquarters first, more than likely to try to find maybe a piece for the Ivankov. Is trying to think about what to pitch. We'll see if it's a 3rd blocker Karasu. But no, it's going to be the 5-drop Ivankov. Interesting. Not a counter card to be able to utilize. Are you trying to find Karasu right now? If you haven't found Karasu yet, you're definitely looking for that. Or maybe, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios of what you're trying to find off of this. You could be trying to find a Karasu. You could be trying to find something to just pitch off of for leader effects. So finding another 5-drop Ivankov, probably going to be the latter that I was mentioning. So uses the Ivankov and leader ability to pitch that Ivankov that we just found, as I was mentioning. Going to give 3,000 to the entire board and being able to use that activate main on Ivankov to play down Karasu. Make the leader 5,000 power. Now that 1-drop Bellow can swing without any Dawn investment, and you can go a nice 5-6-6 if you want. Maybe ending off the turn with another 1-cost Bellow. So going to be giving a Pudding counter card on that first one. Pudding not really useful in this matchup. Going to be a 6. Going to need a 2K to get out of this. Or gear 2 potentially. So we see him with that. And now swinging another 6. It's going to be a gear 2 to get out of that swing. The UP player using some Japanese Straw Hat Dawn. Now legal in Western tournaments. Fun fact for you right there, chat. But yes, the Edward Newgate Dawn looking a little crisp. Definitely been given love in the games, just like my cards. So now blue-purple Luffy getting out of that turn, still at 3 life, is sitting at 7 at this point. If he had another ramp, could be pretty nice to be able to use leader effect next turn and really get the ball rolling, but is just going to go ahead, copy the Karasu and swing at the Koala with 2 Dawn attached. So now going in with another 6K swing. Might be another Bond Clay, but no, passes off the turn with 4 Dawn open. So not getting leader effect next turn, but getting rid of 2 bodies on the field. Did not get rid of the Ivankov Karasu. The Ivankov, as chat was saying earlier in the previous Bellow game, that the Ivankov going to be a huge problem, right, to continuously use that activate main when that leader effect goes off. So Bellow
now.
You got to be careful how often you use your leader effect, though. Oh my gosh, that's a 3rd Ivankov. So a 3rd 5-drop Ivankov is found, and it's going to play another Karasu. This Karasu going down to the Luffy on 5, and with leader effect, could go ahead and make the Luffy leader a 4,000 power leader. Making the Luffy a 4,000 power leader, as you're saying, Sprint Turd, a 4,000 power leader, if you go ahead and boost the Karasu by 3,000 and swing, that would be an 8-4, and you would need more than just a Thunder Bagua to get out of these swings. So uses the Ivankov effect for the Inazuma. So now using leader effect to boost the 3. Did you need to attach the 2 Dawn? I guess maybe because you want to boost the Inazuma, actually. That made sense. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that was a good order of operations. Because you want the Inazuma to also get the boost because it's another character that can swing on this turn. And so Bellow getting rid of the Bond Clay. It's going to make the Luffy a 4,000 power leader on this 8,000 power swing. Is going to take this first life. Inazuma swinging 7, a Thunder Bagua would be able to get out of it and ramp up to 8, as chat was saying. And there we go. There's that Thunder Bagua to ramp. Now going to be able to use leader effect next turn. And this should be a 10,000 power swing, I think, taking that life. Yeah, pretty good play right now for the Bellow Betty. Looks pretty good right now, I think. But I think Bellow Betty only has like 1 or 2 cards in hand at this point. How many cards does he have in hand, actually? Wait, those are both of his hands, and I don't see any cards. Does he have a 0-card hand? Is he living on the top deck right now? It's always dangerous against Luffy to live on the top deck. I think Bellow Betty has no cards in hand. Now, I will say the cards that he's played, though, have been like the ideal cards that you want. I feel like he's had a pretty good game so far. But no cards in hand. This Luffy going to be grabbing what looks like Gum Gum Giant on this. We see a Sanji in that top. I can't tell what that second card to the right is. It could be a Sanji 2K, to be honest. This top of the deck could be Red Rock, Usohachi, 2K Sanji, and a 9 cost Sanji at this point. And so we'll see what he grabs. I think Gum Gum Giant's probably a safe bet. I think he's thinking about whether or not he wants to keep the stack or bottom the stack. It looks like keeping it on the top. Gum Gum Giant in hand, going up to 10 Dawn now. So now in a full 10 Dawn, do you have like a Sanji? No, you don't have a Sanji Linlin play. You have 9-drop Linlin, 8-cost Katakuri. I would probably say that the 9-drop Linlin is your best bet, right? Because of the Karasu's on field. You want to get rid of one of the... Or do you want to get rid of the Ivankov? Ooh. Well, if you get rid of one of those with the Linlin, then you can only... it's going to be hard to Gum Gum Giant. So swing 6 at the Karasu, gets that knockout. You could actually get rid of both of them, to be honest. Set up Red Rock Trigger. Ooh, Red Rock Trigger could be nice. Because you can Red Rock the... You can put Linlin... You can Linlin the Karasu and then set up Red Rock Trigger on the 4-drop Ivankov. Ooh, plays the Luffy. This is also a pretty good card, I feel like right now. Being able to get that rush, trash a card in hand, give a Rested Dawn to a leader, and remove a 4-cost. Could be able to remove either the Ivankov or the Karasu. We'll probably swing the swing at the Ivankov, right? And then using the effect to pitch a dead card in hand, the Katakuri, to give a Rested Dawn to the... He can give a Rested Dawn to the Luffy, right? If he wanted to, but I guess it didn't end up mattering too much. He had no cards in hand. Yeah, he had no cards in hand. It's looking a little scary right now, I feel like, for Bellow Betty. Maybe. I feel like it's kind of scary right now. Now that Luffy has a couple done up, we know that he has one Gum Gum Giant in hand to get out of one swing. Looks like a Koala coming in now. Koala being able to take this top life and then play down Karasu potentially. I think grabbed a 2K Koala off life. So definitely having Koala here is really good, right? And you get to draw one, right? You get to draw one on this play. Is he maybe... No, he can't be thinking about swinging at the Luffy, right? What are we thinking about here? If you swing at the Luffy, you then have to use leader effect and hope that Ivankov can get you there. Well, I don't think he... Here's the thing, Poof. I don't think he's announced where he wants the minus 1,000 from the Karasu yet. And he can't draw until he announces the minus 1,000 on the Karasu. No, Chad, like, am I crazy? Yeah, so he's going to minus the 1,000 on the Luffy. So you draw after that? Yeah, and then he draws. Yeah. Yeah, he was just thinking about where he wanted the minus 1,000. So now, like, you have to most certainly swing at this Luffy, right? You can watch on either high, whichever one. The Luffy is going to be really annoying because it is going to remove a body every single turn. So maybe that was just correct. Minus the 3,000 on the Luffy. Should be minus 4,000 in total. Yeah, because Koala is a 2-cost minus 3,000. So Luffy, now a 4,000 power character, is going to leader effect on the 3. The third one doesn't really matter. Let me read before you start swinging. Let me read the Koala. I'm pretty sure. Maybe the event, there's either two options off of this because it says cost of 4 from your hand if you do draw 1 card. I feel like you have to fulfill the on-play effects. Gosh. There's 2 scenarios. Either that was the correct sequence to do it, or they go simultaneously and you get to choose which order you want. But I think regardless of the order, it wouldn't change what he does. If you didn't clear, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think you need to clear the Luffy because of that removal aspect on the Luffy every single turn. Like, every single time that it swings. You guys all think that you do the Karasu effect after? I feel like they're almost simultaneous. Or maybe not. Effects are never interrupted when resolving. But is it? I don't know. Fact of the matter is, I don't think it really mattered what the card was that it was drawn. You know? But saving the Luffy off of Gum Gum Giant just has to get out of one more swing. So attaches the final Dawn, swings 10 at 6. Or 10 at 4, I'm sorry. Is going to clear that Luffy. You still get to keep the 1 life and you get leader effect. Yeah, so technically you guys might be right in that you have to resolve the Koala first and draw the card before you do Karasu. But it might just be one of those things where, like, it doesn't... I mean... Maybe it does matter, but in that situation, it didn't. It's just one of those things that the judge might have, like, intervened and said, like, hey, don't forget to draw your card off of Koala or something. I don't know. Anyways. Grabbing the Gum Gum Giant. Another Gum Gum Giant off leader effect. So let's see what he grabs off of this. KOs the Ivankov. There's a lot of rules in One Piece that are not, like, clear cut in a sense because of the wording. But I think Bellow Betty still has no cards in hand. I don't think it still matters. I think he would still try to go for the Luffy because the Luffy is the big problem on the board because it constantly removes one of your bodies. Uta did lose in the first round, Victor, unfortunately. So there's going to be a Lin Lin effect. I think you always get rid of Karasu. You always get rid of Karasu. Really? The koala? I guess the koala is a blocker and has the ability... yeah, are you just like not that afraid of Karasu? This game's taking a long time, I feel like. Or maybe it's only taking a long time because I expect it to end in like 5 minutes. So full tendon for Bellow Betty. You have to go in at face here, right? Why not play the Sanji with Lin Lin? It's probably because of the card count in hand. Because with Sanji Lin Lin, it's technically one less card that you keep in comparison, right? Or actually, is it? Actually, I don't know if it is. It's always a -2 because of the... yeah, Sanji can only top deck. Huh. But anyways, chat. Uses leader effect to boost the 3 bodies. Swings 9 now. At a 5K leader. Yeah, like he's using the Sanji to just trash. And be able to keep counters. So it's probably just one of those situations to where like he has such good cards in hand that he doesn't want to pitch. Because we know he has at least one Gum Gum Giant. Bring back the big dice. Oh, Grab Blade. He knew that was there, though. Wait. Grab Blade. Inazuma goes to the bottom. I don't think it matters because I don't think you're seeing that Inazuma ever again at this stage of the game. But Inazuma goes to the bottom. Inazuma goes to the bottom. So 4 Dawn. You could swing 9 at 5 again. Is he trying to get the Gum Gum Giant? He's trying to get the Gum Gum Giant out of hand. Koala's a 9K attacker after a leader ability and it blocks. It has to go. Oh, are you saying for the Lin Lin? Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense with the Koala. Right, like it's a blocker and it can be a 9K attacker, which is like the biggest body on the board after leader effect for Bellow Betty. So like the Karasu is annoying, but like here on this next turn, you're killing Karasu, right? Like the Bellow Betty board is gone after this. So now just big swing at life gets this one. 0 cards in hand now for the Bellow Betty. I think Blue Purple Luffy is still good if the leader doesn't get banned. I still think he is very good. Oh, that's the almost nail in the coffin, right? That's the almost nail in the coffin. Top deck Inazuma? Well, that wouldn't work because you need... Are you looking for like another 5-cost Ivankov right now? We've seen 3 of them. 5-cost Ivankov. You definitely have to play that down this turn, right? I think you swing with leader. Swing with leader first. Swing with leader first. Right? You swing with leader first in case of like another grab blade trigger. There's an Inazuma. No, I think you should have swung lead first. Because if there's a trigger that'll bottom deck one of your dudes, that feels so bad. Like another Red Rock or grab blade trigger right here is like, You have to swing, right? Like swing here. Because you have to pressure. I guess the only reason that you don't swing with leader first is if you don't plan on swinging at all, right? But I feel like you have to swing because you have to pressure. Is Raid Ace Cope tier in OP1112? Yes, it is. It's a cool deck, but it's definitely Cope. I wouldn't think about playing Ace until OP13, probably. And even at that point, there's a better Ace that comes out that you should just play instead. Gravis 5? Yeah, bottom deck's Inazuma. Or, I mean, it can do the Ivankov as well. My point is that one of your bodies leaves the field. Justice for blue-green Sanji. You can play Zoro Sanji, though. Also, well, that one's Rogue. That's not Cope. Blue-green Sanji is Cope. Betty can still win here, and it's also still game 1. Betty can still win, especially if there's no removal on these bodies. And even if there is removal, if it's not 9-drop Lin Lin, Bellow Betty can just like jam 15 face. No, I don't think Luffy is. I think there's worse. Luffy is just the current deck that people want to complain about because it's the current best deck. That's all it is. People will always complain about whatever the best deck is, and they will always ask for it to be banned. So now he's swinging all at lead. No trigger bodies. I think you could play Kuzan in 12. Zoro is definitely the better deck, but you could play Kuzan for sure. I think Kuzan's fun and Kuzan's really cool. Okay, so you still have a chance to win the game. It is not great because we know that there's at least one Gum Gum Giant in hand. But you still could technically win because you have 3 swings and you only need to hit once. You need at least 2 swings because there's a blocker on field now. You could have Zeus in hand. Zeus in hand would be really good. There's 5 Dawn up. I don't know. Watching the whole Red Purple Law OP08 format, that is in my mind the craziest deck ever in One Piece. Is that deck, that Red Purple Law deck. And Blue Purple Luffy, in terms of comparing formats, not just comparing decks battling each other, comparing formats, Blue Purple Luffy doesn't have nearly as much, not even close, to what Sakazuki or Red Purple Law ever had. Blue Purple Luffy is very similar to Doflamingo, where it is the best deck, but it is not a crazy, wild, like, by and far the best deck ever, you know? Like, we still have a relatively, like, diverse format right now. No, Jinbe got banned because it pushed tempo way too fast. It's not the fact that it played two bodies. It's just that you could negate a whole turn from your opponent while also at the very beginning of the game just destroy your opponent tempo-wise before they could literally even do anything. That's why Jinbe got banned. It's not just because it played two bodies. Ooh, another Inazuma is really good here. That's the fourth Karasu going to the bin. So you got what? 7 Dawn left? 7 Dawn left. You have a 7-7-9 right now on the field. So this is an 8. So 2K, 1K gets you to 9. No, and I would agree, Neon Lamp. I do think that Blue Purple Luffy is better than Doflamingo was, right? Comparing how they were in formats. Well, Doflamingo said that you couldn't play a 4-cost. Doflamingo's deck said that you couldn't play a 4-cost. But I think Blue Purple Luffy is better in this format than Doflamingo was at its peak. But I don't think that Blue Purple Luffy compares at all to Sakazuki in its peak or Red Purple Law in its peak. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it's much closer to Doflamingo than it is to Sakazuki. Oh my gosh, just another 2K, 1K. He is not giving up the block right now. $9K lead. That is definitely not true, Half-Breed, because Worlds, the year that Sokka came out, was before OP06. And what was it, like 14 of the 16 players played Sakazuki. Sakazuki was very, very good when it first came out. It was really good when Gecko came out. Wasn't Worlds, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I could have been wrong about this. Wasn't Worlds that year OP05? Because they had to go backwards for the West. Ooh, is just going to swing 8. Is really just swinging 8s right now. Sokka, it's really hard to tell, Project Super, of what decks would be like overly insane. Because, like, the decks were never meant to exist together, you know? I don't think the way to solve a card game problem is to just unleash the beast. Right? Like, I don't think the way to solve a broken deck is to just make more broken decks. Yeah, try the errata. They already gave you Sokka again. So now that swing prompts the block. And now we go back to... Yeah, just 2K, 1K, and then Gum Gum Giant out of those swings. Yeah, I feel like Betty... can Betty get this? I don't know if Betty can get this. So probably KOing. Oh, no, he's going for game at this point. Yeah, he just got game. I don't think he drew for turn. Well, there's still a chance that the Bellow Betty had that game, because if the Blue Purple Luffy didn't go for game, I think Bellow Betty still had a shot. But because like the Luffy, he can't concede until Blue Purple Luffy like really goes for game. I don't think he was out of that game until Blue Purple Luffy started swinging not at the characters. No, that is just not true, Invoke. No way. I don't know. Red Purple Law was absolutely, like, I think by and far, after watching the entirety of OP08 in the East, Red Purple Law is easily the best deck that we've had. In terms of, I guess, like the card pool within it. Sure, like if you brought Red Purple Law back now in this format, I think it wouldn't be the best deck. But I don't think that's how you correctly evaluate what the best deck ever in the card game was. And it's hard enough to just consider it by each format because each format is so vastly different. It's such a weird... It's like saying who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James. Like, as a guy who worked in sports for, like, double-digit years, I hate that conversation. Because I don't really think they're that comparable. The game of basketball is just so vastly different. And I think you can kind of say the same thing about One Piece a little bit. You know? It's so weird. Well, I think if we want to just say as a leader in general, I mean, sure, but is the leader only good because of the ramp, right? Like, Blue Purple Luffy is a vanilla leader until they hit 8 Dawn. If you're talking about in a vacuum, right, of just the leader effect, you then evaluate what hurts worse, being a vanilla leader for 4 or 5 turns or only being able to get rid of a 4,000 power character, right? Or 3,000 power character, whatever it was. So it's like, it's weird. Like, it's all about the cards around it. And I think purple inherently always having... you're probably right because purple always has... Purple is all about dawn ramping, whereas red purple is not about... I guess red is all about power minusing, but not getting the dawn back. So I think I don't know. I guess it just depends on how much you value, like, being a vanilla. I don't know. It's such a weird conversation. Bellow Betty having a pretty good start, it feels like, in this game. No Zorojuro to worry about going second. And now going to be able to use a leader effect. Almost accidentally drew a card. Plays the Karasu to go 5,000. Now could swing with lead. I think you probably swing at lead. I don't know if you... I guess you could swing the Bellow Betty. Yeah, you just go 2 5K pokes right here. I don't believe that I rate him. I believe that Blue Purple Luffy is broken because... drawing 2 cards on a leader effect is really good. And manipulating the top 5 enables Linlin to be broken in the deck. Linlin is broken in the deck, but that's only because Linlin can know the life that it puts in. You can draw it technically for turn off your leader effect. Ooh, God Thread. Let's see if it gets rid of the Ivankov or the Karasu here, chat. Because you guys all said that Ivankov was the most dangerous. And so, yeah, it gets rid of the Ivankov. They were listening to the stream. I don't think, Andrea, that they'll ever unban anything. I don't think the East will ever unban anything. The West will unban stuff, but I think the East, which is the ban list that we're talking about that happens here in the next couple weeks, I don't think they'll ever ban or unban anything. Finding another Karasu. Gets the koala. And the koala plays down the Karasu. Draws a card. After that minus 1,000. Is going to go ahead, swing 5 on 5 now. And we'll get another Karasu swing. Maybe not swinging the Karasu. Because why would you not like... I wonder why you wouldn't use leader if you... Hold on. Reset. If you're going to swing with the Karasu... Yeah, not swinging with the Karasu. I was going to say, if you're not going to swing... If you're going to swing with the Karasu, why would you swing Bellow Betty first? And not use leader effect to make it 4? Who said True Moo? Who said that it happens on Sunday? Because I guarantee it's not Bandai. Who said that it'll happen on Sunday? Can you give me verified information that's not your favorite content creator and or some random Twitter account that you follow? Legit question. Legit question. I know I was a little sarcastic there, but legit question. Because the live stream said it was just going to be in August. And everybody's assumption is that it's going to be this weekend. I think it's going to be next weekend. During the big tournament that they've got going on. No, they said it was just going to be in August. I remember pulling up the translation. I remember pulling up the translation on that day, and it just said in August. And so they've got the live stream that happens this weekend. But they have the area finals that happen next weekend. And historically, I know that One Piece Day is this weekend, but historically they announce ban list after big tournaments. And so since there's a big tournament next weekend, I think it'll happen next weekend. And this weekend, they're just going to focus on the Emu reveal. Or I guess is what is assumed to be the Emu reveal. John Bandai said it's happening on August 10th. Oh, John Bandai. Does he have a LinkedIn? It came to him in a dream. No, he was on 8. I'm pretty sure he had 8 Dawn. Sorry. Wait. Because I wasn't paying attention fully. What did he do on this turn with this Dawn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Yeah, he's... And here's 7. Right, he gets rid of the Ivankov, passes. And he doesn't Thunder Bagua, right? Yeah, he's only at 7 Dawn. Yeah, he's only at 7 Dawn right now. He should not have used this leader effect. Yeah, I don't think he should have been able to use this leader effect right now. Yeah, he just went to 9. They could leak some OP13. They could do that. But yeah, he's only at 7 Dawn right here. I think he was thinking about using Thunder Bagua in the turn. I think that's why. I'm scared of the Emu reveal. Do you think it'll be like Blackbeard? Chat, give me your predictions right now on what you think the Emu leader effect is going to be. He said he'd forgotten to ramp with the God thread. No, he ramped with the God thread. One more card hits 7 on the Karasu. No, he definitely... No, this isn't live. No. This is not live. Yeah, because now he's at 9. Does he realize it right here? I think they just realized it. No, he definitely ramped with the God Thread. He definitely ramped with the God Thread because he was at 6, and then he had 1 Dawn active, and then he ramped with the God Thread to go to 7. I remember. Yeah, the Emu leader better be broken with holding it against us, right? They haven't done it at all. Hope it's something to have an on discard effect. Black deck needs more support. What's the color that needs the most support right now, chat? What do you think? Seven life, 7K leader can't attack until 0 life. I wonder how that would be. Especially in a non-yellow deck. Like where you don't have your own life removal. You think red needs the most? Yellow, blue, black. Yellow sucks. Give it more. Green, blue. I think green's sitting pretty all right now after Zoro got revealed. Blue and red. Yellow just got Kuma. Yellow. But yellow, I feel like yellow doesn't have the impact that other colors do right now. I feel like yellow is probably the one that needs... I feel like yellow is the weakest color right now. Emu should possess characters. I think it'd be really interesting, right? Because doesn't Magic the Gathering have a system to where they can take over characters? John Bandai's my roommate. Yeah, I think yellow needs... I think yellow's the weakest color right now. But yellow is getting the Egghead starter deck. So then does it move to black or is it blue? Is blue like the second weakest color maybe? UP hand is pretty bad right now. So using the leader effect to give the power up to these 3. Yeah, no Kata, Sanji, or Linlin. That's what you get for using leader effect too early, right? So now a 9K swing, making him a 5K leader. I mean, sure, like a broken clock is right twice a day, but just because... Wait, UP's not a... UP's a yellow deck. Wait, hold on. What? So gets out of that first swing. Going Gum Gum Giant in 1K. Now a 7 is going to gear 2 to 8. I would have loved maybe an 8 on that swing. So you could go like 8 with Inazuma, 8 leader, 9 the koala. Unless you plan on playing like a 1-drop Bellow this turn, right? I will say that, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yellow is getting some help with that new Bonnie SR that they're getting in OP13. Which is definitely going to help Vegapunk. I don't know how much more it'll help. It might help Robin, actually, chat. Right? Because it has a trigger on it. So you can ramp with it. I think black is still good. So now attaching 3 is going to swing 8 now, it looks like, at lead. The blue-purple Luffy still at 2 life. My goodness. Green's pretty good in 12. I don't know if you have seen Manuel. Green's pretty good in 12. He's going to take that life with the Koala after Gear 2 and the Bon Clay. Now is using leader effect. Yeah, 9 cost with the trigger is crazy. Oh, is it Egghead Lock, chat? I didn't know that. My bad, my bad. It's definitely going to help Vegapunk then. And the new Bonnie and also potentially the starter deck Luffy, right? Because now we'll have 3 Egghead leaders once that starter deck comes out. Yeah, I will say trying to play a black deck that's not Rob Lucci or Blackbeard is like GG's. Don't play the game. It's definitely really tough. Blackbeard's like a different kind of black deck, though. I feel like it's a lot different. Blackbeard's like its own category. Teach is not bad. No way. Not in 12. No. It's not very good in 11. Still good, but not very good. But in 12, it's better. Because Bellow Betty and all these random aggro decks fall to the wayside. Clears that Karasu. Sanji's into Linlin. All because that Luffy stacked the top 5. Yeah, we've gotten confirmation that ST29 is going to be a yellow Egghead starter deck. So I would assume that there's potential to help Buggy. Teach counters Emu and Roger? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not caught up in the anime. Black Navy needs more support. I don't know about that. Maybe. The no fun for you category. Can we? Yeah, can we get another Kaido leader? Because both Kaidos are in block 1. We need another Kaido. Come on. Did he have the ability to defend Karasu? Though? Did he like just get the 2K? Yeah, where's the Brook leader, by the way? Good point, Squirrels.
Hitting the breaker real quick.
Should be leader locked. Black Vortex. Yeah, Black Vortex. If you've been watching the results in 12, Black Vortex has been put in a lot of black decks. Just literally to counter Zoro. Yeah, I got a key. Oh. Yeah, Tony texted me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and Inazuma here would be really good. I hope that Brook has some synergy with, like, Perona cards. I'd be really curious, Andrea, if there was a red deck that was not aggro. Like a control Shanks kind of deal. New Dofi would be cool. Wait, we have... Well, both Dofis are rotating. We already have 2 of them. Yeah, red is kind of just aggro by definition. That's kind of just the color typing, right? Where blue is like draw, purple's ramp, or dawn manipulation, yellow's life manipulation, black is cost manipulation. Green is like active / resting. No, I still think the Betty player is like in this game. The Betty player is just in a really interesting situation. It's like a really fragile line right now. I think he's doing well, despite the circumstances and the blue-purple Luffy leader doing an early leader effect. Yeah, Marco's also control red. That's another good point. Yeah. I think it's really rude, Hamoudi, to say that it's intentional. We have no idea if it's intentional or not. We have no idea, and it's neither of our job to make that call. You know? We can only state the facts. We can't give our opinion. The fact of the matter is that he used leader effect earlier. Whether it's intentional or not is up for opinion because we weren't there. Or at least I wasn't there. You might have been there. You might have been right at the table. Or you may be his friend. Is Whitebeard control enough? I don't know, actually. I don't know if Whitebeard is control. Brook leader cheats out with Laboons when it comes out. That'd be cool. Luffy using another leader effect. Not swinging any of these characters. Just being patient in a sense. Not afraid of dying. Can go for game next turn. Potentially. Yeah, the Karasu is going to be a problem. If he can't get rid of the Karasu, that's going to be tough. Plus, with the 3 bodies on the field right now, or 4 bodies on the field right now, you can really only get rid of 1. I don't know if running Jet Pistol, Mole Pistol makes you a control deck. I think maybe like Whitebeard having so many cards and then having so many counter events with the power minusing to get rid of stuff. Maybe. But I don't know if I would consider Whitebeard that. I don't know if there's really too many control decks in One Piece. At least it doesn't feel like it. But in this game, it's labeled very differently. Yeah, Grabblade, he could run Grabblade in here. But Grabblade only gets rid of 2, which still allows the Bellow Betty to have 3 swings left. So the 6K swing ends up countering 2K. Preserving the life for sure. So it's definitely probably taking both of these. No trigger body. No trigger bodies for these Bellow Betties. Is it a Lin? It's a Lin. Aggro and stall. It's definitely tanky. I will agree that Whitebeard is definitely a tanky deck. I don't know if that makes it control, though. But yeah, UP still runs Grabblade like a one of. So is going to put the Koala in life, right? The blocker. I do agree with that play. So now Bellow Betty. You can get all 4 swings to hit. You can. Do you have to go for game on this turn because you lose on the clapback? I feel like you do. I feel like you have to go for game. Well, he's pitching the Brick Koala. There's an Inazuma in there. The Inazuma could be another swing. That could be a big deal. Especially if there's an Inazuma. Chat, stop saying cheater. You don't know this guy. You don't know if it's intentional or not. We're just watching the game. Don't be toxic. So now using... Did not play the Inazuma down before using leader effect. Maybe thinking about like playing Inazuma and then rushing with it, attaching Dawn. Yeah, like, I mean, it looked like a Thunder Bagua angle to be able to ramp. Like, I've been there in blue-purple. Your brain's fried after 12 hours. So counters out of that one. Still sitting at 2 life, is pitching the whole hand. Well, Killer Queen, that's the mantra of especially One Piece lately with like online tournaments and stuff like that is, and this is just card games in general in my history of card games, people are very quick to call out ill intent when they don't know if it's ill intent. There are some times where it's very obvious. But like, yeah, they just assume. So now you still can get lethal, right? You can math this out. You swing with the Inazuma first. Oh, yeah, the leader skill of the Zeus. That's right, because it can only leader skill off triggers and Rev Army. That's right. Oh, now this board state is... Well, I mean, the board state was already pretty irreversible, but now it's like really good. No, chat, Luis is the one playing blue-purple Luffy here. Yeah, it can only... Oh, wait, can it not just discard... It can discard a trigger card, right? Bellow Betty's leader effect can discard a trigger card, right? It can discard Rev Army or trigger cards, which, unfortunately, Zeus is neither. It's probably a good thing that Zeus is neither. Yeah, it definitely changes the game. That's for sure. Wait, so did they just allow the 3 to happen? So another 5k at lead, takes the life. Wait, so did they just allow the Zeus to happen? Because these guys are still buffed 3. You just reverse the discard order? Oh, got it. Okay, I see. Yeah, so you discard Zeus for stage, and then you just pitch what you got off of stage for the leader effect. That makes sense. They resolve the game state themselves, at least in that scenario. All right, chat, game 3. It kind of makes sense though, chicken just chicken. Cause like with barely any cards in hand, you just have to poke. So what is the maximum number of pokes that you can do? The Inazuma rushes because there's another card with 7,000 power in the Karasu. Right? Because if a character you control other than this character has a power of 7,000 or more, this character doesn't need 7,000 power or more. It's like the Karasu that has 7,000 power or more. That's why this Inazuma has rush. Because that Karasu was still on the board. Right? Yeah, both players are in here, Hamudi. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a clean game 3, chat. I really like Green Yellow Law and OP12. I really like it. It's a good deck. It won a Japan championship. I like the deck. So now Bellow Betty starting off with a headquarters. It's going to pitch a Sabo off the headquarters. Pick up a Bellow Betty for next turn, I presume. Pass off the turn. Blue, purple, Luffy just going to draw and pass. We saw a 9-cost Lin in the hand, chat. Now at 3. What do you do off of this? You go 1 for... One for Bellow Betty to look at the top 5. Yeah, we're leaving Hody Jones alone, but we're banning Brody Jones. Grabs a Sabo. Is going to use that stage effect now to pitch another card. What is that card? I wonder if you're trying to look for like a Kuma at this point. Just to play a body. Ooh, another Bellow Betty works, actually. That's probably actually your best bet, right? Because now you can... Oh, not playing the Bellow Betty. It's just going to play the Koala. Save the Bellow Betty for next turn? I've heard all about it, Hamudi. If you're getting slow play calls in One Piece, you deserve to be knocked for it. Because One Piece players play extremely slow. Oh, no, Galberto. He did cheat. He did, but whether it's intentional or not is a different story. That's what you can't call. That's what I'm saying. So starting off the 5, it's going to be a Koala. It's on my YouTube video, I'm pretty sure. So using the stage now, pitching the 5 cost. Ooh, Lindbergh could be nice. Lindbergh will be nice. Do you... Your ideal play right now is 4-cost Ivankov into Lindbergh, probably, right? So using the Bellow Betty leader effect, pitching... Oh, pitching the Lindbergh. Maybe has Karasu in hand. Yeah, you go Bellow Betty, Koala, Ivankov. And then you play out through Ivankov, Karasu. Now you can swing 5, 5, 6. Well, in Yu-Gi-Oh, the game ends before you can even play the game, so you can play slow. Counters out of all 3 of them. Players definitely playing fast now. They have single-digit minutes left before overtime. You can attack Bellow Betty. You can attack 6K leader and put another Bellow Betty searcher. Maybe that's better. I don't know if that's better. I'm sure like these players are in a point right now where they're in autopilot because they know they have like 6 minutes left until overtime. Because there comes to a point in a best of 3 chat where you have to like stop thinking, right? If you've ever played a best of 3 in like a top cut at like a major championship like this, when the game has gone on so long, you have to stop thinking at some point because you just have to play because there's not enough time to think. You just have to hope that your instinct and your muscle memory just gets you there. So after using the Zeus, getting rid of the Nami, he's going to grab that. See ya, Tony. Is going to go the 1-cost Bellow Betty. Grabs the Karasu. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a ton more actions than One Piece, I will say. Like, watching Yu-Gi-Oh!, the reason that there's a, like, FTK deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because there's, like, 100 different possibilities that you can do on a single turn, whereas One Piece, your first turn is just, like, draw, pass. Play Searcher, pass. You know? They're two extremely different. I just like to be a dingus sometimes. I won't Hamudi because there's English casting for it. So gets rid of the Bon Clay. I like getting rid of the Bon Clay, right? It's a free swing. And plays a Karasu over the Bellow Betty Searcher to go ahead and now put the Luffy down to 4,000 power. It's going to need a little bit more than a Gum Gum Giant. This is a pretty good turn for Bellow Betty. This is a pretty good start. Oh, does Yu-Gi-Oh! Only have a few pseudo ones right now? I don't know. Like, I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! I just know that I watched, like, the World Championships or something not too long ago, and I saw a guy win on the very first turn of the game before the other player got to play the game. And I was like, that's crazy. And then I kept watching. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. I just like card games. That swing prompting 2K, 2K, 1K. And now big Bellow Betty swing. This Luffy is really trying to preserve life. Oh, yeah, FTK is first turn kill for anyone who does not know. It's where you win the game on the first turn. Yeah. It's really interesting how in this matchup, the blue-purple Luffy has really prioritized preserving life. So swings at that Karasu, gets rid of it. Not swinging at the Ivankov. Probably when there's 2 Karasus on board, you want to get rid of them, right? You want to get rid of 1. You're okay with 1 Karasu. You're not okay with 2. Yeah, at this point, you need to go autopilot. Like, this right here is too much thinking. Like, this moment right here for the blue-purple Luffy is too much thinking at this time. Now, this is a very crucial part of the game, so I understand why you think this much. But, like, you need to be on autopilot. So, at 9 dawn, I think, at this point, because of the ramping. There's about 2.5 minutes left, chat. Goes 8 cost Katakuri and passes. Is going to ramp to 10. That ramp, very important because now Gum Gum Giant will be able to save him. Only 2 cards in hand, I think, for the Bellow Betty. 3 cards in hand for the Luffy. Yeah, this game could end right now. This game could probably definitely finish up in turns. But yeah, there has a chance. There's about 1.5 minutes left in this game, chat, before overtime. But you can go for game now. Yeah, I think one of the cards is a 9-mom that we saw in the beginning of the game. And I don't think he's pitched it yet. So he's going to go straight into leader effect. Can only boost those Rev Army characters. Play down the Inazuma for 3 to get rush. So yeah, I think that this is a pretty decent spot. He could screw up the math though, I think. Is going to swing 8,000 on the Luffy. Because depending on like this Gum Gum Giant and what it draws, I think you do have a chance to get out of this. But you have to get the math right. Yeah, but putting down the Inazuma is like, that's like the nail in the coffin, I think, at this point. Ends up taking that. Attach 1 to Ivankov, swing 9. Right, this kind of deters a little bit. The you do have to be mindful about the Katakuri. But yeah, the Inazuma is like, that's it. So Gum Gum Giant pitches the gear 2. Goes Dawn -2, draws 2. Still has to give a 1K for it, I think. Yep, gives a Bon Clay. Still has a blocker on field and 9 Dawn to work with. Or actually, wait, no, 8 Dawn to work with. I was thinking of the math right now. 2 on Bellow Betty. That's 7,000 power. Now going at him. 7,000 power, just making sure on all these power levels. And so concedes right there. Not enough. Bellow Betty moving into top 4. Whew, that was a wild series, chat. That was a wild series. Oh my gosh, is it going to be another Bellow Betty? Oh, wait, no. It's not. Whoa! Bellow Betty versus Green Purple Luffy now, chat. Whew. This is top 4 now.
They do it all back to back, right?
Yeah. Well, it was 2 different streams. I don't know. It was 2 different days. I don't know who's saying what top 16 was. We have a couple players that played in top 16 in chat right now. They might be able to tell you what top 16 or top 32 cut was, but I don't have that information. No, all good, Borges. It's a whole different level being at a stream table, and especially with potentially thousands of dollars on the line. But Green Purple Luffy going to be going in with a search in Mary Go to start off the turn. Bellow Betty going first did not have a search on the turn. And now should pass off the turn. Bellow Betty now going to 3. Needs to see a stage or a Bellow Betty search right now. Does have 1 Dawn that he's thinking of using. And it's going to be the 1 cost. Maybe got that from the top of the deck this turn. Could just go in, like swing 5 at lead and then go Koala after the 5K swing. No, just swing 7. So ends up taking that first life. Not going to play that 2K Koala that we saw in hand. So now at 4 Dawn is just going to be a 5K swing to start. Might just be a Zoro Juro at this point. Maybe a trigger. Is it a trigger body finally? We have yet to see a trigger body for this Bellow Betty. Oh, no, puts it in hand. And it is going to be a Zoro Juro. That treasure rare Zoro Juro. Good looking card, in my opinion. What do you find off of this? Find an Usohachi 2K. 2K is probably good to find right now if you have Sanji Pudding in hand. May not have found the Sanji Pudding and doesn't have one in hand anyways. So now going to 5 turn. We saw the Karasu in hand. We'll see if there's an Ivankov, a 4-cost Ivankov to go alongside the Karasu. I think there's one in hand. Yeah, I think there's a 4-cost. Yeah, there's a 4-cost Ivankov right there. Is going to go Ivankov into using leader effect. It is going to be nice because it's going to be able to make this green purple Luffy a 4K leader. Pitches the 3-cost Karasu. Still 0 triggers. You're playing a couple potential trigger bodies, right? Like there's Lindbergh, there's Morley, there's the blocker Karasu, which is conditional in a sense. Oh, looks like the camera cut up a bit. You definitely play Karasu this turn, right? No, you're playing Lindbergh. Why Lindbergh over Karasu? I guess you can still swing 5-6, so maybe the Karasu doesn't matter as much. Maybe the Karasu just matters more next turn, right? Because your bodies may stay on the field. So ended up passing the turn and now going in after a little bit of skipping. Swings at the Bellow, gets that knockout. Now the Sanji Pudding comes in. Now using leader effect, it looks like. So going to have 3 Dawn to work with. Boosting up. Oh, you were afraid of Chopper Blocker. Oh, Chopper Blocker could be... Oh, yeah. Lindbergh would KO Chopper Blocker. People drop Morley. We saw Morley in an earlier round. I don't know if Borges is playing it, but we saw a Bellow earlier in the tournament play Morley. So now playing a Nami. You could technically remove Sanji Pudding. Yeah. Because you just minus the power. You need a little bit, actually, to minus the power. Because you need, like, double Koala. Right? Because Sanji's a 7. Zorojuro taking a life. No trigger. You don't run Morley. I was going to say, I don't know if the first time that we saw a Bellow Betty, that was you. Now moving on the Bellow Betty's turn. 7 Dawn in total. We'll see if they play the Karasu this turn. Whether that's on the Ivankov leader or Ivankov effect or just 4 Dawn. Right to minus. We could see a thing where the Karasu and Koala KOs the Sanji Pudding with Morley. But I don't know if that's enough value to, like, do. Morley's pretty easy to play around. Yeah, I would assume that Morley's pretty easy to play around because, like, you just remove it, right? It's a 3-cost 5K body. There's a lot of things that get rid of it right now. Starts out Bellow Betty search. Yeah, Lindbergh, Borges said earlier that they liked the Lindbergh play for the Chopper Blocker. And you're right. Like, chum blockers are just... It's really, really good to combat those. Because those are running around in the game currently. So going ahead with 3 more Dawn. 3 more Dawn, you're playing an Inazuma. Inazuma coming in before using leader effect. Is going to go ahead, boost the Ivankov, Lindbergh, and Inazuma. And then probably off the Ivankov play the Karasu. Now's as good of a time as ever, I feel like. Oh, does he not have a restriction to play off of life? I didn't know that. So there's the Karasu minusing the Luffy by 1. Oh, is it by 1? Maybe thinking about... What did we minus here? Because the Sanji pudding is +2 cost. And the Luffy used leader ability last turn, so it's a 6k leader. Oh, you have to discard a card, though. Are they maybe thinking Zorojuro? You could, like, maybe... What's the best play here? What's the best play? Is your best play like to try to get rid of the Zorojuro right now to minimize the amount of swings on like the clapback and then just keep poking at life? But is it ever worth minusing the leader to just only swing at Zorojuro? Like, wouldn't it just be more effective to just minus the Zorojuro if you're going to swing at it? So it looks like it's probably 7-5. I bet he minus the Zorojuro. So is going to KO the Nami. Now swinging 8. Is going to take that first one. Going a little fast. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We gotta counter out of the Ivankov. Wait, what just happened? Oh, he's taking that last life. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're going a little too fast. A little too fast. You got to counter before you swing. But got him down to 1. Yeah, if you minus the Zorojuro, he dies first swing, and everything else is going to swing over 6. So, like, you just get rid of the Zorojuro, and then you go after everything else. And so is going to boost the Sanji pudding. Now swing 7. I think going at lead. There's 7 Dawn on the field. You could technically play the Luffy and go for game right here. There's no blocker koala on the field. You could like go 7, rest 6 for the Luffy, use leader effect, be a 6k leader. That would have 3 active Dawn, right? Because you restand 2, get 1 back. You can swing 7 with the Luffy leader. You have 2 active Dawn left, and then you can swing double 7 with the rush Luffy. So 2k, 1k out of that one. You can still go for game if all 3 swings hit, but with, I think, 2 cards in hand, it might be a little risky. I think he's going to do it, though. I think he's going to try it. So ends up using leader effect, going to be 6. Oh, wait, he has 2 Dawn back? Did I get that wrong? Oh, yeah, because you restand 2 and you get... Because you have 1 active Dawn after playing the Luffy. And so you restand 2, you get 1 back. So now you have 3 Dawn. So you can go 7, 8, 8. Yeah, that's my bad, chat. You can go 7, 8, 8. Yeah, GP needs to go all in because the blockers that you have will die to Lindbergh. And you need all 3 swings to connect. So if you have 2K, 1K right here, you always pitch it. Or if you have 2K, 2K, you just hold out, right? You force him to go for game. If you have 2K, 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 2K. Got it. Bellow Betty wins game 1. If he Luna, Chopper Blocker, Giant, he lives. Yeah, like Electrical Luna would have been huge there. And it's probably a big reason why a lot of players do play Electrical Luna. Because it kind of just like stops Bellow Betty. But if you don't have that, you just go for game. 7k counter on leader attack. Try to get 1k counter off life to force all in on the opponent. Oh, I guess because he could... Well, no. Well, I mean, yeah. Do you feel like that's... Well, I guess if you have 7k counter on leader swing, then you can't counter out of the leader swing. So you have to just hope that your life has counter, which it did. No, Rabbit. It's 7788. He did return active Dawn for the Secret Rare Luffy. He did do that. Because he had 3 active Dawn. I don't think you need to hit Bellow Betty on the ban list. I think you just need to hit like Blue Purple Luffy. Because we've already seen in OP12 how Bellow Betty really hurts because of the introduction of Rayleigh and Zoro. And I don't think that's going to change in the future. So you don't need to ban Bellow Betty. Yeah, he returned. He did. That was right. Yeah. All right, chat. Game 2. See what happens. Chat, we've been live for 7 hours. Big thank you to everybody here. Big thank you, chat. 7 hours with you guys. You guys must be really pretty for me to hang out 7 hours with you. That's crazy. Appreciate everybody here. Make sure to hit the follow button if you're enjoying the stream. Big help. Hit the like on YouTube as well. And if you want to watch the official tournament, you don't want to hear me yap, or maybe you want to watch the tournament in 2.5 speed, you can click the link in the pinned message on chat. Yeah, the extra Dawn off Sanji pudding made that difference. Good morning, Sprinter. It's not necessarily Magmortar that the protection will help Bellow Betty, because the decks that currently knock Betty down in 12 is Zoro, which doesn't KO things by effects. They just rest them and then swing into them, because Zoro is one of the best clearing decks ever, really. Not ever, but in the format. And then Rayleigh just also does what you want to do, but draws cards better. Because Rayleigh will also swarm the board, and you're more than likely going to lose that trade. It's 2 bad matchups. And so the new Ivankov does not matter in those 2 matchups, which make you hurt more. And so after playing that, Nami is going to go ahead into Bellow Betty's 3 Dawn turn. Going to start out with a 5k swing, just going to be a Frankie and the one for headquarters. I really like the headquarters in Bellow Betty, chat. I've been a big fan of the Revolutionary Army League headquarters. So grabbing the Koala, 2k counter. What's top 4 right now? What do you mean? It's green, purple, and Bellow Betty. Unless you can't tell what the leaders are. Top 4 right now, this is game 2. Bellow Betty's up 1 game in the best of 3. Luffy ends up swinging at lead, is going to take that first life, and a Frankie coming in. Frankie, although not going to be able to ramp, is going to be able to swing out a body in the next turn if it lives. I think you definitely want Zoro right there instead of the Frankie, but it is what it is. So is going to get another Bellow Betty Searcher. I don't know, Magmortar. It seems really intentional that Betty is like a glass cannon deck, so I feel like they're okay with that. Yeah, like the new stuff just doesn't help against those two matchups which you hurt. So I don't know if Bellow Betty's really going anywhere unless those two decks get knocked down. So he is going to rest the rest of the Dawn for Ivankov. We'll see if a leader effect comes down to play a character. And it looks like using that 2K. Poor 2K Sabo, always off of leader effect. Oh, the other two decks in top four. I'm sorry, Frog. I know that one of them is blue, purple Luffy. I don't know about the other one. But it looks like Karasu's going to come down, make the leader a 4,000 power leader, right? Because he didn't use leader effect last turn. And just passes off the... No. I was going to say, 4,000 power leader, now a 5,000 power Kuma coming at it, is going to take the first life. 5,000 power off the Bellow Betty, is going to counter out 2K out of that one, and now 5,000 would lead another 2K. Pass off the turn. Oh, the finals is 2 blue-purple Luffys. Okay. So yeah, trust Borges, because Borges is the Bellow Betty player right here that we're watching. Hashtag trust Borges. It's going to go 5 for Sanji Pudding now, maybe using leader effect. Actually, no, he's ahead on Dawn, right? Yeah, so he doesn't get to draw off the Sanji Pudding, but is going to be able to use leader effect to get back up to 4 Dawn. Is probably more than likely going to swing in at these characters. I don't think you need to attach Dawn. You only need to attach Dawn if you don't have a 4-cost Zoro to play on the field, right? Yeah, Bellow Betty looking good to maybe win this. Swings 5 at lead. Just going to be a 2K out of it. 6 at lead. He's going for lead. I guess he's trying to race Bellow Betty right now. 2 for a chopper blocker. Re-ramping. He should re-ramp, right? Because yeah, he did. Passes off the turn. Oh, top 8 was 4 blues, 2 greens, 1 Betty, 1 Buggy. He dropped. Oh, he dropped? Not trying to leak the sauce. So Bellow Betty now using that Rev Army HQ stage. I think only has 1 card in hand. So probably thinking about either what card they pitch off leader effect, or maybe trying to grab, like, maybe didn't find it. Oh, finds Inazuma. Inazuma going to be a good card, right, to get another swing in. There is 1 Dawn open, presumably for Gum Gum Giant. So leader affecting away the Lindbergh. We know the 1 card in hand. 7,000 power at lead, not getting the boost, is going to put Luffy down to 5,000. Buggy was too humble. No, Buggy knew he was cooked. He knew he was cooked. Oh, did he participate in the Treasure Cup? Oh. So his top 8 match was this GP. Interesting. That's pretty cool, though. So now swinging in. Bellow Betty, 5K swing, taking the life. It's got to have like a 4 or 5 card hand right now, I think. Takes the second life. Still, Ivankov has to swing. Counters out of the 1. That's that Tony Chopper that rests a Dawn. 7K swing. Takes the life. Oh, gotcha. It was simultaneous. I guess that makes sense. Interesting that he dropped from top 8 though to compete in the Treasure Cup. I feel like you would play it out. But I mean, he's got his reasons. I'm sure. Chat, after this game, I'm going to grab a water from the fridge here at the store. Because right now the AC's broke at our studio. And so it is currently 88 degrees Fahrenheit in our studio right now. That's pretty hot. For all you Celsius people, that's, I think, like 26 Celsius right now. It is hot in here. I'm cooking. And I need to get some water to make sure I stay hydrated. And so now Bellow Betty swinging a raw 5 is just going to be Gum Gum Giant, getting rid of the Merry Go, drawing 2. Yeah, he's going to be able to go for lethal next turn. And then the Inazuma coming down. Especially with a 0-card hand. Oh, just got lethal right there. So Bellow Betty moving into the top 4. Oh, off of the Ivankov. Off of the Ivankov, played the Inazuma, and then used the 3 Dawn on the Ina. Oh, that was crazy, actually. That was crazy. After top 8, there really isn't any new prizing. So might as well concede play a new tourney. Oh, really? I guess that kind of makes sense then. If, like, the prizing doesn't really change. 88 is 31? Oh, wait, really? I thought 32 was 100. Am I wrong, chat? It's been a long time since I've done Celsius. It's been probably about like 10 years or so. 9, 10 years. Yeah, that was a good play. I completely forgot about the Ivankov effect because you had the 2 Dawn, so Ivankov effect works to swing 7,000 at the end. That was a good play. That was a pretty good play. Oh, chat, on the daily here where I live, it's actually quite cool in the studio compared to where I live. The high today was 107, and that's a cold day out here in Las Vegas. Okay, chat, real quick, I'm going to grab a water. I'll be right back. Phew. 50 Celsius? Oh, 100 is 38. Oh, okay, gotcha. $50 degrees Celsius. That's crazy. What? That's actually insane. It gets hot here in Las Vegas. Just the studio is, for some reason, the AC here is just blowing air. It's not blowing cold air. All right, Chad. All we have left is the finals. Whoa. Gustavo Wada, chat. If you do not know, the blue-purple Luffy player right here, Gustavo Wada, is one of the most accomplished Pokemon TCG players ever. So Gustavo Wada, very good player. And he's killing it in One Piece, which is kind of cool, actually. I think Gustavo Wada next weekend is going to Pokemon Worlds, too, probably. If I had to take a guess. I bet he qualified. Chat. But chat, this weekend, remember that I will be live for the One Piece Day TCG stage. I'm going to be live during that segment, and I'm going to give you guys updates on everything that happens in there. Any reveals, any ban list updates, all that jazz in a bag of chips. Make sure to tune in for this. There's a little notify me button as well. If you need to remember, this time 7:30 p.m. is going to be Pacific time. But yeah, you got this little notify you button if you need it. Yeah, he's a really good Pokemon TCG player. He's pretty good. He's been putting a lot of time, I feel like, into One Piece. I feel like I've seen him at a couple, like, upper level Latin American tournaments lately. Do pretty well. But yeah. I don't know if he does full-time TCG. I would assume so, because he probably does coaching. So he probably does full-time TCG. So yeah. Do you have some ban list predictions? I think they're going to ban the Blue Purple Luffy leader and Hody Jones. I genuinely think Hody Jones is banned, and I don't think anything that anybody can say will change my mind. Yeah, One Piece is getting up there to try to compete with Yu-Gi-Oh! All right, chat. The finals. Here we go. Bellow Betty, Blue Purple Luffy. We've seen it go both ways in this tournament. This is the third time we're seeing this. Oh, was Gustavo Wada your last game in Swiss? That's crazy. So Bellow Betty starting off 6 at lead, 2K counter. Now playing the koala, passing off the turn, just puts a body down onto the field. Well, Dominic, Dead Man's Game exists. And let me tell you that Dead Man's Game is also a very good card. So now Zoro Juro coming on the field for Blue Purple Luffy. It's going to be a 3 cost. And passing off the turn. Bellow Betty going to 5 right now. Not swinging. Does not want a trigger body. Although the luck for Bellow Betty this tournament is definitely tough. Ivankov comes in. Maybe using leader effect on Ivankov right now to get another body down onto the field. Thinking about what he wants to pitch. Pitching the 2K Koala. We'll see if he gets something. I don't know if he dropped something. Oh, he's getting the dice. The premier green finisher is Dead Man's Game. Because it costs less Dawn. Karasu coming in. It's going to make Luffy a 5K leader. Is going to start off with a 5K swing from Koala. Now 6K swing at lead. Is going to counter out of the second one. Now draw for turn. Blue Purple Luffy now back at 6K leader. Is sitting at 6,000 power. Is going to go ahead, swing at the Koala, ramp a Dawn. And we could see a God Thread come in. And that's what it looks like right now. For 5. To get rid of the Ivankov. We'll see if he gets rid of Ivankov or Karasu here. Oh, looks like he goes Karasu. So getting a Dawn. He will be able to use leader effect next turn. And so now we move on to Bellow Betty. Bellow Betty's board. A little bit slow. Or, well, not really. Just good responses for Blue Purple Luffy. Bellow Betty's board getting smaller is what I should say. Yeah, Ivankov is definitely the real threat. And so a new Ivankov comes in, is going to be able to play something off that top three, is going to grab what looks like Inazuma. Inazuma is going to be nice, right? Is going to be able to clear this Zorojuro probably if you go ahead and use leader effect again. You have a couple options. Like you could just attach the 2 Dawn to the Ivankov to get to 7 and use leader effect. Because you still get the rush on Inazuma to swing at Zorojuro. And then you can swing that, but ends up getting the leader effect going to play down Sabo. Sabo is going to take that life right there. What does Sabo do again? Hold on. This Sabo has been pitched so many times off leader effect, I forget what it does. And it's... Isn't it this one? No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Wait, which Sabo is it? Is it this one? No, this is OP12. Hold on, wait. No, it is this Sabo, right? Oh. Just did the activate main right away? Just did the activate main to gain 1,000 power, I think. Taking the life, making sure he doesn't get starved right away. He could have, but I think he's trying to do all these swings. I think that's kind of the point. Yeah, Schoolboy Sabo, the promo one. Yeah, School Kid one. Yeah, I know it's the art from the premium collection binder. But this card I almost never see get played. So it takes out the Zorojuro. Now going in with the Ivankov, just a 6 or 8K swing. Blue Purple Luffy being a 6K leader. You still have 2 active Dawn that can go on either the Ivankov or the Inazuma. Using Gum Gum Giant, so foregoing the leader effect, is going to draw 2, is going to get out of that swing. You like seeing that if you're the Bellow Betty. You like seeing the Gum Gum Giant right away. Attaches 1, swings 8, and attaches 1, now swings 10. Maybe swings 10. Oh, no. Just played the Ivankov. That's right. That's right. Can't use the Ivankov. Yo, what's going on, Kibi? How are you? The 5-cost Ivankov is one of the only current cards in the game that searches its own name. Yeah, he just played the 5-cost Ivankov this turn, which is how he got the Inazuma out. Or was it how he got the Sabo out? I would assume that he only giant because he didn't have the counter to otherwise. Yeah, I would assume that his hand has no counter in it right now, which is why the Inazuma got played. Godthread going to be getting rid of the Sabo, leaves 4 Dawn open. Plays down 4 for a Bon Clay to ramp 1. Now at 10 Dawn can use Gum Gum Giant without having to lose the leader effect. Hey, of course, Kibi. I didn't expect it to be 8 hours long, but I'm glad we did this. Yeah, you got Sabo from the 4 cost. You got Inazuma from the 5 cost. That's right. Yes. So can't play can't swing with the Ivankov. I think you're sitting in a really good spot though right now. Using Inazuma to play down. Oh my gosh, using Ivankov to play another Inazuma. You know what? They should ban Inazuma. I think you should have gone for the Ivankov. Yeah, I think the big mistake in this game, which I didn't even know until we were talking about it in the earlier rounds, is that you should always KO the Ivankov. I think GP and OP12 is still a pretty good deck. And especially with the ban list, if it's Gum Gum Giant, that's a problem, but I don't think they'll ban Gum Gum Giant. So I think it's going to be pretty good. I wonder if he's like kind of checked out of this game. 8,000 power swing coming in. It's going to be a 2K, 1K. Well, he had some counter. 2K, 1K to go to 9. That's definitely not true, Braum. That's definitely not true. In the top cut, maybe, but that's because there were so many blue-purple Luffys. But I don't know. The Swiss rounds were crazy good. There were so many cool decks in the Swiss round. Gum Gum Giant off that swing to draw 2. Yo, what up, Travis? Ban Dawn cards. Yeah, you know what? Ban Dawn cards. It's going to be another swing. 10,000 power. It's going to take it. And now Ivankov, if they get the 2 attached on right here, that would be 8 plus 4. Yeah, ends up scooping it up. Ends up scooping up, gets the win off that. Game 1 going to Bellow Betty. Fadil, I think it's going to be the leader. I think the leader is going to get banned. I think the leader effect is just really good. And I think banning Gum Gum Giant or 9-Mon does not solve the inherent issue that is... Because I believe, and this is my personal opinion, I believe that the inherent issue is that blue-purple Luffy, because of its leader effect, gets to enable so many different things, knowing the exact top 5 order. Like, the only reason that 9-Mon is broken is because you get to put it exactly where you wanted for your Sanji play. You also get to get the Sanji off your top 5, and then you also know exactly what your life is. Gum Gum Giant's in a whole different category. You could kind of say the same thing about Gum Gum Giant because you can manipulate what you draw off of Gum Gum Giant, but it's to a lesser extreme in my opinion. But I think it all really just stems to the leader effect. I think the leader effect is just broken. I think it's just really good because there's so many like purple ramp cards that they just need to ramp and then they draw 2 every single turn. You think Roger's very boring with his design? I think Roger's really interesting because I think it's going to be countered pretty decently. Like, I think Blackbeard is going to be a huge counter to Roger. But I think Akailakai in the All Blue podcast talking with... Oh my gosh, I'm always going to say his name wrong. Hervoy? I don't know how to, Renee, I don't know how to say his name. He's such a good player, and I would recognize him on the street. I don't know how to say his name. I'm so sorry. And then Jonas. I think they have a really, really good conversation on their podcast that I highly encourage everybody to listen to about Roger and like their recent thoughts because they've all kind of tested Roger and how they feel about it. All right, game 2, Bellow Betty going first in this. Just passing, no Rev Army HQ, no Bellow Betty Searcher. Blue-purple Luffy just passing as usual, now at 3. Bonnie, 8K banished, turn 2. Oh, yellow Bonnie, yeah. It's going to start off with a 6K swing, just a 1K counter. I love Kai too. I think he's a fantastic creator, and I think he's one of the best creators right now in the game, in the One Piece scene for sure. I know it hurts Renee when you're stupid like me. It's just so difficult when you're dumb. And so 3 with Zoro, just gonna pass. I don't know if Roger's like mid. I don't know if Roger should be classified as mid, because if Roger finds the curve, he's insane. But he has to find the curve. If he misses a step, he's like, whew. Ooh, is going to use Zeus. I like Zeus right there. You stop a little bit of the ramp. Yo, what up, Moonbounce? Red Green Luffy you really like? I don't know which of the leaders I like the best. I like Red Black Sabo just because I love Red Black Sabo right from OP05. And I love Sabo leaders. So that's kind of my thing. He just passes. He doesn't do anything. Is passing ever correct? I guess if you don't have God Thread or anything to play, do you not even have Gear 2 to ramp? Oh, this is tough. Bellow Betty's going to steamroll this game. And the full set isn't even out yet for OP13, so we don't know exactly what all Roger looks like. We have just a best case assumption. So, but there are like first thoughts. Europeans also don't know how to pronounce his name. Hervoy? Hervoy? I think it's like Hervoy. I need to listen to Kai say it. So using leader effect, boosting up the Karasu and also the Koala and Kuma. The Luffy should be a 5K leader right now, I think, right? Maybe just has a ton of counter events. Yeah, maybe he only has counter in hand. Should be a 5K leader because of the on play, right? Because we went 5-cost Ivankov into Karasu. Takes the first one. You just go 6. You just go 3 6s, right? 666. Hervoye. Oh, is it Hervoye? Thank you, chat. Ooh, Thunder Bagua. Gonna be nice. Usohachi going in and passing off the turn. Still at 2 life. Hervoye. Voy like boy. Yeah, Hervoye. Karasu's probably the most underrated character in the TCG. I have no idea. I'm not at the Dressrosa arc yet, or Rev Army arc or whatever. So I can't confirm or deny. But the Big Mom, Lin, 9-cost Lin coming down, is going to go ahead, gain a life, get rid of the Karasu. I'll say it 100 times. I'll say his name 100 times so I never get it wrong. And then if I ever meet him in person, I'm going to say it right. And then he'll just consider it to be like normal. Oh, yeah, I do need a Croatian accent. I did have some old teammates in college from Croatia. So I need to recall their accent that they had. But I think it would almost be offensive if I tried to use their accent. An Ivankov going in and playing an Inazuma. That means a leader effect going to be able to give Inazuma rush on this turn. And there's the leader effect, pitching the Limburg. I feel like you give... Oh, yeah, you give 3 to the ones that can swing. So this works. I swam in college. The only reason I went to college, chat, was because I was an athlete. And I got to college that way. I am not smart by any means. Yeah, I know plenty of people like him. I know plenty of people like that. 7K to lead. 7K to the dome, chat. On this Inazuma. It's going to take the first life. 2 on the Kuma. I always forget that guy's name. And I shouldn't forget that guy's name. Chat, who forgets Kuma's name and calls himself a One Piece fan? Fake fan. He's going to swing 7, 7, 7, and now 9. He's going to take this last life, go down to 0 after countering out of the 1. Now using leader effect. What? I used to shave all the time. Chat, I used to, for swimming, shave my arms and legs. He might be in Dallas. He has an NA Nats invite. That's pretty sick. I'll be at Nats. I'll play in the LCQ, and I'll go X2 with Green Blue Rosinante. You heard it here first, chat. Oh, that's awesome, Gabriel. No, I'm sure he's a very nice guy. I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Oh, swing 6 and counters out. 2K, 1K. I think swung at the Inazuma. So now the swing at the Ivankov going away. Another Lin. How many cards does he have in hand? Does he have any cards in hand right now? He has to, right? I also can't win an invite in my own country. It's crazy that you can win invites in countries that you're not living in. That just means that you're... I mean, that's why he's one of the better players in the world, chat, right? No one knew who Bellow Betty was until the TCG? I don't believe that. I've seen Bellow Betty's character design. I don't believe that at all, actually. Dressrosa is too highly regarded of an arc, right? Because isn't the Rev Army in the Dressrosa arc? So grabs the Koala blocker. You probably just pitch the Koala blocker, right? I mean, you're sitting at 5 life. You're just using leader effect, pitching. You might save the Koala for a future turn to like re-swarm the board. Right. Okay. Yeah. I like pitching the Ivankov over the Koala. So now boosting up the 2. You can't boost up the Zeus, unfortunately. Oh, did they, Renee? I didn't know that. I think I was busy in sports during the One Piece Day Dallas last year. Yeah, because I can't say exactly why I was going to go, chat, but I was invited to go to One Piece Day Dallas. I can't tell you why, but I was invited to go to One Piece Day Dallas last year, but I had to turn it down because I was working in sports at the time. And so Bellow Betty swinging 8K lead. Take that information with what you will. Yo, what's up, Wet Potato? How are you, friend? 8K swing. Preemptively put 2 Dawn on the Kuma? What's the reasoning for preemptively putting 2 Dawn on the Kuma? What's the reasoning for that? Countered Gum Giant to draw 2, right? Still a 6K leader, so it is going to get out of that swing. I'm chilling too. Well, I'm actually sweating because it's 83 here in the office. The AC is broke, but I'm determined to finish this 8-hour stream. You play around Jet Pistol, of course. Yeah. In this blue-purple deck, you play around Jet Pistol. I do think that you need to think about the numbers at this point. That's another 8K swing. That would be 7K now if you only did 2. I think you swing 8, right, to force 2 cards to come out of hand. Yeah, 8K swing right here. 8,000 power swing. He's thinking about taking the life. Is going to go ahead, take it. Thunder Bagua, ramping a Dawn, is going to be active. Maybe another Gum Gum Giant in hand, but the 10K swing. Can't he get it? Gum Gum Giant pitching the Lin. That's going to get him to 10. He's got to get some counter. And pitches the Bon Clay, passes the turn. RP Luffy doing well for you at locals. I really think RP Luffy is cool. I think RP Luffy would be really interesting with that new Roger promo that they announced in Japan. All right, we're clearing board now as the Luffy. He pitched a Limlin off the Gum Gum Giant, so we'll see if he has another one. I think right now you need another Gum Gum Giant. Ooh, is going to go Katakuri passing off the turn. 3 swings available. Can he get there? Oh, attaching the 2-Don because you need a 7K body for the Inazuma Rush. Oh, you're totally right, Trains. Thank you. Sorry, I've never played Bellow Betty in my life. The only games that I've played Bellow Betty are technically ones that I've watched. And that's not even right. Pitches the Koala to give the boost on the Bellow Betty. You need 2 swings. Yo, good morning, Will. What's good? He's going to attach 5 for a 10K swing at lead. Blocks with the Katakuri and the 10K swing. Claims the win. Bellow Betty! Wins the Sao Paulo, Brazil Regional here in OP11. Borges TCG in chat on YouTube. Congrats on your win. That was fun watching you win. Thank you for not spoiling the result. Congrats, actually. It was really cool to see the games. It was really cool to watch and like have you kind of give input on some of your stuff. 3 times handshake is crazy. Hey, we watched the entire VOD. We watched the entire VOD. How the handshakes were insanely good. Some of the best handshakes that I've seen in the One Piece trading card game, for real. Nobody does handshakes like Brazil. Oh my goodness. I assume, Borges, you make YouTube content if your channel name is Borges TCG. More than likely, right? Don't worry, I'm just looking you up on YouTube right now. Yeah. Chat. If you want to see the deck list, I assume this is the deck list, right? If you want to see their video that they put out, on winning the championship. Bam. There's that right there. Yeah, Jinbe top 64 too, Gabe. We were talking about it earlier. Oh, there we go. The meta, especially with the potential ban list, that may happen and hypothetically could be the start of 12 for the West. The meta is looking a bit different, I will say. Chat, remember that speaking of a potential ban list, we will be live streaming on Saturday night out here, Pacific time, 7:30 p.m. We're going to be streaming the One Piece Day TCG stage, even though I don't think that the ban list is going to be announced this weekend. It still could, and if it does, we'll tell you all about it here on the channel. I think a good, you should talk to like Luigi Amato Borges. Because I know that he makes both English and, I mean, it's not Portuguese, but his language, right? He's Italian, I think, right? Is he Italian? I'm pretty sure he's Italian. He makes multi-language content, so maybe get some tips from him and stuff. Reach out to him. But chat, that's going to be the end of stream. 8 hours. I can't believe we just streamed 8 hours. And chat, there were a lot of people here for a lot of time, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. Before I go home and take an ice bath, let me say thank you to some people that have been following the stream. Ian Fusamaku, I only use Coco, K and Otto, Harley, Jishuyomi, and Darmo. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. I appreciate you, chat. I think if they announce a ban list, I mean, they're going to announce a ban list update in August, sometime in August. I feel like it's going to be for the start of OP12 or maybe like a week or two in OP12. I feel like because OP12 releases this month, Bandai has been very consistent as of late with the last couple bans of giving us unique formats from the West, right, with the ban lists. So I think they're going to do that same thing right now. I think they're probably just going to, like, if it gets announced this weekend, boom, the start of OP12. If it gets announced next weekend, boom, the start of OP12. But that's my assumption. That's my assumption. There's no confirmation. And if anybody tells you that there's confirmation right now, tell them that they're a liar. Because they're not telling the truth. Because we don't know when the ban list is going to happen, and we don't know when the West is going to adopt it. Yeah, I think this weekend they only revealed the final leader. And then I think after the major championship next weekend is when they announce the ban list. That's my opinion. I could be wrong and could be right. But Chad, when have I ever been wrong before? Just kidding. Don't answer that question. Anyways, I'm going to go home. I'm going to get some food. 8 hours today was crazy. Thank you so much for hanging out so long. I did not expect to stream this long. And I'm glad that I survived because it is still 80 degrees Fahrenheit in this office. And I am cooking. Anyways, chat, I will see you all later. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the night or day, depending on where you are in the world. And we'll be live again Saturday. Thank you so much, chat. I'll see you later. We might be live tomorrow Maybe. If there's a local that fires off tomorrow, we might be live tomorrow, but don't count on it because everybody wants to test OP12. We might try to stream OP12 games tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll play some Rosinante for you. Anyways, thank you so much, chat. Appreciate you.